Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And Happy New Year. Thanks for being here. Thank you very much, Abrizi, for the follow. Siatric for subbing for 21 months. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. And Zastin subbing, Siatric for 20 months, and Zastin for 21 months. Thanks, guys. Watch both Aurelian Soul vids as they drop. Love to see your enjoyment of the grander beings and mechanisms of the League lore. Thanks, JJB. Yeah, it's my, I mean, I love the grand cosmic stuff. It's my favorite thing. In World of Warcraft, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. hello. I'm slightly hungover today, so you have to forgive me. But yeah, I hope that those that are interested in the League stuff have been enjoying the Aurelian Soul videos. Hopefully the way that I handled the voice lines was okay. I had someone like skip the jokes, you know? And I was like, yeah, I probably should have kept the jokes in. The one about putting it on Targan's tab was pretty funny. I should have left those in. I think I got a little bit overwhelmed looking at the sheer number of voice lines that there were. And I was like, damn. So I really pretty much only kept in anything that was like lore related, you know? But I understand that some people's enjoyment of champions is more about the champion's personality and like joke lines and stuff like that. So I'll make sure to get those in next time. But yeah, I had fun making it. It's nice to just like kind of sit and record it on my own, you know? Not you know, nothing against streaming it. It's just like it's easier for me for sure. Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year, guys. Hopefully 2026 is better than 2025. It's gonna be a long couple years here. The jokes can be great and also hint at lore, but the videos do have all the useless stuff and sometimes add silly stuff that isn't in the game. Lance, thank you, sir, for subbing for 9 freaking months. I've been playing some WoW in my spare time. It's, I've been playing my Paladin, so I might be doing a little bit of that today. It was good that you take in Legends of Runeterra stuff. Yeah, I think so too. Legends of Runeterra adds some nice flavor. Your favorite star? I created it. Did you know that? It's one of those things, dude. I don't know if anyone noticed either. In one of the videos, there's a little Yasuo pops up at one point. Did anyone notice that? I haven't seen any comments about it yet. It's in the Aurelian Soul, I think, biography video where he, this lore video where I'm reading his short story and he makes 2 twin stars. Yeah, and I say, always by my side. And when I say that, fucking, I put a little 2xKO PNG of, Yasuo on the screen. I was wondering if people would notice it. Prideful dragons are a mood. Dude, he's not even just prideful, he's just so sassy. But I think it's so fun because, and I didn't really comment on this in the video, which I kind of wish that I had. I comment on like, you know, how he's tricked or whatever. But I should have commented more about how, like, what a weakness Aurelian Soul's pride actually is. Like, think about it. Because of the way that, you know, he sees people as like revering him and worshiping him and all this stuff, which he can think is quite banal at times. It's interesting because like he gets trapped by the magics of the crown because he's proudful, or because he's prideful. And so it's literally like a weakness that the Celestials exploited. I just think that's really interesting. The crown is a fun nod to Sun Wukong. I don't know that one. Nice, Aston. Nice. Load it up. Wish Aso had some voice line that felt as heavy as his short story. Kind of like how Aatrox goes all in. Man's just incredibly sassy. Yeah. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more punch from the voice lines. I didn't dislike them. I was just thinking there'd be maybe some crazier stuff. But one thing that I learned from the story that I mean, I learned quite a few things, but one big thing was that I didn't realize that the Celestials had aspects on other worlds, and that they were like doing things on other worlds. I kind of thought for some reason that the Celestials were kind of like central to Runeterra in some way, but realizing that they're dicking around with other worlds too and empowering beings on those worlds, honestly, dude, like that is very Titan Pantheon-esque. That's very Titan-esque from World of Warcraft. Like, it sounds like the Celestials behind the aspects are kind of like, it sounds like they're ordering worlds, like, and getting involved with avatars and stuff. That's very Titan-y. So to think about them capturing with like domination magic, which is interesting. It's not the same as domination magic. Obviously, what Viego uses and what like Mordekaiser uses, that's domination magic. But there's a different, what I should have compared it to in the video is a magic called Oath Binding. Oath Binding is something that happens willingly, right? So it's not like they forced the crown on Asol's head. They convinced him to put it on, right? And he took it willingly. And it's like a golden crown. That's actually much more similar to Oath Binding, where instead of dominating someone against their will, you can trick them into willingly binding themselves to an artifact of power. There's almost always some kind of like relic that is used as like a conduit for the binding. And it can be benevolent in World of Warcraft, right? Where you can have a bunch of people bind themselves together in like a shared oath and like fight alongside one another. Similar to like the Drakthir. It's not like a malevolent thing. But ultimately, I think you could also trick someone into oath binding. And I don't know if, you know, it's not quite the same thing as domination, but it's still a binding mechanism. And so I just thought that was interesting. Asol entered into it of his own free will. It's not like they full-blown dominated him, which would be insane. And I wonder, you know, there's a lot of themes in Runeterra that are similar to WoW. And there's a lot of people that work at Riot, I think on League of Legends, that used to work at World of Warcraft. Or at Blizzard, working on World of Warcraft. And so I'm not really that surprised to see thematic similarities. There are some pretty common like fantasy tropes and themes that you'll see across almost all fantasy media, especially medieval fantasy, or high fantasy. But I wonder if there's, you know, some stuff in the Runeterra, universe of Runeterra that, you know, can connect to willingly getting involved with things rather than being dominated, and, you know, just some nuanced differences in how control and connection magics can form and how they can, I don't know, how they can be used. So I think it's fascinating. One of my favorite things. Chinese fantasy from the 1500s, Journey to the West, the OG Monkey King. Oh, I know. I mean, I know like the Monkey King and like Sun Wukong as terms, but when you say the crown being a nod to Sun Wukong, I don't really, I'm not familiar enough to know what that means. 789, it did. Yo, thanks for the 8-month resub, Desi. When expand the lore team in League when Shadowlands happens, so a lot of devs maybe come from Blizzard. Right, there's some people that came over after Legion as well, and right after Legion, you had the Nightbringer Yasuo and Riven skin, or Lightbringer, or whatever the fuck her title is, and they have dialogue. I mean, Nightbringer Yasuo and Dawnbringer Riven. Yeah. Nightbringer Yasuo basically has, or is it Nightbringer Yone? Is it Yasuo or Yone? Isn't it? It's gotta be, it's Yasuo, right? Because it's Liam O'Brien. It's Yasuo. Yeah. It's just funny because not only does he kind of like look like Illidan, and it's the voice of Illidan, but the color scheme is like, you know, it's like almost Sargeras color scheme, and like all of his dialogue lines remind me of what someone like Sargeras and Illidan would like kind of see it as. And I guess I kind of view Dawnbringer Riven as like Elune, as like the opposite kind of seeker of like justice and light. But I don't know. It's they're just two like opposing ideologies basically. It's like G Firepaw and Asa Cloudsinger again. So, and it's just like the timing is just kind of interesting how like devs and stuff came over from Blizzard around the time of Legion, when this would have been extremely relevant as well. I don't know. I just think that's pretty interesting. Yone has a Dawnbringer skin as well? Okay. That two skins look so much inspired by WoW. It's crazy. And that's kind of what I was trying to say in my video at one point too, is like, things being similar is not a bad thing. I actually really like it. I mean, I like WoW, and I really love the character stories of Runeterra, and I like how they're similar, but I also like how they're different, you know? They have similarities, but they're still very different. And I really enjoy it. I don't know, it's cool. Sleepy Fate, thanks for subbing. What's up, Tipius? Sun Wukong's crown, known as the Golden Fillet or Jingu, is a magical tightening circlet from Journey to the West used by his master Tang Sanzang.
And more low hello pyro, hello chat. Less than 3 glad to start 2026 with all of you again.
Thanks, La Luna. Hell yeah. Oh shit, that's a 51-month reset. That's a big one. Thanks. It says 51 for me. 48 on another one. I don't know how long you've actually said. What does it say? 40, yeah, 51. That's right. Okay, so my thing is correct. Thank you. He uses it to control his unruly behavior. Yeesh. And you know what, man? My first few subs were gifts. Ah, okay. Hey, it's all right. I appreciate you guys just watching. Then I subbed because I wanted to stay. Thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed here. By the way, speaking of like fractals and stuff, every time that I fight Nexus King Salhadar, I just can't get past like his dialogue lines and everything. He so much reminds me. I can't help but think he's a fractal for Aman'Thul. Like the priest leader who declares himself a king. And he has this like dragon who's bent to his will as like his servant. And the final act of the dragon is to give him his power. Combining that with the Aurelian Soul stuff from League of Legends and how the Celestials basically bound him to use him as a weapon against the darkness. Dude. Like, I just can't help but think of Aman'Thul and Sargeras, dude. I can't. Like, Sargeras is the dragon, and Aman'Thul is Nexus King Salhadar. In his final request, his final thing is he's gonna take Sargeras' power for himself. He's gonna fucking consume that shit. That's what I'm so scared of, dude. Like, Aman'Thul could really just turn out to be, like, the bad dude. And I mean, Norgannon, you know, I put a lot on Norgannon because the whole order thing, but he might just be doing what Aman'Thul tells him to. And so, I mean, Amon was like the big bad guy of the Xel'Naga in StarCraft as well. I mean, I'm not gonna be, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised if Amon turns out to be Aman'Thul in this game. And WoW turns out to not be that nice of a guy. And they don't exactly make him out to be a nice guy. And some of his keepers are some of the most fucked up ones, like Ra and Odin, apparently. Happy New Year, Nerith. 4 years until the MMO comes out? Yo, count it down, baby. Count it down. Wonder if Illidan will have absorbed Sargeras' soul in the War Within and will look very much like Yasuo. So I think it's important to consider like how that would occur. I don't think that this would be some forceful thing. Like, he's not just gonna like take Sargeras' soul from him. If anything, Sargeras will offer him an infusion of power, and Illidan will need to take it willingly. Like, I think that's kind of where this is leading. Like, Illidan does all this stuff, shaping his own destiny or whatever, gets there of his own accord, his own will. I think that there's people that are like, he's imprisoning Sargeras. No, he fucking isn't. Literally, no, he isn't. He's just there. Like, those dialogue lines never made it into the game. That's not, he's just there. People are like, he's gonna fight Sargeras. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, he's gonna fight him? I don't know, dude. It just seems silly. Like, Illidan's gonna fight Sargeras and shit? Like, nah, bro. I think if anything, it'll be like a willing sacrifice, and Illidan will have to willingly take the power. But that could happen. That could happen. And I think that both of these things could happen. So like that, you could have Illidan take some of that power and get juiced up and then come back to Azeroth. And then you could have Aman'Thul like absorb the rest of Sargeras' power, or they like snuff him out or something like that, you know? Where like this last echo and vestige of Sargeras' power is transferred to Illidan, but then Sargeras dies. Maybe Sargeras like supernovas himself in like a fit of rage and like righteous fury, and like blows up. Like, you know, it's just like the ever-living statuette says, hope, betrayal, sacrifice. The faces change, but the tale does not. And considering that Illidan's whole story is about self-sacrifice and stuff, I just think it'll probably end up being that way for Sargeras in some capacity too, but who knows? Who knows? How powerful is an oath in WoW? I think an oath is pretty powerful. I think it depends on the culture, you know, how meaningful it is, but like to the Koreshi and to the Vrykul, I think oaths are more significant than perhaps to other cultures. And I think that there is potentially a magical binding to oaths, especially if you use like a magical relic to complete the binding, like Circe's Circlet, or Oath Binder, or an Oath Stone. I think that there's more of a magical involvement there, right? But yeah. The dragons broke theirs, so... No, they didn't. When did the dragons break their oath? The dragons fulfilled their oath, which was to use their powers given to them by the keepers and titans to stop Deathwing. It's like literally them fulfilling their oath. I don't understand what you mean. And then they had renewed oaths to, I mean, they basically are bound to Azeroth now, at least given power by Azeroth. So they're kind of, they went from that oath binding, Oathstone aspectral stuff to like now they're removed from that and they're empowered by Azeroth herself, which is pretty, I don't know, I think that's pretty cool. I'm not sure what you mean that they broke them. Wasn't the whole thing of Dragonflight was them breaking away from the Oathstones and into the well, I mean, not really. It was more that like the Oathstones are what originally gave them the power and bound them to the will of the keepers. So when they fulfilled their oath and tried to, you know, and not tried to, but defeated Deathwing, that was kind of fulfilled, right? And so their powers kind of faded away and they became mortal as we are, to a degree. They're still dragons, but I think that Dragonflight was more about going back to the Isles, kind of. I think the Oathstones were inactive, weren't they? Weren't they like broken or something? They weren't working, or they were, I don't remember exactly, but it's not like the dragons were like, we must escape them. Yeah, they tried to renew the oaths to the Titans in Dragonflight. The Pantheon didn't pick up the phone. There you go. I guess I didn't understand that. I guess I must be missing something about Dragonflight, but I don't think that Dragonflight is about the dragons like trying to break or escape from their oaths. They were, but we fixed them. All the other Flight Oathstones were inactive, but the black one was shattered because Neltharion broke the oath. Sure. 4 were inactive but reactivated. Alex couldn't activate the final one, the Mother Oathstone. Right, the one that's at Tierhold, right? It's like isn't there like a big one at Tierhold that's like all of them or what? It's like a combination of them all. So again, I don't think it's not like, I think this is like, perspective is so important when you talk about this kind of stuff, because the way that you talk about it, it makes it sound like the dragons were like afraid of their oaths or trying to break away from the Titans. That's not the case at all. The dragons were trying to reestablish their aspectralhood, if you want to call it that. But ultimately, the plot led us to a situation where like that didn't happen, and the dragons put their lives on the line to try to help protect the dream. And ultimately, apparently Azeroth was quite impressed with that. She seemed to appreciate that quite a lot. So she ends up blessing them, and they get these powers from Azeroth instead, and they make it pretty clear in the final cinematic of Yggdrasil that these are not the same powers of the Titans. The Titans have a different type of power than Azeroth. So what that kind of says to me, first of all, is that they're not really the same kind of beings as Azeroth. Like, that's a pretty heavy indicator that they're not the same. And then honestly, like when you
yo happy
Tharea,
New Year, everyone.
thank you for the 13-month resub. When you look at the way, and Tricky, thanks for the 7 months. When you look at the way that even Azeroth's soul appears compared to the other Titans, they're not the same. In fact, the only soul that looks similar is Sargeras's. So that might be a pretty important tell for like what's going on here. But not only do the souls not look the same, but they also don't have the same power. So Tusky, thanks for subbing with a Prime for 14 months, dog. Thank you. 5 torches to light the way. Sure, you could look at it that way. You could, I mean, I used to think the world trees, but there's more than 5 of those. There's also 5 paladins of the Silver Hand. I would assume that there was 5 Prime Naru. There were 5 keys used to open the way to Zereth Mortis. So there's been a lot of that. A lot of 5s. Aurelian. I was thinking Aurelian, when Pantheon command him, he still knows he's being controlled. So I was trying to understand, and wow, oath-binding creatures, now they're being forced? No. No. So oath-binding is not like a forced magic like domination. Oath-binding is something that like you enter into like willingly, and it gives like a sense of connectedness among things and like in like unity in World of Warcraft. So like the thing is that I think in World of Warcraft, basically what I perceive with Aurelian's soul is almost like a combination of oath binding and domination, where he is being controlled against his will to a degree, but he also entered into it willingly, right? So, and it's not like blue domination, like necromantic death magic or anything like that. So it's like visually different as well. So like when you're dominated in WoW, you know that you're being dominated, but there's pretty like clear indicators that you're being dominated, and like it does things to suppress your soul and the emotions that you're like feeling when you're being dominated. So it almost kind of feels like maybe what happened with the Aurelian soul is like a sort of like a combination of both, where he still has like that awareness, but it's not like they showed up and were just like, they didn't just like straight up dominate him. They still had to trick him into taking the gift to allow them control over him. But again, it seems like interacting with Runeterra is giving him this ability to like break free from it. And I think that's fascinating, because same reason I say in the video, like, I mean, Runeterra's probably got something special about it. Like, yeah, it's probably like, I see how the Watchers adapt and change, and they become almost more like humanoid and shit. Like some of the Voidborn and stuff that came over, like the ones in the Freljord are kind of like humanoid looking now, you know, like kind of look a bit like Lysandra. And I don't know. I see, I think like demons and stuff as well can take on like more human attributes too. That might require them to be bound to like flesh and a living or dead being, like what happened with Atakan and Katashli. But I don't know. I could see, what I'm basically just like trying to comment on is the connection between like immortal, spiritual, or celestial beings and mortals, and how maybe being on Runeterra, exposed to the world, exposed to the people that live there and stuff, could maybe give some more human aspects, or how the line between what is immortal and what is mortal can begin to blur, is basically just like what I'm trying to say. Which like the inherent meaning behind is just like what would the observation even mean? Well, I think what it can lead to is that like trying to think about like what can happen with immortal and spiritual beings when they do that, when this occurs, and what that could result in, and like speaking on the nature of the significance of mortality and the fluidity of energy in a cosmos where things that are mortal can become immortal and celestial or spiritual, and things that are celestial and spiritual and immortal could potentially become mortal. And like how there's almost like a spectrum that can exist there, where maybe you go from like mortal to spiritual to celestial, or, you know, or it could be a triangle or something like that. What is the structure? What is the fundamental nature of different forms of existence and life, more in mortals, spiritual things like demons and yordles, and like Nagekeboros and like celestial beings like Aurelian Soul. And you know, are the heavens and the celestial cosmos, you know, it's one domain here, and then like obviously you have the earthly domain, and then you have like a mirror image of the earthly domain, heavily associated with the moon, it seems, where it's like spiritual. So like, and how do those domains interact with one another? Where do they bleed together? And is it possible that certain beings are combinations of those things, right? Like an aspect, for instance, is a mortal being connected with celestial power. So like you have the celestial and the mortal existing simultaneously, with one generally seeking dominance over the other, as far as I understand it, dominating the will of the vessel, right? You know, I kind of just look at the same thing with like Atakan, where you have the spiritual and the mortal bound together as in a single entity as well. So I just think it's fascinating to think about how those things, I mean, Darkin are another good example. They're like celestial and mortal, but then they also take an additional like mortal vessel. It's like they were mortal, right? Then they became immortal and celestial. And then obviously being bound into weapons is like conduits to connect to other things. Like, it's just, I just think it's fun to look at how all those things interact with one another, and like what, I don't know what that could mean anyway. Speaking about tier hold makes me so hyped for what they're cooking with Robo tier. Righteous outrage against the Titans. Yes, please. I could definitely see tier. I mean, I look at tier as someone who could very well have like a genuine sense of like justice and doing what is right. I think I see the same thing in Agramar. Agramar a bit reminds me of like an Anduin type character. Sargeras like a Varian character. Where Agramar is meant to like maybe learn some lessons and embody a temperance that Sargeras maybe lacks. Maybe a sense of diplomacy that's also missing. And so I could definitely see Tyr questioning, you know, the Titans themselves, their actions. And who knows, yeah, never mind. Do you have any tips on how to avoid pitfalls and overthinking too much? Like solving a riddle but trying to stay on a certain path and not redefining the riddle itself? Yeah, source your arguments. Have sources. I also don't really like the idea of overthinking. It's possible, sure, but I don't think that when most people are speculating that they're overthinking. So I think that's just generally a way for people to dismiss something that is more complicated than they want to admit. So Happy New Year, Exhale. Yeah, just always source things. You can't, it's like, I don't think that you're likely to overthink as long as you're able to use quotes, examples for what you're talking about, right? I mean, if you have evidence to support the idea that what is being thought about exists, or proof that it exists, then you're not overthinking it, are you? You know, it exists. So yeah, and comparing and contrasting sources is very important. World of Warcraft is not a game or a universe that you can just read one thing and know all the answers. And I think that there's a lot of people that want that to be the case. And it's kind of like real life. That's just not how it works. You know, you can read one historical account and perspective, but ultimately that's not going to be corroborated by other ones. Or it may be, right? It might be, it might not be. And so you can kind of figure out what's true and what isn't by contrasting sources. So it also is like, it's kind of, it depends, right? Like, depends what you're talking about. Like, some things I think warrant a little bit more thought because they're deeper, more complex things. But like, yeah, I mean, not everything is like a mile deep mystery, you know? Like, it's not everything is like that. Some things are just kind of straightforward, but Yeah. Something that gets me curious is how do life on other planets affect Void, if at all, since Runeterra makes them adapt so much? Yeah, I would love to learn more about the other planets, because I've seen like little celestial models and stuff like hanging in Jace's room and shit like that. His lab or whatever you want to call it in Arcane. So there's definitely other worlds, and Aurelian Soul talks about how this world, I think he's saying this world is more static and evolution hasn't caught on as much, which is interesting to say. Which gave me the impression that like other worlds have had significantly more evolution, and I don't know exactly what he means by that, but I could see, you know, I'd like to kind of know what lives on other worlds. Like, is there a world that's like, is there a world for like demons? Is there a world for like, I don't know, like I guess that'd be the spirit world or whatever, but I don't know, I think it's fascinating. Like in World of Warcraft, for instance, would there be a whole world where it's like Khaz'goroth's world and like everything there is made by him or something like that? Or, you know, and like how would life forms differ there? What would the world look like differently? Like what kind of different advancements would exist there as like in a vacuum or something? I don't know. Like in Final Fantasy 14, there's like a whole world that's like dragons come from there, called the Dragon Star. That's a kind of a spoiler. I probably shouldn't have said that, but yeah. So yeah, there's like, I would love to know. And maybe they're more similar to Runeterra than you'd think, but I don't know. Who do you think Helia might be a fractal of? I mean, one that comes to mind, honestly, is Elune. Or Musha, you know? Same thing. Yeah, I mean, that's mostly like, that's mostly what I would say that. I would say her. Thing I struggle with most is I head out to look for evidence in one place and end up snowballing into a completely different direction. I mean, it's easy with how much lore there is, how many different sources there are. It's a lot, man. On WoW Wiki, it says Helia's physical form was shattered when she became a Valkyr, a spectral entity. Could it be something that happened to Elune? Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, think about it like this. In the Troll Heritage questline, there exists, I'm pretty sure, a fractal for Anshe and Musha. Some would say that it's actually like Argus and Sargeras, which is also possible. It just throws me off that Lukao is a female character. And Lukao, there's these two Loa, Lukao and Kevo Yasiti, and they're brother and sister, I think. And Kevo Yasiti is like missing. And Lukao is like fractured into a bunch of pieces by the ogres, the ogre magi of Mogosh Bounty or whatever the fuck it's called. And the questline's about working with Kevo Yasiti to find the different fragments of Lukao and put her back together. And she uses like green, what I think is like, it almost looks like fell fire. It's like nature fire or something, or nature mat. I don't know exactly what it is. But I know that there's part of the story is that like Lukao and Kevo Yasiti got in an argument about something. And Kevo Yasiti left very angry. And when he came back, Lukao was shattered into a bunch of pieces. So what I take from that is a potential fractal that like Anshe and Musha got into some kind of argument. They might have got into some kind of fight about something. And I imagine it's like an Asa Cloudsinger G Firepaw kind of fight where they probably got in an argument about the philosophy of what to do about their ailing Earth Mother. And I would assume that that's Azeroth. So there's probably a difference in opinion between them of like taking immediate action and being a bit reckless and committing to a direction, and another one where the other, Musha, Lukao, was probably like more wanting to be patient, to think about it more, to devise more of a plan. And I feel like that's what they're trying to show you as a contrast between Asa and G is that exact thing. Firepaw, and one that, like, you know, Asa's more Cloud Singer. You know, I feel like even thematically they align pretty well. And there could be a situation, you know, we're told from the Tauran mythology, which who knows how true that is, but that Anshe was wounded by the darkness and it struck out at his heart. I don't know if that's so literal. I think that might be figurative, that he was like, he basically, how do I put this? That like he turned to a method, even though he's light and fire, he turned to darkness in his heart because he was so distraught by what happened that it kind of led him to a dark path, if you get what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that he was literally wounded, but they say that Musha is supposed to follow him and heal him and be his secret strength. And so I imagine that there is a story where they got into a fight and they didn't agree about what to do. And that might have been very extreme, burning the cosmos, or even like, you know, think about like a brother and a sister whose mother is on like potentially like life support, or, you know, taken by the darkness, and one of them saying, let's give her more time and see if there's something we can come up with, and the other one saying, maybe we should just pull the plug. And like, just imagine how much of a conflict could arise out of that type of interaction. So I think that Anshe probably at one point like left Musha, and when he did, it left her lonely, very lonely, and vulnerable. And when we're lonely and when we're vulnerable, there are people that will seek to take advantage of that. And I think that's probably where the Titans could have come in, as, you know, another group of entities to be like, hey, you know, we can help you. And then I'd love it if they even took it another layer where like they made a deal, you know, there's sisters involved with Eonar and the Winter Queen, or the Winter Queen was taken hostage as the Blue Child, you know, disappears for a while and comes back as a completely new, different being, right? That the White Lady doesn't even recognize, and that's from the human legends, lullaby or whatever, kind of fairy tale, is where that comes from. But I just kind of like to think that, yo, Taro, thank you very much for subbing for butts for 55 months, man. I appreciate that. I like to think that in WoW, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to, like, every story has some truth in it. Like, the Tauran mythology has some truth in it. The White Lady and the Blue Child fairy tale from humans, I think there's some truth in there. Like, the whole thing is not to be meant to be taken as just like, this is the story, right? But it's more like, you have this one, and you have this story that mirrors this well. What happened here? Take a look at this one, and I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take all of these different perspectives and find out what they have in common and find out what they have different. And I think that through that, you can kind of begin to perceive the truth of the narrative that happened, of the actual events that happened, because otherwise you just look at one and you're like, oh, well, that's the answer, but that's not really the truth. It's not really that simple. That's just how one group saw this series or sequence of events. So that's one of the things I very much enjoy about World of Warcraft, and frankly, one of the things that I enjoy about studying Runeterra is I feel like it's actually kind of similar in that, like, you're not just going to read one thing that gives you all the answers. So I got on this topic because you asked me about Elun's physical form being shattered, and there exists a story that I think, and I could be wrong, of course, as with anything, but I think is meant to be like symbolic of what happened somewhere else. Anshe struck by darkness could also mean he was Titan forged and became the ordered dim form we see on the Pantheon picture. It could, But it said, you know, it kind of makes it sound like he was struck by, it makes it sound like the darkness in the world is basically like the old gods, and that like he's corrupted by them. And that's part of where I came up with the idea that maybe Sargeras is in some way corrupted by the nightmare. The nightmare's themes, I think, can be pretty easily looked at as like, you know, not only like darkness and corruption, but also rage and like blind rage, as we see with like Ursak, and chaos, and yeah, nightmares. Obviously, the nightmare is nightmares. Wow, who would have thought? But you know, is Sargeras internally corrupted by nightmare? Is it because he wields a sword that is full of those energies? You know, like so yeah. That's such a cool idea that Sarg allowed himself to be dominated / work for the Titans because they had Azeroth or Elune or someone he cared about and threatened to harm them, maybe even hiding them away so Sarg didn't know where they were. It explains his crusade to find them and why he took the first opportunity to kill them. Also explains why he was torturing their souls for information. He couldn't find the world of Azeroth. Think about that. It was apparently shrouded from him. He had to search and search and search and search. He couldn't find it. And you know, that really, when I was reading the Aurelian Soul story, I was like, whoa, the crown pushes him away from Runeterra and he can't come near the world anymore? Hold on a second. When I read that, I was like, that's actually fucking insane. I hadn't even thought about that in the same, like, I hadn't related that. I took the opportunity to relate that to Sargeras of like, wait a second. He didn't know where Azeroth was. We have images of Aman'Thul kind of seemingly weaving some kind of shroud around the world, like they hid it away from him. He wasn't supposed to find it. So, I mean, it's possible that that's what Azeroth is, or something along those lines. But yeah, I mean, I like to think that the story is deeper than just we do order because we do order. You know? I don't think that's as compelling. I think the Naru are significantly more interesting once you mix in the story, you know, about Xal'atath and the Void and the deception and stuff like that. And I think the Titans are more interesting if they're not just one-dimensional. Like, it seems like there's some people who just want like one. It's funny because they complain that things are one-dimensional, but then they complain when they're complex as well. So, like, some people, they just don't, like, you can't please them. But like, I don't really want the Titans to just be one-dimensional. I think that's kind of boring. I don't think that many things are one-dimensional, even if they try to make themselves out to be. And I think that this is also like kind of potentially the outcome of like an ordered cosmos. You know, the light denying the void, life and death in some ways kind of going against each other. When they should be connected on, and then they are connected on a fundamental level. So it feels like almost like these forces in the universe that are supposed to bounce off one another are more like set. I don't know, maybe that's how it's supposed to be, but they're more like, rather than unity, the cosmos is divided. Like, Zoval was kind of right, I think, that the powers in the cosmos are supposed to bind to each other and find unity and stability. They're not supposed to be independent and individual and polarized and like resistant of one another, because it leads to conflict. And like, if it's just eternal conflict, we might end up just destroying ourselves inevitably. Like, that might just be where the path leads. So a cosmos that's divided, one that does not have unity, that's been shattered into fragments, I'm not sure that that's really how that's supposed to be. So in a way, again, I think Zoval was kind of right. And that was his thoughts and opinions before he was ever dominated, from what I can tell. So he originally wanted to unite the Shadowlands because he realized the Shadowlands was divided. And that's part of it's why I say the Shadowlands is like a fractal for everything else. The Shadowlands is divided, but it's also a microcosm of the cosmos. The cosmos is also divided. It's something that was formerly supposed to be unified, and it's been shattered into pieces that are kind of set up as diametrically opposed to one another in their most polarized monopolar forms. and they're unstable, and it's dangerous. And I also think it's important to understand that the cosmic beings that exist out there are not the cosmic force themselves. I had someone leave a comment on my video today like, well, how can the cosmic forces not be good or evil when like the Naru do this or the Titans do that? And like, they don't, he's like, unless those beings aren't the cosmic forces themselves. And I responded, I was like, yeah, they're not the cosmic forces. Like it's that simple. You have it right. Like they're not. They're just people who wield power. They're things, they're beings that wield power, but they're not the power itself. If they were, they would be gods, but they're not. They're more godlike, but they're not gods. They are not these powers. They are beings infused with and beings that use these powers, but they're not the powers themselves. The Titans are not order. The Titans may align themselves with order. They may use cosmic energies to bring about order, but are they literally order itself? No. It's like the same thing that I would say for like Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks eats fear. Fiddlesticks is an embodiment of fear. Fiddlesticks knows how to pull upon your fears, but is Fiddlesticks fear itself? No. I don't believe so. No. Because then Fiddlesticks exists in everybody. If he is fear and everyone has fear, then Fiddle is in everyone. I don't think that's the case. He's a demon that is extremely powerful because he encompasses the generic category that is fear, which pretty much every living thing has fear. But ultimately, is Fiddlesticks fear? I don't think so. I don't think so. Also explains why he stabs the planet when he realizes he's about to be taken by the Titans again, maybe trying to break the prison. And again, it doesn't mean that Sargeras is necessarily like right, but it can be written as like a gray storyline when you are forced to do horrible things that you wouldn't otherwise do in order to try to protect the ones you love. It doesn't mean that what you're doing is right, but man, it puts it in perspective, doesn't it? It makes it make more sense, right? Instead of he just went crazy and decided to burn the cosmos, there being some greater depth to that, I think would be nice. And I'd say the same thing for the Titans and how they've interacted with the cosmos. It's hard for something to maintain that one dimension. The more story you build out, eventually you stumble into some complexity. Yeah, the deeper the reasoning, the deeper the meaning. I mean, it just gets deeper. Things don't get more simple. They get more complicated. Yeah. There has to be a reason behind it. Right. Also, it's not the same with Elune? What exactly isn't? Wonder if that's related to how Emperor Xiaohao hid Pandaria, a fractal. I would wager that it is. I'd wager that it is. And shit, you can even take it and turn it around and be like, Sargeras knew where that shit was, but he hid it from them, and then they tried to wrest control of him to find a way to fucking get into it, to get access to Azeroth so they could go order that bitch. Dude, if it turns out that Sargeras was involved at all in the original creation of this world, I'll lose my fucking mind. Think about it. Aurelian Soul can forge stars and shit like that. That's part of why I was making that connection of like, I don't really have a reason to believe that someone like Sargeras can't wield a power or has not wielded or couldn't learn to wield a power like that. To forge stars or to create, like, I don't know, dude. Like, it would just be crazy if he was in some way involved in the primordial creation of the world, maybe alongside Musha or something before the Titans ever showed up. Now, who knows? I wonder if the Titans being ordered is similar to how the Night Elves were ordered. Not a singular traumatic event, but a slow change over time due to exposure. Yeah, sure. I mean, the Koreshi, I'd say the same thing. What's up, Rio? I wonder if that Sargeras story is true. What are your thoughts on Aman'Thul and the Titans and their origins and endgame? Well, one thing that I like to toy around with is the idea, and this is kind of independent of the other thing that we were discussing, is the idea that the Titans are actually fragments of Elune. That they're actually broken pieces of her. And that if they were to all combine, that's what Elune would be. But I think there's also evidence to the contrary, like the fact that Elune is seemingly communing with the Winter Queen through Tyrande so she seems to be her own individual entity already. So it's harder to sell, you know, that kind of idea. But I think the Titans are, I think, likely an incredibly old race. In fact, some of the magazine descriptions of the Titans, that's what they say they are. They're like an ancient celestial race. So we think the Koreshi are old, right? We think the Draenei are old. But time, man, time has been happening for a while. And so I see the Titans as potentially an ancient energy-based race that appears to mortals at this point as godlike, but they're not really gods. They're like ethereals to the 1000th degree. They're significantly more powerful, more influential. And once you have one Titan who's like ascended to a certain power, you know, I guess I consider the possibility that you could then go around to other worlds, pick the leaders of civilizations or something. Like could Velen have become like a Titan in time? Maybe. Could Ashara have become like a Titan in time? Like if you were to cast off your mortal shell and like become an energy-based being who is a master of sorcery and cosmic magic and like join this like godlike pantheon that travels the cosmos. Like, I guess what I'm saying is that I'm starting to consider them as potentially, rather than things that just existed all of a sudden, things that perhaps even formerly mortal beings who became immortal in a way that is similar to the Koreshi. Like the Koreshi turn into energy beings because of radiation exposure to their shields, right? The transmutation that's occurring through them is irradiating them and turning them into magic slowly, but it's slowly. If it wasn't slow, they'd probably just be burned away and destroyed, right? But it's very gradual. So I'd imagine that the Titans, based on a couple things, right? Based on the idea that there are other Zareth locations, if that is true, which I don't know that it really needs to be, but if it is true, and Farim is right, then Zareth Ordis may very well exist. Odin writes that mortals couldn't conceive of the gifts granted to the Titans by the makers in Zareth Ordis. So Odin also believes that Zareth Ordis is a thing. Odin could be wrong, but if it is a thing, it's possible that similar to the Ethereals finding their way to the Shadowlands, finding their way into Zareth Mortis, it's possible that to some degree the Titans, or that whatever race they were before, found their way into Zareth Ordis. And by using the mechanisms in there, they were able to turn themselves into like celestial, like cosmic energy beings or something like that. So I try to consider basically any avenue that I can for how they became the way that they are, because there is precedent set already for mortal beings to become immortal magical beings. And that's not just a World of Warcraft thing, by the way. That's a thing in Runeterra as well. So, yeah. Hopefully that can answer the question. And what their end game is. I think ultimately their end game could have changed at some point. I think that there is a possibility that earlier on the Titans did have a benevolent goal. I do think that it's possible that their intent is to try to essentially remove conflict from the cosmos, to basically eradicate war through order. But I think the problem with that is that in order to accomplish such a thing, they are using methods that would potentially eradicate free will and accelerate the cosmos towards heat death. And that's pretty terrifying. So while their intention could be good, that they're basically trying to mechanize the cosmos in such a way that conflict and assimilate everything such that conflict doesn't exist anymore, that what you would have to sacrifice in order to accomplish that is not worth it. And for our perspective as mortals, it's absolutely not worth it. It's not worth the trade-off. But what are they doing with Azeroth? Lots of different ideas, right? Maybe they are just trying to get her to awaken to stave off the void. Maybe they're trying to influence her with order so that they can control her. Maybe they tried to sedate her and keep her asleep so that the cosmic, re-origination, like reset, if she's the creator and destroyer. So maybe that doesn't happen because now they're immortal and, maybe they're trying to keep that cycle going permanently or stop the cycle so that they can exist forever. Maybe they're afraid of non-existence, or dying, as it were. Like they don't have the same kind of afterlife that we do. Not that ours is great necessarily, but I can only imagine that maybe there's a bit of a fear for them of like, what happens when we don't exist? Like, where do we go? Maybe even they don't have the answers to everything. I like the idea that they have tried to use her as a gigantic transmutation device. Imagine if you took the Dark Heart, or better yet, an upgraded Dark Heart that was basic. Think about if you took a Philosopher's Stone, which is basically an alchemical transmutation device that allows you to transmute one substance to anything else. You can literally do anything. Cosmic alchemy with a Philosopher's Stone, anything is possible. You can turn dirt into gold if you want to. I like the idea that they've used her as this gigantic fucking cosmic like forge transmutation device to basically take energy from other worlds and transmute it and send it back out through like the twisting nether or something, interdimensional ley lines or something like that, in order to order the cosmos, using her as like a nexus to like order everything, right? I feel like, I don't know, I feel like you kind of see that with like the Forge of Origination being like the center point for the re-origination of the world. I feel like there's always a mechanism. There's always like a machine, like the machine of origination that Zoval is going to use, or Azeroth itself on the cosmic level. These are all things that I could see being the case. So basically capturing and utilizing her as a means to like get in fully established control over the cosmos, basically. Could they have trapped her inside of some kind of mechanism to use her as like a power source, like a Dyson sphere, hyper advanced civilization, hypothetical technology type shit? Maybe. And what would they use that to do? I would assume enforce and maintain a status quo in the cosmos where order is the supreme cosmic force. And Dave Kosak said to me when I interviewed him that, if you look at the cosmos and like the forces as they conflict and fight with one another.
Happy New Year, Pirustia, Piru Party, Piru Burn.
Thanks, Gamba Blade. Thanks, Happy New Year, and thanks for the 7-month sub. If you look at the cosmic cosmic conflict and the entities that exist there, he said that you'd basically like basically the Titans are like the winners so far. Like the Titans have been, and I think that this is something that many players don't grasp, that like the Titans have been winning. Like if they've ordered the Shadowlands, if they've ordered the Emerald Dream, if they've ordered Azeroth in reality and a million other worlds, like it seems like their influence is one of the most like widely felt in the entire cosmos, especially in the physical universe. Like they defeat and bind the Legion. Like that's a big fucking deal. Like, and their main enemy's out of the picture for now. Yeah, like Azeroth as well, like subdued under the control, not control necessarily, but the bindings of order, similar to the primal dragons, trapped in those stasis pods. Like people, I think, just they're too interested in trying to like take a moral standpoint and align themselves with what they think is good or evil, rather than just trying to look at like the influence that these things have on the cosmos. it's like, oh, the Titans are evil all of a sudden. It's like, you're kind of, first of all, not really, but you're kind of missing the point. You're kind of missing the point. Shinzai, thank you for gifting 5 subs, dude. Thanks so much. Sindel, thanks for the follow. It's not really even about good or evil. It's about influence. It's about the power and influence that they have over the others. But what advantage do the Titans have that other cosmic forces don't? The ability to exist and affect reality in a meaningful way. The ability to move through reality in order to exist as an energy form in reality the way that they do, I would assume. And that's kind of what's said in Chronicles. It's why they say that they think that the Void Lords hate them, because they're envious of their ability to go into reality and, like, shape worlds and stuff. So I would assume it's that. I would also think that if they do have control of Azeroth, that could be a pretty important thing. So they're pretty intelligent. Yeah, I think they have a lot of foresight. They also are tapped into a bunch of different aspects. I would say that their involvement with, like, life and light and death looks huge. I think that their involvement with other cosmic forces as they've expanded their influence is pretty important as well. Light, I think, is a pretty important part of this whole thing. The light has struck a bargain with the enemy of all. I don't know. I think it's... I'm not sure what to think. The enemy of all could be the Legion. It could be the Titans. Hell, it could be the Void, but I just don't see the bargain. I just don't get that. So... yeah, I think that allegiances and stuff, I think that's what a lot of it'll probably come down to, is when one, you know, group of beings makes a deal with another one, like the Titans working with Elune, or with the Naru, or with Sargeras, you know, if he isn't one of them truly. I think all of these things are important. I don't see the Void really trying to make allies very much. Nor do I really see that with Death. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's almost like asking, like, what advantage did the Romans have over everyone else? Influence? The ability to conscript and integrate people into their society, and, like, I don't know, they just kept expanding. Like, they just kept expanding. But it doesn't mean that the Titans are infallible. Like, it doesn't mean that they can't lose. It doesn't mean that there's no weakness, because there is. But it I think it's, I mean, it seems pretty clear to me that, like, they spread their influence enough and ordered other realms enough that, like, they're winning in this cosmic conflict. Hello? No, such as? What are you saying? You haven't said anything. It'd be nice if we learned the history of some of these extinguished worlds the Titans re-originated. That'd be tight. The Titans working with the Light too has tipped the scales unexpectedly for the other forces. Yeah, I mean, they've unbalanced the cosmos, which is funny because Rygalon says, like, your deeds have unbalanced the harmony of the cosmos. And it's funny because the balance and harmony that he's referring to is not balance and harmony. It's control. It's order. It's just like, it's what he thinks is balance and harmony. But there is no balance. There is no balance in a cosmos that's ordered. Titans have made it hard for the others to come back up as well. Suppressing them. Controlling, I think really a lot of this comes down to controlling how energy moves in the cosmos. Right? Like, what ultimately gives a group power, I think controlling resources is a big part of that, right? So if they control the flow of souls in the cosmos, one of the most raw forms of power, you know, you control the water, you control the people. You know, the Titans, they control the water, the electricity, the oil, they control everything. You know what I'm saying? So like they control the you know, in a sense, the food sources. Like they control it all. So I think, you know, as you, I mean, they're I don't know. I see them as like they're kind of like an expansionist empire. Should they win at the end? No. Of course not. What? No. If they win, free will cease to exist. No. The Titans should not win at the end. God, I hope not. Unless there's more to, but again, the Titans, saying the Titans is kind of reductive. I think that you can still have different opinions from different beings in the Pantheon as well. Like, do I think that Eonar and Khazgaroth have the exact same mentality and opinions on what should be done as Aman'Thul and Norgannon? No, I don't think that. I think that there's going to be nuance among the Titans. And I've said this for a while, and I still do it myself, but we should probably stop saying the Titans, because it seems to me that they've illustrated enough that they can be independent of one another. They can have disagreements. They're supposed to be able to, at least I think. That's the point of a council. If everyone in a council just always agrees all the time, what's the point of the council? Like, it doesn't matter. You're just a hive mind at that point. Like, it's not, there has to be dissension. There has to be people who have different opinions and viewpoints. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point? The council is moot. You should just have a dictator at that point. Just have one person who controls it all. So I think that's more like what Norgannon and Aman'Thul would want them to be. But ultimately, I think that it'll end up being more complicated than that. So, like, there are Titans that I trust more than others in their natural form. Like, I have developed a sense of appreciation for Khazgaroth in this expansion specifically. I don't really know what to think about Golganeth yet because he hasn't been characterized that much. Aman'Thul is made out in history to be quite a dickhead, but some of the behavior that I see from him at the seat of the Pantheon may suggest otherwise. Norgannon appears to be the most orderly among them, the most associated with frost and control magics like domination and direct order and probably like rules and stuff. But Aman'Thul is the one I would assume who actually says what the edicts are. Like, this is the fucking rules. You know, how much Norgannon influences him, I'm not really sure. But he seems more like the machine kind of god of domination and machinery. So I was also thinking as well, why are machines used so much? Whether by the Ethereals, whether by the first ones, whether by the Scourge in the case of like Torghast, the Jailer, the Legion, and I was thinking about this. Maybe machines are the most efficient way to utilize and transfer energy. Maybe it's the most efficient method. Like a machine with its measurements and specifications and like operating parameters and stuff like that might be necessary for the most efficient transmutation. Like, I was thinking, like, why do the demons use, maybe because they're just used to them? Anyway, so I was thinking, why does the Legion use soul engines? Like, what is the point? When machines don't have a soul, they can't gain free will? No. You guys aren't understanding what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the Titans anymore. I'm saying when we talk about magical things, like I don't know how else to put this. Why do you use machines to transmute souls to Fel? Why do you use machines to transmute souls to Void? Why do you use machines to transmute Arcane to Void? Why is there so many machines? And what I'm trying to say is that a machine is probably more efficient when you can perform transmutation in like a closed controlled system. It's precise. Exactly. right? It doesn't mean that machines have perfect efficiency, but that perhaps they are one of the most efficient methods, method, if you want to call it that, to do such a thing. Because I was just trying to think, like, why does the Legion use machines? Like, that's fucking weird. And you can connect it to the Eridar if you want to, but I think it just comes down to efficiency. And I think machines are easily controllable too. Sure, but this doesn't have anything to do with control. Like, I'm talking about the efficient transference of energy. That's it. Like, that's it. That's all I'm talking about. It has nothing to do. I'm talking just about the movement of energy from one state to another. Like the same way that we burn fossil fuels inside of a fucking combustion engine. And we find ways, we fine-tune the machine to make it more efficient, right? Whereas like if you're not using things, if you're not causing chemical reaction inside of a closed system that can harness the energy released from it, what's going to happen to some of the energy? It's going to be lost, right? So I just think it's the reason why I'm thinking about it is because perhaps you can take from it some lessons about efficient energy transfer in the cosmos is basically the purpose of it. Would it also mean that the Titans aren't that good with magic? Again, this is not just the Titans. I'm talking about anyone who uses machines for magic. Anyone. Same reason we use machines for efficiency. Machines. Efficiency, time, and constant repeatable result. Yes. The keystone siphons energies and redistributes. Essence, matter, information, consciousness. To this device, they are all the same. From StarCraft 2. Right. It's just, it's important to think about why machines are so prevalent. I'm really just trying to push an understanding of energy dynamics in World of Warcraft. Like, they don't just use machines because Blizzard thought that'd be cool. They don't just use machines because they must have been influenced by the Titans. That's the only answer. Machines are being used, I think, because it's more efficient. And because depending on the machine, they can almost like universally harness energy. Like in the case of what Zaxxas is saying in StarCraft 2, almost anything. Essence, matter, information, consciousness itself. You can basically design machines that can process all of it. So, again, there's not really like necessarily like a big revelation here that I'm trying to like push to you. It's just more thinking about why we see the prevalence of machines and how they're being used. Like, Forge Weaver Araz is using a ritual forge in order to transmute arcane energy to void because it's the most efficient way of doing it. The Titans use soul forges in order to transmute souls to fel because it's the most efficient way to do it. I mean, it's kind of, I would say you could probably pick almost any fucking machine and use that and say the same thing. Light transmits energy via great/world trees. Sure, not everything is a machine, but you could definitely look at organic systems as similar to machines, I would think. So having some kind of vessel for the transmutation of energy is beneficial, I think, no matter what. Transport 1,000 demons with a ship versus 1,000 portals. It's kind of what I'm saying. How about transport? It's more about transport demons with a single ship. It's not about the number of demons or the number of portals. It's about the efficiency of energy that you're using. What is a more efficient use of energy? a warp drive that can take you right where you want, immediately powered by converted souls inside of a machine, inside of an engine, or holding open a portal that you have to hold and sustain and allow the demons to walk through. And right, it's not even necessarily the number, it's about how much energy you're burning to accomplish it. So I think that the energy like lost, like the total energy spent to accomplish the same thing is less. It's more efficient. More energy is going to be lost in something that is not accomplished with a machine. And so that might be part of why the Titans do use machinery so much, is because they're kind of looking for maximum efficiency pretty much at all times. Like, they want to basically mechanize and make efficient anything that they possibly can. And hell, that might even be why, like, they made Titan Forged and shit like that, because they developed this view that, like, it's the most efficient means of energy, you know, usage. You remind me of ley patterns from the RPG, non-canon, I know, but they're these great big energy signatures that achieve a specific goal more effectively than anything else. Meanwhile, Galakron's heart can transmute just as well as a machine. Well, it's because the dark heart of Galakron, if you want to call it that, it basically is a little machine. Like, I don't see them as different. Like, when I look at the dark heart, I do see to me, it is kind of a machine. It might not be like a combustion engine with like pistons and fucking, you know, cylinders and all that shit, but like, I do think it's sort of like a machine. Souls could carry a greater density of energy. I mean, think about it. Machine is literally defined in dictionaries as any device that transmits a force or directs its application. I think this is exactly what Blizz wants us to understand, that these are things that Titans use to direct and transmute order, or that any other creature uses to transmit a specific cosmological force. Yeah, and I think, again, it's about efficiency, because it's not that you can't accomplish some of these things in order to move and transfer energy, but you're going to lose energy. It's not as efficient. Do I think the Dark Heart is as efficient as other machines that exist? No. But do I consider it to be like a little handheld machine? Yeah, I kind of do. I do. The Burning Legion was full of highly skilled engineers when you consider the stuff they made. Well, yeah, the Eridar. You can thank the Eridar for that. They were building soul-powered robots before they left their world. So, the idea that they can build, you know, engines that can convert souls to fel, which is that's what the soul engines are, you know, yeah, I can absolutely see it. 1 soul to the continent rather than 200 souls to the mile. I bet the machines are easily repurposed. Soul engines without their fel runes, but with arcane ones, do the same, but for someone else. Imagine Norg spreading those machines via the Legion only to use them himself in the end, everywhere in the cosmos. Yeah, repurposing a machine, taking it for your own agenda. And I mean, ultimately, that's kind of what the Jailer did with the Forge of Origination, right? He shows up and he juices it with Azerite and soul power and stuff, and he's going to use it to dominate the whole cosmos. He basically dominates the machine itself. So you can kind of see how, like, that can get real scary. I think that's literally what the Zareths are for. I kind of agree. They're built and exist as an array to basically, like, tap into the entire cosmic structure and rewrite. I mean, I don't think I personally think that the Shadowlands final, like, conflict, the final fight it's way bigger than people tend to realize. Like, I do not think that many people appreciate the gravity of what was about to happen and what exactly Zoval was tapping into. Like, this guy was essentially said to be tapping into an array of 6 or 7 different forges that he was going to spread domination to and dominate the entire fucking universe. Like, everything. Like, as a giant machine array to just order everything. And again, Rygallon saying, through death will come order. Like, Zoval was basically going to turn Azeroth into a demiurge of death. He wasn't going to turn Azeroth. He was going to... the entire fucking cosmos. It's not even localized to Azeroth. Literally everything. Like the everything. Pretty big deal. The ethereals are a good insight to the combination of magic and tech, sure. True, the Dark Heart had to be coded to work a specific way and perform a specific task. The Burning Legion was full of, and the Primus, yeah. The fact it's portable and that efficient, it's a miracle of machination. Yeah, but it could have been better. I think what Deathwing ended up making in the Dragon Soul was even more impressive. I guess that's why they stopped using the full name as well, to disconnect it from the mortal being and make it appear like a machine. Dark Heart of Galakron, sure. Isn't that kind of what Mother does with the Chamber of Azeroth to zap N'Zoth? I mean, I would say that's similar, yeah, I guess. I think that machines have the distinct advantage of operating in absentia. Like, the Titans don't personally have to be present to operate them and have the desired outcome. So I think it's more about efficiency in terms of how many parallel tasks can be run at large scale. They basically got Azeroth getting reprogrammed on like a multi-core processor. Sure, I think that's an aspect of it as well, but I would still say that it's related to efficiency. Like, you still have to, the Legion machines, like, someone is operating the Soul Engine. Like, someone is there working it. It has control panels and people looking over it for a reason. Like, the thing is, the Titans, they don't just make machines and then leave them. They leave keepers, they leave Titanforge to watch over them. Like, the Ringing Deeps is a good example of this, how, like, you basically have to sustain them. You can't leave them completely absent. The machine can't service itself. So you have to basically have drones that service it, and you have to incorporate a mechanism that allows the drones to be serviced. Hence the Awakening machine. But yeah, you can't, the machine will not fix itself. So you say in absentia, but only really in their absence, not really complete absence. You still need something to keep up, to upkeep, perform maintenance. And you need an energy source. That's right. That's right. And the energy source, you know, in a lot of cases on Azeroth with machines, it's Azeroth. Many people don't know this, but the Forge of Wills in Chronicle is said to draw upon the essence of Azeroth itself. So it's not just, it doesn't just make Titanforge from nothing. The maintenance would be performed by the Constellars. Maybe. I see Constellars more as like, almost more like management AI. Something that's more meant to acknowledge and diagnose and dispatch solutions, especially in the most extreme cases. I really see the Titanforge more as like the maintenance. Yeah, you could definitely see Constellars as like middle managers or something, sure. Yeah, I would see the Titanforge. I mean, we have examples of the Titanforge being the main. I mean, think about what Brynth says. They set us to be maintenance drones. Like, she literally says it. So yeah, I would say like the Earthen are the maintenance drones. I'd say Vrykul to a large extent are like the security. I'd say the Keepers are, you know, the foot soldier managers. Then you got the Constellars at like middle managers or whatever. And then you got the Titans as like the board of directors. Having the Titans design a nearly perfect closed loop on energy, the Shadowlands, the Manifold, if new souls aren't getting in or escaping, they're being used over and over, right? Yeah, but I think that as efficient as they've made it, I don't think they're capable of making something that doesn't lose energy. I don't think it's possible. I think there will always be, not that energy is lost as in it ceases to exist, but that it's radiated out of the system. I don't know if they're capable of creating a perfectly closed loop on energy. And ultimately, my fear is that it's not really so much of a loop as it is a finite, like a battery. Something that eventually is going to run out of energy. It's going to run out of power. And when it does, because the more natural mechanisms that sustained it in the first place are not able to occur, it's going to stop functioning. The machine itself is going to shut down. And that's what terrifies me, is that we're supposed to have a cosmos, in my opinion, that is self-cyclical, that is efficient in its own way, and the Titans have imposed their will upon it in such a way that it distorts, like, the natural cycle, and it replaces it with an unnatural one that might be more efficient for their purposes, but ultimately is not going to, like, result in something good. So I'm afraid that it's effectively, like, it's gonna fuck the universe up. Like, I'm really worried that, like, they're gonna lead us to an end where there is no more cycle. There is no new beginning. It just ends. And that's it. And that's what scares the shit out of me. Like, rather than having something that is permanently, like, moving energy through it and exchanging and radiating and absorbing and interacting with itself, it's now a line, and the power source is not being replenished, right? And I think that's what I like to think that, to a degree, Sargeras kind of did. He kind of was trying to replenish that power source, or put part of the mechanism back together so that it worked properly or something. Like, the existing mechanism had been disabled or had a component of it removed that was fucking it up. So instead of the cosmos working in a loop, it started to work in a line. And we're moving along from high energy state to low energy and non-existence. And that's what scares me, is that the system's supposed to be a self-sustained eternal construct, and it's been interrupted. And the way that they're fucking with it is going to ruin that. And frankly, like, that could be a reason for why someone like Sargeras goes absolutely fucking nuts, you know? Maybe the void consuming things is part of the natural cycle, and the Titans are trying to deny that, and trying to, you know, it's evil or whatever. And hell, maybe the light convinced the Titans of that. Maybe, you know, I often look at the light or the Titans as, like, influential on the light and convincing it and contorting it, and maybe that's true, but it could be the other way around, where the Titans see the light as, like, something to revere, or they gain guidance from in some capacity, and that has led them to basically be like, the void is bad. So they're like fighting on the side of light, potentially, on a side of a war where they really probably shouldn't be picking sides, because maybe they've been convinced of the benevolent view or influence of the Naru, or of what they believe the purpose of light is, as that which is good and which exists and is, like, high energy, you know? The light struck the bargain, not the other way around. That's a good point. So it could be that the Titans are more influenced by the light than I even realized. So, and I mean, because ultimately, like, them viewing the void and everything as, like, bad is it's just interesting. Like, they don't look at the light that way. So it seems like they're definitely more on the bias with the side of light rather than void. And I don't think you should really have a bias towards either one. What's up, Katori? Happy New Year. Which resulted in the Devourers that try and draw out of the system. Energy out of the system. Yeah, because they're starved outside of the boundaries of it. That effectively be a perpetual motion machine in physics, which is only a theoretical possibility, right? Physics clearly states that all systems will eventually lose energy. Then the only variable is the rate of loss. And 100% minus the rate of loss is basically efficiency of a machine. Yep. And the Titans are trying to make it as efficient as they can, but ultimately, I think that the natural cycle's already pretty efficient. Because if it wasn't, we wouldn't be here. That's kind of how I see it. Nature and entropy and light and time and all of this stuff already does what it needs to do. We don't need to fuck with it. Right? We don't need to fuck with it. The Titans are basically taking a philosophy that they can make it more efficient and applying it to everything. Life, death, everything. And I just don't think that's really... I don't think that they should do that. What's up, Invo? Happy New Year's. How's the new book going? I actually haven't read any more of it since my last stream. I've been kind of busy over the last couple days, but I plan to read some more here soon. I would assume memories, Taro. To answer that question, information, I would say memories. Memories and matter. But ultimately, yeah, I would probably go more towards memories. I mean, even plants have memories in WoW. If the light struck the bargain, it's possible that the Titans themselves are oathbound to the light. It is possible. It is possible. It's also possible that the Titans are more like Order and Death aligned, and that Sargeras is the one that struck the bargain with the light. But I think it's easier to sell the idea that like it's the Pantheon who would be more aligned with the light. I mean, in terms of a deal, which is ironic because Sargeras is the Radiant one. So we talk about fractals and the reason for the Titans to exist. I wonder if their original purpose was to be keepers on the grand scale, but like the keepers being influenced by outside forces, they were too. Their purpose has gone askew. I think you can look at it multiple ways. Like they had a directive initially that they strayed from, perhaps as the result of getting free will. Or you can go the other direction. They had free will initially, which is part of balance, and they cast that aside to have the most efficient, ordered mindset. They basically gave it up. I prefer that, where like they had it originally and then they lost it. They gave up something for efficiency. And I think that's a very common theme in fantasy and science fiction. The sacrifice of your humanity for the efficiency of the machine. I think that's that's in the Bible. So that's a pretty common thing. Yeah, I like to think that's possible too. That they lost faith in their initial kind of existence and purpose and gave themselves over to the machine in some kind of, you know, robotic, hyper efficiency way of handling things. If the light struck the bargain, and if the Titans are oathbound to it, it's possible that the light wants to use Azeroth, the most powerful Titan's power, to keep them in that higher state and avoid falling to the void, the very thing or state they despise. Yep. But again, I have to wonder, why does the light act that way? Well, it might just be that common. I don't understand. I just said it was common. Brokers on Koresh say deals are just another form of oath. Yeah, I've heard them say that. Right. The mindset that free will emotions are a burden to achieve an outcome. Right. And not only that free will and emotions are a burden, but that they are the reason for conflict. Right? That's a big thing in Arcane. Victor decides that he's going to basically solve conflict by moving past those burdens, by basically making a hive mind that everyone's true humanity is lost. So well, yes and no. Literally, physics states about that about energy, but in WoW, souls are a form of energy and they carry information as far as I know, so I think WoW says the same, since it clearly says that energy can be transformed based on murmuration paradox. Yeah, it is effectively the same in WoW, but murmuration paradox is not the transference of energy. Murmuration paradox is something specific, an anomaly that exists among all understood rules and laws, if you will, of how energy dynamics in the cosmos work. So energy transference is not murmuration paradox. There's a distinction to be understood there. The multiversal energy dynamics are one thing. Murmuration paradox is something that is a part of it that can happen and will happen, but is completely unpredictable. So that gets more into like quantum stuff, frankly, but I'm curious what you'll make of the Demiurge video. I hope it's not that long. It goes back to Zira. Like, on the surface, she's like trying to win a war against the Legion by turning Illidan into the champion of light, healing his scars, literally, metaphorically, right? There's a question of what her ultimate goal is beyond that. What does the light want beyond that? Well, I think it's also really important always to consider, and I could be wrong about this, but to keep in mind that the Naru are not the light. That is not correct. The Titans are not order. The Legion is not chaos. Like, even the old gods or void lords, they're not literally the void. Like, the reason why I'm trying to make this distinction is because Chronicle pretty clearly tries to state that pure light and shadow dwell in a realm outside reality, but shades of them of their presence can be found in reality, right? Like the holy light. But the holy light and things made out of it like the Naru, which also inherently have void in them, that's not just the light. So we have to be able to separate entities that have basically tricked us into thinking that they are the cosmic representation of something. We have to not fall like into the trap where we think that they just are the cosmic force, because they're not. They're not. They have an agenda. Like the Legion has an agenda. The Titans have an agenda. The Naru have an agenda. The old gods have an agenda. The Void Lords have an agenda. The Eternals have an agenda. But the cosmic power behind them, I'm not sure is the same way. They could, but with how hard they went on Oaths for Koresh, you think there'll be a big plot point in Midnight? I do. Yeah. It's going to be a big plot point for the end of the saga as well. It could be as simple as self-preservation. I think the Void says the light only sees one possibility while the Void sees many. There's some greater nuance in there, but yeah. My hypothesis is that the light thinks the only possibility is all the cosmos falling to void, and that's what they're scared of. But they don't realize that once everything falls to void, it would go back to light, because from light comes dark and darkness light. Maybe. So the fact that light sees only half the picture, one possibility, scared them into putting this planet in motion? Perhaps. I wish more people did priest content, because Ture outright said explicitly that the Naru are naturally cycling between both opposites. They aren't as mutually exclusive as many think. Yeah. And there's a book in The War Within that says the same thing. Well, it doesn't say the same thing. It says that scholars often hit a roadblock when they're not able to separate the primary power that they see a being using from that being their only cosmic alignment. So that is to say, even if you see old gods and old god beings using primarily void magics, it doesn't mean that they're just of the void. Like, things are made up of multiple aspects. Singular, monopolar, singular elements are unstable, according to Ogden's law, and thus they bind to one or more secondary elements, right? It's why I associate the old gods more with life and chaos than I do the void. Just because they've been touched by the void, even corrupted by it, and use it, doesn't mean that they're just void beings. The same thing goes for demons. The same thing goes for titans. The same thing goes for everything. The only things that exist that way are unstable, and they don't stay that way for long. They're not supposed to. Solid, thank you for the 16-month prime sub. If I start reading WoW lore books, which should I start with? Chronicle Volume 1. I don't think I found that book. It's called Halatar's Codex. It's in Hollowfall. Halatar's Codex of Dimensional Structure. Here you go. Sorry, I know I need to do a lot more research. No, it's okay. I'll definitely come back when my theories are more well-formed. Sorry. No, it's all good, dude. It's all good. Sometimes people bouncing their ideas off me gives me new ideas too, so. Yeah, it's a really interesting book. I actually have a video on that book if you'd rather me just link the video and explain what's going on. You can just hear me break it down for you. It's a good video. It's one of my best videos, I think. Here you go. Curious to see how advanced the Arathi are if they know shit like that. Yeah. And then here's a video of me explaining murmuration paradox. I'd highly recommend listening to both of those videos. They're both very good. And they're both related to each other. I honestly need to binge your videos one day before my classes. You should, especially some of the newer ones. Some of my new shit, some of my best shit, which is cool. Not a lot of people get to say that. It might not get as many views, but it's definitely better content. Pretty confident in that. Is today Legion or Cyberpunk? I'm not playing Legion today. I might play Cyberpunk later. Yo, what's up, Honcho? Even looking in from the outside, those videos are interesting. Thanks. Just some of the best videos on WoW lore, full stop. Thank you. I need to use the restroom, and then when I get back, there's a video that I've been recommended. How long is this, Shinzai? Is there any that... Oh my god, it's 30 fucking minutes. 2x speed? Maybe. Start to see what you think. It'll either fly by or it won't. Could watch it on 125 or something. Which race and WoW would you like to see get more attention? I was gonna say trolls, but then Zulamon's gonna be a thing, so trolls have got a lot in BFA too. Maybe Tauren? We're gonna get a lot of Tauren stuff in the last Titan, though, I'm gonna tell you right now. Because we're gonna get the on-chain Musha stuff in the last Titan. So. In case I missed it, Soli, thank you for subbing for 18 months, man. Let me just use the restroom, and then when I come back, I'm gonna watch this video. Until then, you're just gonna have this gentleman looking at you. Surely they'll remember Anshe. Thanks for being patient. Look at the stare. He has something he wants to tell us. All right, we'll give this a little listen and see if it resonates with me at all. I don't really like how it's going to be related to real life, but it's more about the concept of the demiurge for the purposes of World of Warcraft.
What if the god who made our world wasn't a savior, but a liar? A blind tyrant cut off from the source, forging a prison and calling it creation. We were told to worship him. But what if we were meant to escape? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Demiurge. If you too are a blind tyrant, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by myths, legends and folklore. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description.
I'm not going to get copyrighted for watching this, right? I can't afford another one. If I get a warning from YouTube, I have to fucking stop.
He is the architect behind reality as we know it, a being whispered about in Gnostic texts, feared in occult traditions, and reimagined in everything from philosophy to science fiction. To some, he is the craftsman of the cosmos. To others, he is the ultimate deceiver. And if the ancient heretics were right, he's still ruling. Plato was the first to name him. In Timaeus, written in the 4th century BCE, Plato describes a being he calls the demiurgos, the craftsman. No god of thunder or justice, or father figure watching over creation, but pure intellect. He shapes the universe through chaos, shapeless, eternal matter, and imposes order upon it. He's not a god in the way that we understand gods. He's a function, a principle, a force of organization. The demiurge acts with unshakable precision. He gazes upon the eternal forms, those perfect, unchanging blueprints that exist in a realm beyond time, and begins to mold matter to match. The form of justice, the form of beauty, the form of triangle. These are the purest version of every concept that can exist, and the craftsman's task is to copy them. He's like a builder tracing sacred geometry, following a design he didn't draw and would never alter.
The whole triangle thing as well makes me think of the Witness from Destiny. I think there's like a lot of triangle imagery with that as well. And it's basically like this like consciousness of all these things connected together that's trying to impose order to bring about a final shape to the cosmos. So it kind of reminds me of that.
The raw confusion of the cosmos and shapes it into something that reflects higher truth. From disorder, he pulls the stars into their constellation. From instability, he draws the laws of motion, proportion, harmony. He brings time into being by setting the heavens in motion. He crafts the soul of the universe, what Plato calls the world soul, a vast conscious entity that stretches across all of reality.
Wait, what? Hold up. What?
The stars into their constellation. From instability, he draws the laws of motion, proportion, harmony. He brings time into being by setting the heavens in motion. He crafts the soul of the universe, what Plato calls the world soul.
Blizzard copied Plato. The soul of the universe, the world soul. Okay. But that would mean that there's something above Azeroth in terms of if she's the world soul, you know? Because she has a crafter, a creator.
A vast conscious entity that stretches across all of reality, binding every piece into a single living whole.
That's crazy. You know, it says spirit and chronicle is what does that. It's like a force that binds together all living things. I think Blizzard / Metzen's twist may be that Azeroth is both the world soul and the creator. Yeah. This is a thought that ran through my mind before I proposed the idea that there was a greater being. I would prefer that. That she is creator and creation.
It is beautiful, structured, complete. But there is no mercy in it. No cruelty either. Only symmetry. Only the logic of perfection. The Demiurge isn't evil, but he's not good either. Neutral, you could say. He doesn't bless, punish, nor care. He simply performs the role of order itself. What he builds isn't a sanctuary, but a system, a flawless structure where every element has its place.
So who's the Demiurge? Aman'Thul? Norgannon? I think they kind of want you to think it's Aman'Thul, right?
Even you.
But Norgannon being the one who's actually imposing the order makes more sense to me. Order itself? Yeah.
And so we are left with a question that still haunts philosophy.
Maybe.
When a force imposes structure upon chaos, is that act a gift or a chain? Is the Demiurge a creator or the first warden?
Is he the creator or the jailer? Yo, Norgannon. What? Yo. What's good? Put chains on it? Norgannon. Loken's literally the one that weaves the ethereal chains in the prisons of the old gods. He makes the chains, and he's one of Norgannon's keepers. It's Norgannon. Wouldn't Titans fit more to the Archons of Demiurge in this case? Maybe. I'm sure we'll get to the Archons here eventually.
And if the world itself is a masterpiece of logic, then what place is left for freedom?
Again, yeah, I think I'd really caution against just taking it as a one-to-one. There's probably always going to be variation. It doesn't have to be black or white. It can be both. You can have both things.
From the 2nd to the 4th centuries CE, Gnostic sects spread across the ancient world.
Gnostic sects. Nice.
To understand the Demiurge, we have to go back even further, to a time before time, to the very nature of being itself. To their followers, the material realm offered no wisdom or revelation, only confinement. Creation itself was a flaw, a cut in the fabric of reality. And at its center stood a single being known by many names. Yaldabaoth, Sarklas, Samael. Creator, tyrant, pretender. 3 names for the same blind force that shaped the world in error.
It's interesting. That reminds me of the that one pamphlet. What is it? The crooked sky, the crooked serpent with no eyes watches from the endless sky. The crooked serpent watches from the endless sky. Though it has no eyes to see, it dreams of infinite endings and beginnings. Some shit. Forked tongues flicker through the black pits of dead stars. Some crazy shit. Kind of reminds me of that a bit. A blind force. The creator is often described as a blind serpent / being. Let me go back and hear this section again.
2nd to the 4th centuries CE, Gnostic sects spread across the ancient world. To understand the Demiurge, we have to go back even further, to a time before time, to the very nature of being itself.
He was tasked with imprisoning demons. He put them in Mardoom before shattering it. Yeah, but it's like saying the jailer was that Zoval was the jailer whilst he was actively dominated. This is like, what the fuck? No, I don't want to turn on web activity. Fuck off. So, it's like, yeah, Sargeras was a jailer. Yeah, so was Zoval. They were also both dominated, so you should be looking at the force behind this, not the one who's being subjected to it.
To their followers, the material realm offered no wisdom or revelation, only confinement. Creation itself was a flaw, a cut in the fabric of reality.
Cut.
And at its center stood a single being known by many names. Yaldabaoth, Saklas, Samael. Creator, tyrant, pretender. 3 names for the same blind force that shaped the world in error. In the beginning there was only the monad, a boundless silent source. From this infinite presence emanated the pleroma, the realm of pure spirit. It was fullness without weight, light without shadow. Within this expanse moved the eons, eternal beings who reflected the monad's essence. Each one held a facet of truth, mind, grace, and wisdom. But wisdom reached too far. Sophia, the eon of insight, sought to know the unknowable directly. Her act was solitary, unbalanced, and irreversible. From her rupture emerged a force, vast, malformed, and blind to its origin. This was the Demiurge. He came into being outside Pleroma, without knowledge of the source and without harmony. He saw only himself surrounded by chaos. He began to shape it. He gathered matter and carved out the heavens. He set the stars into motion. He formed the earth and filled it with creatures. And at the height of his work, he raised his voice and declared, "I am God, and there is no other beside me." But
Sounds like Amanthul, bro. High Father of the Pantheon. High King Salhadar. It's the same fucking fractal. First being, first Titan to awaken. No one knows when or why. Started shaping. Doing all this other shit. Yeah, I guess he was looking for others of his kind, at least.
the monad remained untouched. The true source remained silent, and the one who shaped the world remained unaware. His arrogance was delusion, a blind creator,
So he saw himself as the creator, but he wasn't really. Interesting.
creating a world in imitation of something he couldn't comprehend. His law became structure.
And this is why Azeroth is ends up being likened to Ouroboros, because she's the blind serpent. The blind serpent of creation. It's like a big thing that Metzen has always liked. The serpent devouring itself. His Warchief Gaming tabletop setting is called Ouroboros, like, and it's all about the serpent of creation. It's yeah.
His isolation became worship. From the perspective of the Gnostics, the cosmos itself bears the imprint of that ignorance. Time itself, they believed, twisted with the imprint of error. Matter, they claimed, carried the tremor of its malformed origin. Morality flows from a flawed origin, and within this system, he planted his greatest invention: humanity. Souls fractured from the pleroma, sealed in flesh, veiled in forgetfulness.
That's fucking terrible. So we're like divine, extra-dimensional beings from the original source of light and creation who are imprisoned inside flesh vessels and not meant to leave this place and worship the demiurge for eternity. That's pretty fucked up. That's pretty fucked up. Damn. And so with it comes morality and all the errors of creation itself. Time, entropy, physical matter in all forms. This world is a prison.
Each one a spark of spirit hidden inside a machine. But even the demiurge cannot reach the soul directly. He creates forms, he commands structures, yet the spark remains alien to him. Gnostics believed that within this prison lies the possibility of escape, but not through faith or obedience, but through gnosis.
Yep.
The soul must remember its source. The lie must be recognized from within the illusion.
Holy shit.
The demiurge is worse than the devil, a cosmic orphan, confined of his own supremacy. A builder lost in his own design, a being who governs reality through ignorance, law and certainty, never through wisdom.
Mm.
He is the God who does not question himself. And that is the most dangerous kind of God there is. Creation in the hands of the demiurge was never liberation. It was containment. To maintain his illusion of divinity, the demiurge filled the heavens with servants, archons. These were his administrators, rulers tasked with governing the layers of reality.
And it's interesting because in the original cosmic chart drafts, archons are like a higher being of light above even the Naru. But they ended up not going that route. So they see that and they try to think, okay, well, what's the thing in World of Warcraft that is the archons? Well, maybe the Titans, maybe a being of light similar to like a Dimensius level light, like a light lord. You know, who or what would that be? Good question. I think there's like 7 of them as well. You know, I like the idea that Prime Naru could be like archons or something. And if the demiurge is Aman'Thul, I can make a lot of sense of that because I have videos dating back like 6-7 years ago where I talk about how I think Aman'Thul could be also pretty related to the light void and creation of the Naru, but especially with how his staff orator seems to be like light and void potentially. But anyway, we'll see where they go with that, I guess. Yeah. I know I would need to explain a single thing. Yeah. Would be nuts if Zal was an Archon. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if there ends up being things of light. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's a being of light greater than a Naru up inside that crystal in Hollowfall. You know? Maybe that's what's in there, you know? Dark Archon, just call it a Darkon, and then add a Drithier. Just kidding. Zal, some kind of fallen Naru, still goes crazy hard. Yeah, and that's still, I mean, when Zaxxas made that short, I was like, bro, that's crazy. What the fuck? That's crazy. And I haven't been able to I haven't been able to look away since. Like, visually, it's just like, damn. They seem to be pretty intentionally trying to draw that connection, but that's just the way, I don't know. That's what I think.
Each one held dominion over a planetary sphere, forming a ladder between the material world and the true source.
So interesting. They basically each had their own world. A planetary sphere. Interesting. As a ladder. That's funny, because I'm quite sure that there are certain planets that are orbiting Azeroth, which match in number to the Titans, that correlate to each of the Titans. Their own planetary spheres. So that's another potential connection between the Titans and the Archons in Gnosticism, which I had already thought before. When I first read it, and I read how many of them there were, I was like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Did you do Tauren quest chain in DF? I think I did. I think I did all the quests in DF. Some planets someone may have mentioned once or twice. Just bridging the gaps now.
This was the cage. The Archons regulate movement between the realms. They assign laws to matter. They bind souls to time. Their presence isn't limited to the physical world. They stretch across the heavens, occupying the spaces between flesh and spirit.
There is no realm in which you can hide. Oh my God. There is no escape. Not in this life, not in the next.
In Gnostic cosmology, the human soul must pass through each of these spheres after death, confronting the very beings who kept it veiled in ignorance. Some texts speak of passwords, deceptions, of resistance. No soul rises freely. Each step upward is a challenge, and each gate a confrontation. The soul, still flickering in the spark of the pleroma, carries something that Archons cannot touch: memory. And so they obscure, they question, they test. The journey back to the source isn't a straight line.
They can't just flat out affect memory. So they obscure it. Contest it. What?
Soul, still flickering in the spark of the pleroma, carries something that archons cannot touch: memory. And so they obscure.
Something that mortal lives build as they exist. Anima. Some texts, I think he's referring to the books of Jehu, by the way. It's in his Treasuries of Light. Okay. If they make you forget, they can use the anima. I don't really follow. Soft J, you? Gotcha.
They question, they test. The journey back to the source isn't a straight line, but a gauntlet built by those who believe themselves rightful rulers in the in-between. These spheres echo older systems. In Hermeticism, the soul sheds layers of corruption while passing through the planets, each one stripping away vice and attachment. In Kabbalistic thought, the tree of life climbs toward the divine, while the Qliphoth, its shadow, leads deeper into illusion. The Gnostic model sits beside them, but it does not redeem the climb, it condemns it. Each archon is a checkpoint, a force tasked with defending the great deception that matter is all there is. Gnostics believe the soul must awaken not just to its imprisonment, but to the structure of the prison itself.
And in the case of World of Warcraft, I think the base shape of the structure is a hexagon. It's like the eternal pattern that like makes up the entire mechanism. The whole thing is built out of hexagons.
Each archon is a checkpoint, a force tasked with defending the great deception that matter is all there is. Gnostics believe the soul must awaken not just to its imprisonment, but to the structure of the prison itself. The Gnostics did more than rewrite creation. They redefined its God. To them, the Old Testament was a ghost code, a fractured script written by a being who mistook fear for holiness and obedience for truth. The God of the Hebrew Bible, the one who flooded the world, shattered cities, and tested loyalty through torment, was Yaldabaoth. They read the signs in fire and ash. A God who demanded sacrifice, who chose favorites, who issued curses, who walked through the garden with thunder in his voice. This was a ruler desperate to be seen.
With thunder in his voice. Interesting, dude. Yeah. A lot of nice little potential connections to Amun-Thul.
And when he said, "I am God and there is no other beside me," the Gnostics heard insecurity. In their eyes, the entire arc of Scripture inverted. Abraham's trial became the command of a tyrant. The flood became the reset by a jealous craftsman. The law delivered to Moses was not divine instruction, but control codified in stone. Even the figure of Christ was transformed. In texts like the Gospel of Judas, Jesus does not serve the God of this world. He opposes him and arrives to expose him, to awaken the hidden sparks.
What? What? That's fucking crazy. Man, it's so crazy what people will try to erase. That's fucking wild.
Trapped in flesh, to teach that salvation lies in awakening. In this vision, the crucifixion was the ultimate act of rebellion against the one who ruled through suffering. To follow Christ was to reject the false god of thunder and smoke, to recognize that the chains were holy only because someone said they were. Not everyone saw the world as a prison. In the 3rd century,
If only someone would tell us the world was a prison. If only. If only I knew a single WoW character who said that, or a content creator, or anyone who had proposed such an idea. Reality being a prison? Come on, Pyro. It's just not that deep. Blizzard doesn't think about it that deep like you do. You're special, Pyro. You're so special and smart and creative that you're more creative than all of those people at Blizzard. That's like, I must be awesome, dude. I must be some kind of fucking prodigy. Some kind of paragon prodigy, dude. Hell yeah. That's sick.
Century CE, a philosopher named Plotinus stood at the edge of that abyss and refused to fall in. His work, the Enneads, was a defense of existence as something meaningful, not mistaken, a declaration that the world, for all its flaws, was still rooted in the good. Plotinus didn't deny suffering, corruption, or limitation, but to him these were signs of a flawed creator, the inevitable consequence of distance. Everything begins with the One, an infinite source beyond thought, beyond form, beyond comprehension. It doesn't think, it simply is. It overflows. From that overflowing comes nous, the divine intellect. From nous, the world soul, and from the world soul, the material realm. This is a hierarchy of proximity. The closer something is to the One, the more real it becomes. The further it drifts, the dimmer its light. Matter is not evil, it is simply
Let me hear that again.
to the One, the more real it becomes. The closer something is to the One, the more real it becomes. The further it drifts, the dimmer its light. Matter is not evil, it is simply furthest from the source. In this vision, the demiurge is no blind tyrant. He is the ordering principle of the cosmos, a force of structure that reflects the divine intellect. He brings harmony, not delusion. Where the Gnostics saw a counterfeit god ruling a broken system, Plotinus saw beauty unfolding in degrees. The soul's journey was a return through creation by contemplation, virtue, and inner ascent. Every soul, no matter how lost, still holds the trace of the One, like sunlight clinging to a distant wall. Gnosticism told us that to exist is
Yo, don't ask. Thanks for subbing with a Prime for a year. Congrats on the new sub badge. Appreciate that. Don't know why alerts aren't coming up, but thanks for doing that.
to fall, to be trapped in the aftermath of a cosmic era. Neoplatonism answered that to exist is to participate, however faintly, in the radiance of the real. The same world, two readings, one a cage, one a gift. As the Middle Ages ended and the Renaissance dawned, Europe
And it's interesting because you have things like Konzu who kind of ask some of these philosophical questions as well. What protects but also imprisons? And the answer is stasis. So it's one of those things like in WoW, it could be one or the other, but it could be both. It could be both. Reality could be a gift and a prison. Why not both?
discovered the wisdom of antiquity. Texts long buried in monasteries or preserved in the Islamic world came flooding back. Plato, Plotinus, and above all, the Hermetica, writings attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. To Renaissance thinkers like Marsilio Ficino and Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, these were not relics of a dead past, they were keys to a hidden unity. Prisca Theologia, a single primordial truth running through paganism, Judaism, and Christianity alike. In this synthesis, the demiurge was honored as the great architect, a craftsman who ordered the heavens
Look
according
at that picture. Reality is in a pocket dimension, basically. Yeah. Yep. Beyond the veil is, yeah. He's literally sticking his head through the veil. I mean, this, I mean, I've talked about this quite a lot in World of Warcraft. I've talked about it quite a lot. I've got 40 fucking minute video essays on this topic. So, yeah, this is how it is in WoW, too.
and Christianity alike. In this synthesis, the demiurge was honored as the great architect, a craftsman who ordered the heavens according to divine mathematics. Ficino, who translated Plato and the Hermetica, saw the world as a living harmony. Music, astrology, and magic were all ways of aligning human life with the order of the cosmos. Pico pushed further, arguing that man stood at the center of creation, free to ascend toward the angels or descend toward the beasts, a reflection of the demiurgic principle of freedom within structure. Where the Gnostics had seen a prison, the minds of Florence saw a ladder. This Renaissance reimagining also gave the demiurge new faces. Sometimes he was linked with Hermes Trismegistus, the mythical sage said to bring Egyptian and Greek wisdom, a prophet of architecture. Sometimes he was mirrored in Christ himself.
Egyptian and Greek wisdom.
As Logos, the ordering word through which the world was shaped. In both cases, the demiurge ceased to be a blind tyrant and instead became a channel for divine wisdom, shaping reality as a mirror of higher perfection. Yet the cracks of creation remained. Paracelsus, the revolutionary physician and alchemist of the 16th century, believed that the visible world was animated by invisible agents. He wrote of elementals, gnomes of earth, undines of water, sylphs of air, and salamanders of fire. These beings were not demons nor angels, but spiritual reflections of the natural order. They were servants of the architecture, fragments of the demiurgic act, sustaining the elements themselves. To interact with them was to glimpse the scaffolding of reality, the hidden maintenance of the world. Meanwhile, Kabbalah, entering Christian circles through translations in the Renaissance, added yet another lens. The Sephirot, the 10 emanations of divine light, described creation as a cascading descent from infinite unity into finite matter. But alongside them lurked the Qlipoth, the husks or shells of failed creation, distortions that clung to the tree of life like parasites.
The void. The nightmare.
They represented the shadow side of the demiurgic process, the imperfections that arise when divine light fractures. Here,
The imperfections that arise when divine light fractures.
creation contained residue, imbalance, and danger. The Renaissance vision of the demiurge is therefore not one of simple praise. It is double-edged. He is the wise builder, yes, the geometer who traced the stars and measured the harmonies of the spheres. But he is also the figure through whom imperfection leaks into being, the one whose architecture contains cracks and shadows. In these esoteric systems, the demiurge became less a single tyrant and more a principle, the hand that shapes the world, whether in harmony or flaw. As for the magicians, alchemists, and mystics of the Renaissance, it was a map. Through music, ritual, astrology, and alchemy, they believed one could rise back through the layers of reality, retracing the demiurgic pattern toward the source itself. In the sanctums of secret societies, the demiurge was hinted at, encoded in symbols, buried in rituals only the initiated could decode. The Freemasons invoked the great architect of the universe, a figure of order and balance. But this architect was never named. In a tradition where symbols are everything, anonymity matters. The square and compass trace the architecture of the universe itself. Geometry became sacred because it reflected something ancient. The
Bro, this is some Zareth Mortis shit, dog. Fucking sacred geometry and shit. Bro.
as a figure of order and balance. But this architect was never named. In a tradition
He was never named. The fucking Primus, bro. Sorry, I'm just saying shit.
where symbols are everything, anonymity matters. The square and compass trace the architecture of the universe itself. Geometry became sacred because it reflected something ancient, the act of shaping the unshaped. The Masonic demiurge wasn't, but he was distant. He laid the blueprint. What men built with it was their test. Further underground, the Rosicrucians spoke of hidden masters, celestial hierarchies and layers of unseen reality. They inherited the Hermetic and Neoplatonic systems, expanding them into metaphysical maps where
Yeah, alchemy, music. Yeah, absolutely.
each plane of existence had its ruler, its architect, its gatekeeper. The demiurge was one such power, presiding over the dense material realm. Not malevolent, but limiting. A necessary veil over truth. The material world was, in their view, flawed, concealed deliberately. Alchemical symbols hid his fingerprint. The transmutation of base metals was about piercing through the crust of creation. By the 19th century, these systems evolved again. Helena Blavatsky, founder of
That's
Theosophy,
the Dark Portal. Yeah, it's even got
but
the big figure, the big hooded, robed figure standing on either side of it with the big skull on top of it. Just like it's like a looks like a horned like dragon or fucking or like a goat or some kind of fucking animal. Yeah, yeah. It's very similar.
a necessary veil over truth. The material world was, in their view,
Stargates between worlds.
flawed, concealed deliberately. Alchemical symbols hid his fingerprint. The transmutation of base metals was about piercing through the crust of creation.
I never played Dogma, Dragon's Dogma, no.
By the 19th century, these systems evolved again. Helena Blavatsky, founder of Theosophy, taught that the demiurge was a lesser logos, a being who initiates physical evolution but cannot grasp spiritual ascent. He is a builder acting on instinct, a cosmic functionary unaware of the source that birthed him. In her view, the true divine source was always beyond, and evolution was a rebellion against its blindness. He built a stage. We were meant to outgrow the script. Then came Aleister Crowley. Where others spiritualized the demiurge, he weaponized him. In Thelema, the demiurge is every voice telling you who to be, every law written in stone, every system pretending to offer freedom. Crowley's occultism taught that true will, the soul's path, unchained, can only be found by smashing the architecture built around you. Whether it looks like religion...
Yo, it's Sargeras, bro. You just gotta break it. You just gotta break shit. You know what I mean? Just get out a big sword and just start fucking destroying it. Literally break reality. Like, break all the rules. Fuck the system. Burn all of it. That's crazy.
Crowley's occultism taught that true will, the soul's path, unchained, can only be found by smashing the architecture built around you. Whether it looks like religion, morality, or even enlightenment, if it's a system, it's a trap. The demiurge is the god of those traps. And so
God of systems.
within the mystery schools, the demiurge becomes a concept, a guardian of limitation, placed between you and the real. Not to be destroyed, but surpassed. His is an initiation, but only if you refuse to stop at the temple doors.
Jack Parsons. Come on, guys. Do you really think a bunch of writers and storytellers would actually draw on real-world stories and myth? It's not that deep. Jack Parsons was a Thelemite, as well as a noteworthy for two things: modern rocket science and the Babylon working. Incredible how all this shit links up. I don't really get what you're saying.
The fear that reality is a lie older than science fiction, but in the 20th and 21st centuries it returned with new names, new visions, and new technology. Philip K. Dick, one of the most visionary science fiction writers of the modern era, experienced this collapse of perceived reality firsthand in 1974. After a strange experience involving a pink beam of light, Dick became convinced that time was broken. He believed that the Roman Empire had never ended, that history itself was a projection, and that a higher intelligence, Velis, the vast active living intelligence system, had contacted him. Through novels like Ubik, Velis, and The Divine Invasion, Dick blurred the lines between fiction and revelation. His stories offered an unsettling echo of Gnostic thought. Reality is a prison, and the true world lies just beyond the glitch. Cinema followed. Films like The Matrix, Dark City, The Truman Show, and Westworld all center on a single premise.
Video games like the World of Warcraft.
The world is fake, and someone built it that way. These creators are not saviors, but wardens. Some are machines, some are corporate overlords, some are simply storytellers, but they all write the rules. The protagonists awaken to the reality where choice was an illusion, freedom was choreographed, and every memory was a product of manipulation. In philosophy and tech culture, this idea found new life in simulation theories. Thinkers and public figures, including Elon Musk, have entertained the possibility that reality is a computer simulation, so precise in its construction that we fail to recognize its artificial nature. This theory reframes the ancient Gnostic claim that we are not experiencing truth, but a fabricated overlay. Our universe is a rendering. The architect, whether machine or mind, remains hidden behind the veil.
Jack Parsons was a brilliant scientist that blew himself up at one point, but discovered some crazy science at the Babylon Working. And the Babylon Working was meant to draw down the divine feminine, so called from Crowley's book Moonchild. There's just a lot of links. Yeah, I just think that you probably understand those links better than I do, because when you say Babylon Working and stuff like that, I don't I don't know what it means. So I don't it doesn't mean anything to me. You know what I mean? You'd have to explain all of that. Such bogus. What the hell? Tyroser, do you ever stop typing? Tyro's frothing at the mouth at the moment? Yeah. I get it.
Modern conspiracies have also resurrected Gnostic imagery. Talk of reptilian overlords, astral parasites, and false light.
And here I thought this guy was real smart. Bro, get the fuck out of here. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you here. I'm tired of you in the fucking Discord. You're done, dude. You're fucking weird. You put out weird fucking energy, and I don't like you. Fuck out of here. Spamming shit, just fucking constantly giving an opinion on everything. No one can fucking say anything. Shut up. Anyways. Spammers are so cringe. It's just like he's constant. It's just like, I don't know, dude. I think it's, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't care. I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to like fucking keep people around that aren't super fucking annoying. So there you go. All right.
Beings mirrors the Gnostic archons, beings who rule through deception, distortion, and control. The aim is not to please the ruler of this world, but to expose him, to tear down the stage and find the source beyond. If the demiurge is real, then theology itself is inverted. The God at the center of countless prayers and doctrines may not be the source of love, but the source of limitation. The world, with its cruelty, its chaos, its endless cycles of pain, is not broken because of human sin, but because the architect of its laws built it that way. This isn't a fall from grace, it's a misalignment with truth.
Yeah, I like this so much better, to be honest with you, because then it's not some like moral failure and like path of like redemption that humans have to take because, oh, we're just flawed. Like, love it, dude. It's more like, nah, the guy that built this shit's an asshole. And he built it like that to make you fucking feel bad so that you'd never escape it. It's not that you have fallen from grace or that you're some kind of sinner by by virtue of your flesh, but because the guy running the show's an asshole.
Salvation, then, is not about submission.
Huh.
It's about memory, recovering the
And then like it's about like distortion of truth. I like that a lot. Because that's something I've been talking about a lot recently. Like, people don't give a fuck about the truth. They just care about perceiving things in ways that make their life comfortable. People don't care about the actual truth. If they did, they'd seek it. But they don't. They often purposefully remain blind to it. The truth is not something that is valued enough. It's constantly distorted. Especially in media, especially on the internet. The truth is very seldom actually understood. It's just something that sounds good enough to accept. Ignorance is bliss and all that. Yeah. Yeah, it's been tough for me recently because it's definitely a pretty strong feeling I've had that like a lot of people just don't care about it. It doesn't matter to them. They might not even think it exists. But I even mean like when it comes to the truth of actions. It's why I never get upset when someone corrects me. Don't know why people do. Feels like they just want to believe what they believe. Yeah, and sometimes they don't realize that what they believe can be proven wrong. Like, that's the thing. And that's because due to confirmation bias, people are typically seeking information that confirms their beliefs, not challenges it. They're not looking for anything that makes them think, okay, well, maybe I'm wrong about that. Many people, not everyone, but many people are just concerned with finding information that confirms what they think. And I don't know. It's what I used to do with Sargeras, just looking for reasons to make him to be the bad guy instead of just accepting that maybe he's just the bad guy. And maybe, or to make him the good guy rather than accepting that maybe he's just the bad guy. And maybe the truth is more complicated than that in the middle, but still. That's advice for everyone. Confirmation bias is so easy to fall into. Yeah, and when you act with seeking confirmation bias or having confirmation bias, you're not really doing yourself a service. You're doing yourself a disservice, in my opinion, because you're not really allowing yourself to know the truth. You're just you're just keeping yourself blind to whatever the truth is. I don't know. I think truth is important. I value it very much because truth, for me, truth is like reality. It's the reality of the situation. But there's so much that goes on that blinds you to to reality, or we perceive reality as something that it isn't. Like it's just like think about just the premise of people who get convicted for crimes that they didn't actually commit. People that have spent a decade in prison for killing someone when they didn't actually kill them or something. People that are falsely, wrongly imprisoned. That has happened. That's one of the scariest, most like fucked up versions of when we develop a view that we see as the truth. As much as we want to believe it, as much as we think the evidence might point towards it, that doesn't mean it's true. Like, it's a painful thing. Truth hurts, right? I think that when it comes to like, someone being murdered, it's like you want to believe that you found the culprit and bring them to justice. And it's easier for people to accept someone as having done it, even if they didn't really do it, because that's better than not having an answer. I don't know, dude. It's so fucked up. People want to be validated so badly. Comes from a place of longing to belong, ends up alienating them in the long run. Perhaps. Perhaps. I also think that it relates to being static. Like if you're just static and you don't like once you think that you know everything about something, like you're fucked. Once you stop desiring to learn and to incorporate more knowledge and more perspective, then like now you're I feel like you're limited. It just stops. Growth has basically just stopped. Like it's part of why I still get into like World of Warcraft lore and stuff because I mean it's fluid. It's fluid. And the more that I study it, the more that it becomes clear that there's a lot that I don't know. And so I seek to know it. And by learning it, I feel like I get closer to the truth. But it's I don't know. I'm currently reading a thick book on Chinese mythology because I know a lot, but nowhere near all of it. Dude, I don't know shit about Chinese mythology, bro. There's so much. But there's only so much time. So unless you want to bury yourself in mythology books all the time, then you know. I was browsing YouTube the other day and got jump scared by you commenting on a wild lore theory video. Why is that a jump scare? I don't understand. I mean, surprised? Truth is like light, not the WoW kind. Even if it has just one wavelength, we only see it when it hits a surface, and it looks different depending on the surface it reflects off. The world is vast and time is limited. Yeah, it's a lot. But anyway, yeah, I guess and part of what I'm talking about is just flat out delusion. Like people who will put up walls. Not even people that are, the one about Vol'jin? Yeah, the Zaxxas video. Yeah, Zaxxas is in the chat on Twitch, actually. If you, yeah. It was a great video. Like people will, it's not so much that it's not even just that people will stop searching or stop seeking to learn to know more, but that they will build walls to make themselves comfortable so that they don't have to. And that's one of those things that kind of annoys the fuck out of me. Is when it becomes almost like aggressive preservation of what they believe is the truth and what they think is comfortable. That really annoys me. And I get it. I mean, it's like a self-preservation mechanism, I'm pretty sure, but ultimately like those people become impossible to communicate with because the way that they see it is the only way. It's the only perspective. Everything else is basically doesn't really matter. And I find that a lot of that is connected to morality, where like they develop a sense that their position is the most moral, and therefore they have no reason to budge from it because their morality does not account for reason and perspective of other experiences. They're like unforgiving of it. They're not interested because it doesn't matter, because if it's viewed by them as immoral, then it holds no significance. It doesn't matter. And they use tradition or upholding history as a scapegoat for turning a blind eye to reality. Maybe. I mean, in the case, what I'm thinking of when I'm referring to this, it's not even that. It's not even tradition or upholding history. It is a purely moral argument, one that will actually like disregard reason and evidence against it, because I think that for some people, like morality is obviously, I think, good to have. I think it's good to have morals. Personally, I have morals. There are certain things that I won't do and certain things that I will do, but it's almost like I I don't know how else to put it. Like, once they have aligned themselves with this concept of morality, it's almost like literally nothing else matters. Not logic, not reason, not emotion or experiences from any other perspectives. If you don't align directly and unequivocally with their moral perspective, they will completely disregard anything what you're saying. So fanaticism, sure. I mean, I would, yeah. I Yeah, like I think that it is a kind of a form of of extremism. And what I've kind of come to realize over the last, honestly, like the last month, which is kind of crazy to say, but like I've come to the belief really that like any form of extremism is bad. Like any, even if it's more positive leaning. Like, can you make an argument that one is potentially better than the other? Sure, but it doesn't mean that it's just like infallible or the correct choice, like objectively. No, I don't think so. And I think that even myself, I've seen times where I've kind of became an extremist, to where like my opinions and views were so like cemented in my brain that I would yell at people who disagreed. Like, and I didn't really see that at the time. I didn't see how impossible that made it to have any form of dialogue. And for me, a lot of that reaction came from like emotion, right? So even if you have like a belief or something that's a part of your morals, if you're like, if you can't healthily express what that is without having extreme emotionally charged reactions to people, like I just don't think that that's really going to help at all anymore. You know, like I never did anything dangerous, but my reactions and my disregard of other opinions and views was extreme. And so to me, like that became basically uninteractable. You can't talk to someone who is like that, who has a different opinion than you, because they there's no progress to be had there whatsoever. So ultimately, I kind of relate that to the cosmic forces in WoW, where I wouldn't necessarily say good or evil, because I think pretty much anyone who's an extremist in any direction probably just sees themselves as good. Otherwise, they wouldn't be extreme in the way that they are. So it's not even good or evil. It's just how polarized it is. And I see the cosmic forces in WoW honestly kind of similar to that, or at least the highest level entities of each cosmic force, you know? Like they're extremists, all of them. The Legion are extremists. The Naru, and some of them at least, are extremists. At least like the general purpose and existence of it is extreme. The Titans are extremists. Like these different they're I feel like these cosmic entities are almost like different alignments of extremism, and they're all not good. Because what some people don't seem to realize, I think, is that the more polarized they get, the more polarized the response they're going to receive is going to be. So it's like someone hates you and wants to kill you because they hate you. Well, I'm going to respond with hatred and I'm going to kill them because I hate them. And it's like, you're not really solving a problem, actually. you're actually just potentially just making it worse. Like, instead of trying to address why and try to find any kind of middle ground, people will sometimes just respond the exact same way. So they don't realize that the kind of light, if you will, that they're pushing is going to have an equal response from the other side, because extremism is often met with extremism. So I think there's tremendous value in not not being extreme, and not making yourself someone who basically cannot be communicated with anymore. Some some things are things you can set in stone, where if you disagree on this thing, I want nothing to do with you, but if everything you believe is in this purity test, no one is going to pass. And I think the truth is that there's probably people who wouldn't even pass their own purity test. That's the thing. They can put on an outward appearance as though they do, but I would wager that there's a chance that they don't even pass it. And so it's like, you might take from it a view that, like, living in any kind of polarized ideology does not really work. Because if your ideological view is to basically just disregard the thoughts and opinions of other people, people are not going to listen to you. They're not gonna, there's no middle ground to be had there, right? So it develops into like a level of hypocrisy. You can't, and that's something that that's like what I've had to realize, because I thought, I just was in this mindset for a while of, no, I'm just right and you're wrong. But how does that sound to someone who's not in alignment? I sound like a fucking asshole. And people aren't going to want to interact with that. And so I'm not just saying this about myself, but it is something that I realized, that, like, you basically can't have a conversation with someone like that. And especially if they're an emotionally charged person, because they're going to lash out emotionally when there's any kind of disagreement. And at that point, like, everything that you do is extreme. No one you can't interact with it. So yeah, it's tough, because I think it's easy to want to just put your foot down, right? And be like, this is the only answer. But you have to consider that maybe you're kind of blinding yourself by doing that. Like, maybe it isn't just the only answer, Sargeras. Maybe there is another way. There's plenty of people out there who would be willing to sit and have a reasonable conversation about how to solve whatever the problem is. But if you take them basically saying that maybe we should think it through and consider some more things because it's complex or whatever it is, as them just forfeiting the desire to find a solution because you just think that your extreme solution is the only correct one, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere. So the weird thing about extremism is that even the absence of it can become extreme. If you never see black and white and all becomes gray, you might turn to nihilism or lethargy. And I kind of understand why people would. I think that what you need to be able to do is look at things in a complex manner, because that's how things are, right? This is what I'm warning against in my Is the Light Evil video. Why did Blizzard make the light evil? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, it's not to say, like, it's not to say that there isn't cases where I would look at something and be like, yeah, that's not okay. Like if the solution to your problem is killing people, I just can't get behind that. Like, it doesn't matter what direction the ideology is going. That's unacceptable. That's not an acceptable solution. It just isn't to me. That's a line where it's like, you can't just, that's about as extreme as ideology can get, is just eradicating the opposition. Like, you can't, like, Jesus Christ, you can't do that. So for me, I do see that as like a black and white situation. But what I mean is that, like, you need to be able to, and it's hard, this isn't easy, but to, like, at least try to understand the other perspective and acknowledge how, not the other perspective in terms of killing people. I'm saying, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that there are people that are more aligned with the other side that aren't acting in such an extreme way. So like there's value in being able to recognize that and converse with those people. But when people start killing people and harming people and subjugating people, that's obviously, it's gone too far to me. That, you know, that to me, that feels obvious. That's too far. So, yeah, I just think there's value in acknowledging the complexity, I guess, is what it comes down to. And there are definitely points where it's not worth interacting anymore. I would say, but it just is more complicated than some people try to make it out to be. There's people that think about almost everything in black and white, and their opinion on it is always seen as the white, and other people's opinions are the black. And so that's just what I'm saying. Like, it's not that yeah, again, I'm kind of talking in circles, but it's not that I'm saying that you shouldn't have morals or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. It's more just about, like, if your only solutions are extreme ones, maybe they're not very good. Maybe they're not very good. And I've seen people, just to use, you know, a quote from a recent interaction that I had, say things like, well, extreme times call for, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures, effectively. And it's like, yeah, I get the platitude that you're saying. Like, I get it, but this isn't a video game. You know, this isn't, there are other people's lives who are affected by extreme choices. And if making the extreme, you know, change of direction negatively impacts a ton of people, and you're just going to be okay with that and be like, and not have a solution for that, to that, or like, oh, well, you know, it's necessary. Like, I just, doesn't seem like a very good solution. So, you know, it's, I don't know. And I feel like this polarization is like extremely prevalent in politics right now. Not that it hasn't been in the past, but it's like, I think the internet, in a lot of ways, guys, I think social media basically is built to polarize people. I genuinely think so. I think a lot of social media is built to feed extremism. Straight up. Like, it's algorithms that feed you either something that confirms, you know, your bias, or feeds your hatred. And ultimately, they're doing the same fucking thing. They're going to share things to you that piss you off and get you riled up and push you further back into whatever it is that you believe. And they're going to flood you with people and they're going to show you things that agree with you. Like, it's built as a polarizing force, and it works. And so that's really fucking sad to me, because it's also profit. It's literally just profit. Like, they're just doing it because it is the best way to make money. They don't even necessarily have to have a moral intent or a kind of political affiliation or anything. Like, it's just to make money. And they, as in the people who run these companies, don't care how it affects you. They don't care. If anything, the more that they can polarize people, the more that they can make off of them. Because the more angry you are, the more you interact with that stuff. And honestly, man, this is why I've had to get off, like, Twitter, because it's just a cesspool for negativity. And ultimately, once you recognize that it's just algorithmically built either to confirm your bias or make you pissed off so that you basically just sink further back into your bias, then, like, the more you start to see it in kind of this, like, I started to gain disdain for it. I just think it's gross. I think it's legitimately gross. People just angry all the fucking time. So angry. And, like, instead of actually talking to each other, you know, they just, like, scream at each other in a short message post. And I was doing that before. I was literally doing that. I mean, I've had to be better about it with, like, YouTube comments. It's fucking crazy. Sell ads and make money. I don't think that's a hot take at all. Okay, the whole world is in a really weird place right now. It's true. Divide us so the tech CEOs can ransack every government across the planet. Yeah, basically. It is. You're not being fed middle of the road opinions. You get the extreme sides because that's what the algorithm treats as interesting. If you're interested, there's something called metacognition. People with more extreme views lack this type of cognition. It's basically ability to reflect on your own thinking processes. Yeah. Yeah. Why is it that I think that? Is that right? Being able to actually question the way that you're processing information. Sure. I think I've heard of metacognition before, maybe from like Dr. K. And when you can tailor make your own space on social media, you'll develop an echo chamber. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's why I try to keep people around, even if they have different, there's, it's such a fine line, right? Because you can have a different political view. You can have different beliefs about religion and philosophy, whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to ban someone. People always did this. They'd always say that, maybe I did once upon a time, but they'd say that I'd ban people who disagreed with me. That's not the case. I'd ban people who were assholes. I'd ban people who were assholes. So if you can't disagree, if you can't like make an argument without personally insulting me or being an asshole, yeah, I'm going to ban you. Like it gets to that point where like, yeah, there is a fine line where I'm not going to just like tolerate people that want to come in the chat and be like fucking racist. I don't respect your racist view. Could we have a private discussion and talk about why you're racist and kind of get into that? Sure, but like ultimately there's still like limits even for a place like this. And there are people who don't enforce any of those limits on their chat, and you can see how those chats what happens there. So you still need to be able to like draw a line and in terms of what you want to interact with. But ultimately, like if you're a kind of person who just like bans and blocks anyone who has like a different kind of view than you, and it's not like extreme or outwardly like, prejudice or like, something like that, or insulting, then, I think that's kind of a problem. Like if you can't have a discussion with someone who thinks that transgender people shouldn't be in sports without like being a complete piece of shit, person on either side, then like that's a problem, because you're not going to be able to just force it down people's throats. You can't just force people to change their mind, right? So even though I think that, for instance, trans people should be able to compete in sports, there are people who view traditional sports and they don't want to interrupt the status quo of that. And I get it. And you can talk about that without being an outward transphobe asshole. So like, but there's people that don't think you can. Like what I'm saying is if someone gives the opinion, even if it's like calm and not like phobic, that they think that there should be some kind of additional rules or something around it, if you just lose your fucking mind and immediately ban them, I don't feel like you're not really like, that's not going to help anything. So I'm not saying that you have to advocate for people that you disagree with, but I think that hearing each other out at the very least is probably what like the least we can fucking do. And if you disagree, then you disagree, right? But there's some people out there that shut down any possibility of like communication. Now, it's unfortunate because when it comes to social issues like that, there are people that don't seem to realize or accept when they are being a certain way. Like, there's layers to it, right? I just wanted to use that as an example, but there's layers to it to where like they will almost deny their extremist view because it's like the people that are like, try to hide behind the science of it and shit like that, when there's science to actually support, perhaps even both sides of the argument. But they'll, I'm not a transphobe because, because I don't believe that men should compete in women's sports. And it's like, yes, but what you're saying is that that's not a trans woman, that's a man, right? So like when the argument starts from like an inherently like, it's hard. Like, how do you solve a problem where one person fundamentally believes something and the other side does not? Like, what do you do about that? I don't know, dude. I don't know when someone goes into it already. And that's what leads to a lot of just like people screaming at each other, I think. So it's really fucking hard. It's really fucking hard. Think about it. You're going on a website that gives you access to chatting with everyone you know, allows you to upload tons of information and gives you tons of things to watch or even play. All of that's for free. If you get something like that for free, that's because you are the product. True. Yeah, I mean, if you're not being sold something, you probably are the product. It's something that only shows you things that confirm your bias. It will breed polarization and extremism. Yes. Yep. Having opinions is pretty meta. I think drawing lines is good. Sure. And this is how social media is able to screw with elections and whatnot. Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, in terms of just like sowing unrest and shit. When you spin those chambers of silence, you can't think straight. It's very common for people to frame their situation in the best light for them and the worst light for others. Sure. We're talking about extremism in WoW in real life. Recently, I noticed that I very rarely see people being civil to each other in discussion on the internet. I'm still amazed when I see discussion with people that calling themselves idiot, lil bro, lacking reading comprehension. Yeah, people fling personal insults and stuff. I think that the more polarized people view each other, the more quickly they can dismiss other people's views and opinions. So it's easy to be like, yeah, well, it's why it's frustrating because media literacy and literary analysis are actual things and they're actual skills. But when you have people that are dismissing other people's opinions on things as lacking media literacy, there's a difference between an opinion and something that can be proven as like objectively true or untrue, right? So if the way that you express your opinion illustrates that you actually don't know the objective truth of the content that you're referring to, that can definitely be a media literacy issue. But someone liking a character and that's not media literacy. That's not a media literacy problem. That's just a perspective and difference of opinion. But yeah, people don't seem to make a distinction between those things. So it makes people think that when they hear the term media literacy, that it's like just a buzzword that people use to disregard other people's opinions on things. So the sides are often always doing damage to themselves, like, because people are just like, I don't know what it is, man. The internet's just not. It's not social media is just everything but social. It's just so it's so like I genuinely think that so many of these conversations and people would be much more productive and likely respectful if people would actually talk about them in person. I just think the digital format, especially text-based, where so much nuance of conversation and communication is lost, it does not lead to like fruitful, meaningful conversation most of the time. Or linking the California wildfires to a queer-friendly firefighter station. Right, and so to me, that reads as just another level of extremism. Oh, I guess that's the problem behind everything. It's woke. Nope, that's an extremist ideology. You think that this anti-woke shit is extremism. It is. It's just another fucking form of it. I would also say like extremely left-leaning woke, if that's what you want to call it, is also extremism. Ultimately, like, it's probably good to have a fucking balance. It's probably good to have a balance. Like, and not be extreme in any fucking direction, but then also not to be nihilistic. So, it's hard. It's immensely fucking hard. Like, it's so fucking hard because you have to be receptive to basically everything except extreme takes. You do not have to be receptive to extreme takes. But what I'm kind of throwing out there is that sometimes people don't realize that they're also being extreme. And I, reflecting upon myself over the last, like, honestly, year or two, I feel like time spent on the internet and anger and like just the kind of shit that fueled these kinds of interactions made me more and more extreme. And the thing is, my opinions haven't changed. My opinions on like trans people and stuff, that hasn't changed. But how aggressive and like defensive I am over those views, I think has become better because I ultimately realized that, like, if it doesn't, I'm never going to change someone's mind or even be able to make my case in a way that makes me seem like a reasonable person. And people don't want to listen to the opinions of people that they perceive as unreasonable. So ultimately, like, you have to remain reasonable. Otherwise, you will just be ignored. People will not interact with it. So conversational literacy is the big thing. People's ability to navigate discourse in an educated and respectful way is very bad right now. I've said it and I'll say it again. Deleted my Twitter and my Facebook. Best choice I've made in the past decade. Yeah, I mean, I only have like actual family and like married family on my Discord and Facebook, excuse me. and like a couple friends. I have like 35 friends on Facebook, and it's only people that I actually know. Back in the day, I was one of those people when social media first came out, had to get as many friends on MySpace as you can, adding people you don't even fucking know, posting all the fucking time. And then I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do that anymore. So I don't really use social media at all anymore. I don't really use like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, fucking Blue Sky. I don't really use any of it. The only time I really post on Twitter is if I'm posting something that's usually in relation to my YouTube channel. If I'm not doing that, then I just don't use it. So, but so much of marketing and social media is having like some kind of social presence, posting memes, making jokes, interacting with things, even if they're controversial. There's a lot of people that will use, and I've done it before, I've done it a lot in the past, use my kind of content-based social media platform to get involved with other things. And you can do that. That's fine. But I think sometimes people make their social media a little bit too personal. But, that's just my opinion. Love your takes. Thanks, Time Hector. What do you mean, man? I live in Florida, and we didn't have any hurricanes this year because the Democrats weren't aiming them at Florida, Kappa. Wave funnily said dark woke. Cracks me up. Balance? Bite your tongue. I mean, logic? Have you met this century? I know. But there's plenty of intelligent people. I don't know. I try not to be nihilistic and give up hope. I try not to. I don't think that things will change that much, to be honest with you, but I think it's about the little changes in day-to-day life. And ultimately, this world's going to destroy us before we destroy it. I think, anyway. My distant family assumes my wife and I aren't happy because we never post anything. It's actually quite the opposite. I don't need the validation of others to enjoy my life. Sure. Florida man here can confirm. Using Twitter to track posts from people I observed, the most I reply is like once every 3 months. Deleted Facebook from my phone due to how annoying the pop-up messages were. Sure. It's good to disconnect a bit. Go and connect with people again in person if you can. Just got to work between the poles by finding the humanity in the others behind the screen, which is tough. Exactly. And there are some people, and again, this discussion mostly is centered around the idea of those who aren't willing to do that, who will just fall back into their polarized view and basically dehumanize or try to disregard the perspective of anyone who isn't in line with that. Not even necessarily anyone who isn't in line with that, but they don't realize that they're just as extreme as the other side. And again, that's kind of how I see the cosmic forces of WoW. The truth exists at the center there, and forces and people are kind of pulled toward or exist in these extreme polarized things, divided, but I don't think that's really the truth of it. One thing that 1,000 Years of War taught me is that, at least in WoW, between light and void, the truth is not here or there. It's where they intersect. It's where they cross one another. That's where truth really is. Neither of them have the answer. Neither of them know the truth independently. They're blind, both of them. So that's what kills me. I love the idea of content creation, but social media presence is bleh. And honestly, that's done so much damage to me. Like, I've done a lot of damage to myself with just unnecessary social media presence. Like, if I had just stayed the fuck off Twitter, you know what I mean? If I had just, just focused on keeping on, doing my thing, talking about lore and stuff, and not getting into political discussions about other streamers or giving opinion pieces on thing. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's just going to lead to polarized shit anyways. It's just going to lead to more polarization. That's exactly what happened. It feels so much more fulfilling to text or call my cousins versus Facebook messaging them. Maybe I'm a boomer. No. Politics is the great divider. Well, I don't think politics is necessarily the divider. I think politics are inevitable. It's like, I think it's just when you go to the extreme. Two-party system surely is. Well, because to me, yeah, sure, but it's just like, it's the only solution we have. This or that, black or white, red or blue. You can't really be an online personality and not have social media presence. It's kind of inevitable. No, what I'm saying is that you can have a social media presence that's purely professional. You don't have to have a social media presence where you're going on there posting your opinions about all sorts of things, There are some people who their social media presence now, it's not even about video games. It's about discussing the perceived politics of video games or whatever, you know? And I don't know. It's not that you can't have content based on that, but a lot of these people that are doing this, they're extremists and they don't even realize it. Like, because they're not like analyzing the political influence in a game or political themes of games or stuff like that. They're more so trying to label it so that they can tell you why it's bad. Right? It's not a genuine, like, earnest attempt to give a nuanced, creative take on something. Right, it's more like a rhetoric. Yeah. It's like how Ko posts on Twitter versus Asmon. Two totally different examples. Sure. It's a personal choice whether to wade into the topic of the day or to keep it relevant to your topic only. Yeah, it is a personal choice. I'm not trying to dictate or say what people should or shouldn't do. I'm just more so trying to comment that a lot of the people who have done that are just posting extreme views. And again, I would say that I was one of them. This is all basically just to like self-analyze and reflect upon my own choices and realize that I too became an extremist who was unapproachable and would just lead to more polarization. It's why there was beef between me and Asmongold. Because I can disagree with him. I can think that he's an idiot. I can think that his takes lack nuance or that they're intentionally polarizing to get more clicks. I can think all of that. Do I need to scream on my webcam and flip off the camera and say fuck you and fuck Asmongold? No, probably not. Right? So it's the extreme response. Even if I have a leg to stand on in terms of my opinions, it doesn't matter anymore because I've illustrated to people that I'm not reasonable. And that's how they'll see me, which is why they say things like, you're crazy, take your meds, whatever the fuck it is, right? But that's my fault. Not that they're not assholes for saying stuff like that, because that's some bullshit to say to somebody. But ultimately, it's the extreme emotionally charged reaction that polarizes you. Doesn't change my opinion on Asmongold or what he talks about or people in his chat. That's all the same. But ultimately, you got to be able to control how you react. Otherwise, you're fucked. Anyway, let me finish this video real quick.
If the demiurge is real, then theology itself is inverted. The God at the center of countless prayers and doctrines may not be the source of love, but the source of limitation. The world, with its cruelty, its chaos, its endless cycles of pain, is not broken because of human sin, but because the architect of its laws built it that way. This isn't a fall from grace, it's a misalignment with truth. Salvation, then, is not about submission. It's about memory, recovering the knowledge of a forgotten origin. The soul is not guilty, but lost. Christ was not a sacrifice to satisfy the Creator, but a messenger who came to expose him. His teachings were tools for escape, the cross, the signal flare. This reimagining sends tremors through religion. It casts suspicion on texts, rituals, even morality itself. If the rules are written by a lesser God, then obeying them may only deepen the illusion.
Yep.
And yet, this is not a call to nihilism. It is a call to clarity, to ask what lies beneath its voice. In the modern age, the demiurge becomes the structure that resists change, the invisible hand that arranges lives into systems. He's present in institutions that demand conformity, in ideologies that punish deviation, in technologies that record and direct behavior. In this view, to awaken is to recognize
the demiurge runs social media,
the forces that mold thought, perception, and desire. The question
the demiurge is behind advertisement agencies. The demiurge is behind religious institutions that take advantage of their members.
is no longer, why is there evil?
Any system that takes advantage of or tries to distort truth.
But who built the conditions in which evil thrives? If reality is a trap, then theology becomes the blueprint. And freedom begins by refusing to take the design at face value. He is the God who builds without wisdom, the ruler who demands obedience but fears truth. He is the architect of the trap, but not its key. He forged the heavens as walls and called it salvation, sealed the spirit in flesh and named it life. Every breath you take is within his system, every thought bound to his pattern.
The dream weaver.
And if you feel the fracture, the distant pull beyond the veil, you may still have time. But most of us will never know we're asleep.
Dramatic ending. It was a good video. Led to some interesting discussion. I enjoyed that. Yeah, bro's a LARPing, dude. He is at that point. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thanks for sharing, Shinzai. And it's cool how he expanded upon the different iterations of the Demiurge and different perspectives. Is that from League? No, that's from real life. I love my friends. They're so cute. I was showing them my tunes. I got a lot through Discord and able to stream WoW. And one friend asked me why I play both male and female tunes. He's like, I only play male tunes, so just wondering. Funny enough, I guess he forgot, at least for me, well, I'm bi, and I like looking at both of them. He said, oh, okay. I don't pay your sub, you do. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I have male and female characters not because I like looking at them both. For me, it's not. It has nothing to do with like sexual orientation for me. I don't really know if I have like a reason. Like sometimes my character will be a male and sometimes they'll be female. Sometimes you play a game and the protagonist is male, sometimes they're female. I guess I just don't really think about it that much. I just like to play both. I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. Why I do that. Because, you know, you used to get the classic gamer take of like, oh, I'd rather stare at a female's ass than a dude's ass. It's like, why are you staring at asses in general? Like, you don't have to look at your character's ass all the time. What the fuck? Like, you just have a character? Like, what the fuck? Swing animations, look. Undead female backflip owns. Sure. Yeah. And no, I'm not saying, like, I'm sure you guys can come up with a bunch of different reasons. I'm just sitting here reflecting on, like, I don't know if I really have a reason. Maybe it's because, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't think I have a reason. Like, I don't really think about why. Sometimes it's circumstantial. Like, I think, like, my paladin is a female because the name I chose is Anshera, or Anshera, right? So I thought that the A at the end, A and A, I thought was maybe a little bit more, like, feminine. So I made her female, but yeah, I don't really think about it beyond that. I made my character for whatever looks the best for what I'm type of character I'm making. Yeah, I mean, I like my Shadow Priest is female because it's supposed to be kind of like a cosplay of Xalatath. But that's it. Like that's the only reason. Other than that, there's no actual reason. The video was about Valentinian Gnosticism and some offshoot theologies. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I didn't really explain when I said real life. That wasn't really saying much. To be fair, Pyro has a man crush on some of the male tunes in XIV. Of course I do. But it's not that I don't think. I would firmly say I'm not bisexual. So it's not like for me again, it's not like a sexual orientation. I'm not sexually attracted to men, but I can appreciate things about men. Does that make sense? Like, I can look at a guy and be like, that guy's good looking, but not because necessarily that I'm attracted to him. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. I think people can be beautiful. Of all sorts of people. I don't know. Yeah. And everyone has a different opinion on what that is. So, yeah. Damn, bro's got a nice dick. Can be said with no desire. It's true, dude. I've heard that 100 times. Out of my own mouth. No. But yeah. No, it's, yeah. But I'm also, like, quite comfortable with my sexuality. Like, I'm straight. I know I'm straight. I wouldn't be scared or worried if I was bi or gay. Well, it's hard to say because I'm not, but, like, maybe I would be, but I would assume that I would be. But, like, I'm comfortable with my sexuality. So, it's not something that makes me uncomfortable. Pretty things are pretty. Sometimes those pretty things are on dudes. Sometimes it's on chicks. Sometimes it's on both. Sometimes it's on neither. I use male characters as fantasy representation of myself for a cool D&D character idea. Not a sexual thing to me. I suppose it couldn't make more female characters. I could make more. I'm not sure if the last part of your message is a little confusing. I have both male and female. It depends for me what my mood for RP is at the time, or even if I'm in the mood to think about it that way. Yeah, I mean, like, let me pull up my characters. Like, I don't even... Like, my Demon Hunter's female. I think I made her female because I gave her the Watcher transmog, or the Sentinel transmog, or whatever. Watcher, like Maev. And I'm pretty sure, like, they're all female. So, like, that's why I did that. But then I ended up giving her a different transmog anyway. I think I definitely used to have more of that thought process of, like, doing something because, oh, hot fantasy female when I was, like, younger. I feel like that's something I might have done more around, like, when I was, like, 16, 17, 18 years old. Where, like, I did want a hot character. But I think as I've aged, I just don't... I don't know. I care more about the concept of my character. The idea. Like, I don't have hard-written backstories for my characters. But in my head, I have backstories for them. Some of them. Especially ones like this. And that might change. Just like the transmog I give them, like, means something. But I don't, like, I haven't wrote a story about them. But their names even mean stuff, you know? There's a reason I pick certain names. Like Dixie Normu. Everyone knows why I picked that one. But yeah, even I try to pick names and stuff that have meaning. Etreasa. Pretty clear connection to Etreus, Star Augur Etreus, who is a practitioner of the arcane. Sought to divine things from the heavens and peer through the layers of reality as a mage, so... Yeah. Gialator was, Watcher themed. This actually means chosen of Elune, or Elune's honored, or something like that. But it doesn't have the Watcher transmog on it right now. You mean Dildormu? Yo, rip Dildormu, man. Like, Ardamir is actually a slight variation of the first Numenorian king, whose name was Vardamir, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look it up. Kings of Numenor. Oh, second king, Vardamir. Better known as Vardamir Nolimon. His rule was only titular. He didn't even rule a full year. But, and actually he seems to be the only king of Numenor who did not rule for even a whole year. He ruled for a time in 442. And that's it. But that's why the transmog that I have is meant to kind of look a bit like Aragorn, and its title, and I use the old Thoradin blades, and it's titled like the Old King or something like that. So I try to have like a, you know, like a creative, there's creative aspects behind it even if I don't full-blown RP. He abdicated to be a roving warrior. Vardamir did? Is that true? No, I'm joking. Okay, this motherfucker. You can't say shit like that. You gotta put a nice character selection screen. Love the team at WoW said we're gonna spend some time in doing that innocuous thing that some people might enjoy. Yeah. My character names are always related to music that I like. Helps to get in a conversation with interesting people. Nice. That's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, my characters used to be named Pyromancer. I'm saying your character's doing that now. Yeah, I like to think Ardamir here is like a king of the old world. He does wear the lion motif, which he shouldn't because that's a Stormwind thing, but aside from that, you know, maybe someone who had been preserved in a tomb somehow, maybe preserved by the light and has awoken to a world that has changed drastically. And now his kingly status means basically nothing. And he's trying to, you know, kind of just like adapt to the world that is now, because nothing that he knew is around anymore. He sees fragments of it, he sees memories and echoes of what once was, but he doesn't really get to see the true thing anymore, and he doesn't really know what happened. I don't know, I think that's cool. Just some little shit. Some little shit like that. He was like, you know, like what the Vrykul did, where they'd put themselves into sleep, like a stasis, and then he woke up, and here he is. I used to actually spend time trying to name my tunes per lore and all that highbrow stuff. I'm over it. That's okay. Just name your characters however you want. Rushka I named because it's a troll, and because it wears a mask and it's you know, hunter. Rushka is the thing in troll lore. It's a mask that you use that kind of defines the form of things like Loa, like Kavalyatsitsi. So without a Rushka, he basically has this like smoky kind of form that doesn't really have much to it in terms of features. I scored the name Valorforged for my new Earthen Pally. That's a pretty sick name. Yeah. Krizeg, I just fell. It's actually an anagram for an in-game character whose name is Grizek. And he's an aspiring cartel leader. He calls himself the king, but he's not really the king. He just wears the crown and makes him feel like he's the king. But yeah. Organon, I just put this on because it looks cool. An old lord of the earthen. An old Thrager lord. Shenzhou has had this name forever, so I'm just never gonna change it. I don't even know where I came up with this name. It just felt like a thematically fitting name for a monk. And Akianshe means soul of Anshe. And considering that it's a Tauren who uses the kind of more chaotic side of life magics, golden suns on him, golden eyes, or golden crescent moons or whatever. He wields the power of Fel, which people don't like at all, even though the Emerald Circle has used impeccable Fel essence to greater attune themselves to the wild. Most druids still don't accept Akianshe's existence because he's anathema to druidism for most of them. They don't really acknowledge the wilder side of life that's not tamed by the Order in the Dream. So, they don't like him very much. He gets a lot of shit from people. There's a lot of people who will avoid him because they don't agree with him. Krokul's a warlock. That's pretty much the whole backstory. No, Krokul means broken in Drenic language. And so since he's Fel corrupted and a warlock, he tries not to let the demonic energies that he toils with corrupt his mind, but he tries to do the right thing. He wears Gul'dan armor because it's more of a trophy of becoming the true vision of what a warlock could be, rather than following in the desecrated views of Gul'dan. Jarent is, he doesn't really have a story. Well, he does, but he's got that name because it's like a human name, and he's Forsaken. So I felt like that was fitting. And he used to be loyal to the Dark Lady, but he realized that following her just anchored him more heavily to his sins. So he found solace in the perspectives taught in Revendreth, where we inscribe our sins on a sin stone and carry it around to us until we can overcome them through penance, making up for the wrongs that he did while staying loyal to the Banshee Queen. This one doesn't have anything, but yeah. Anshara is a devout defender of the Sunwell and Silvermoon, named after the Tauren word for the sun and the god associated with it. She wields the light in the form of a flame and solar energy. She doesn't worship the Naru, and although she has a connection with the Sunwell, her view of the light is more abstract. It's sort of like the sacred flame, which is, I think, why she prefers to use flame. And yeah, she's kind of a zealot. She's zealous. I wouldn't say she's a zealot, but she's more zealous, and certainly is not going to miss her chance to fight against the Void. Jaialator, I had before, like I said, as like a Watcher type character, but it's kind of generic, so I made her more a demon hunter associated with the cold, orderly, mystical energies of Ardenweald. So she wields the power of nature, and its potential connections to the demonic as a way to strike down demonic enemies. So, chosen of Elune. Not literally, but that's what her name means. Something like that. Honored of Elune. Honored Blade of Elune, I think, is what it means technically. And she's a demon hunter that fights against the corruptive force of the Legion through the power of nature, but not the dream, like a druid. More the colder energies. And then, yeah, Atreasa, who's I don't really have anything for. A Drust hunter, sure. Yeah. Harnessing the powers of death to bring an end to demons. But it's also like kind of a darker shade of life. I just saw your Aurelian videos. Have you seen the other dragons that were in the TFT set like 2 years ago? You mean like some of the ones that he has interactions with in the... No, not from TFT, no. I know Legends of Runeterra, but not TFT. But, yeah. You played League, but you have forgotten memories. You played Shen and Xinjiao. Hence Shenzhao. Well, no, Shenzhao fucking... Nah, he way predates any of that. But, yeah, it's funny. I'd actually say that my mage has more of like a polarized background in Desire. Having trained under Masters of the Arcane in Suramar, as she's a Nightborn. Oculeth, among others. Learning about telemancy and chronomancy and the magics of the arcane. After the liberation of Suramar by the Legion, she basically has gone on a quest to find more and more power. Her family died during the 4th invasion. Big problems for her, so she doesn't really have anyone left. And so she's basically just searching for any form of power, traveling to other worlds, learning anything about magic that she possibly can to never let that come to pass again. So she'd be very interested in Erator's journey to disassemble any efforts of Legion remnants in the book Blood Ties. So yeah, she's basically just she wants power. and she finds it, a lot of it, studying transmutation and the arcane magics in general. She's become pretty fucking skilled at it, and is also curious about the way that the arcane has been woven into living things, which is why she carries the offhand that she does. A little bit of studying and how the arcane affects living things. Anyway, I just made most of all that up, just right here while we were sitting here. Most of what I just told you, I did not have any ideas for before I just came up with most of that, so. Like I said, they don't have written backstories. Let's come up with some shit. To be fair, that's like 60% of what RP is. Making shit up on the fly. Yeah. Gotta come up with something. Stellar, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thank you.
The Shadow God.
What are you gonna main in midnight?
Their position. We must disrupt their forces before they can launch an all-out assault.
This one.
The Shadow God have reinforced
Shut
their
the
garrisons.
fuck up, Mela.
We can't let them keep.
Do you also link professions to your characters? No, I don't really engage with professions. I find them kind of tedious and boring. So, yeah. I'm stoked for Anshira's return. I mean, she's almost 700 eye level. 699, been pumping. I did a normal raid and I won an Astral Antenna, a Ritual Forge, and the ring off the first boss. It was actually crazy. I didn't know paladins could wield the Ransur. I thought it was a polearm. Yeah, paladins can wield polearms, can't they? I don't know. They might have just got rid of the restriction, but I thought a pally could wield a polearm. Mining 10 hours for 10k gold. Where's that flaming enchantment from? You can buy this off the auction house. It's called Primal Fire or Primal something. Just go on the auction house, you know, on your Brutosaur. Primal. Illusion Primal Fire? That's what it is. Does anyone want to kill a heroic Dimensius? Preferably people that have ahead of the curve. Any guildies want to form a group with me? And kill this shit? I need to kill it so I can get some gear on this character. I need another heroic tier piece. Time to work out some cobwebs, bro. The first raid that I was in with some pugs, I joined a Dimensius and I was like, damn, these mechanics are happening kind of fast. I was like, I was slow. Yeah, it was not great. I RP a lot in this game. I don't really play it. That counts as playing it. You can play, that's the beauty of WoW. You can play it in a million different ways. One of my friends last night said that the reason why WoW is so successful is because it's, this is paraphrased, but because it's like generic and appeals to everybody. He said it's the Fortnite of MMOs. Ouch. Yeah, that's what I said. He used to play Dark Age of Camelot. That's what he said it was his jam. And I was like, bro, you're fucking old. It has a lot of staying power, sure. Bro, Dark Age was my first MMO. Did he eventually move onto Tibia or something? He mentioned one other, but I can't remember what one he said. I don't remember what one he said. Oh, I don't know if Farrah's trying to join. I saw you come online and just assumed. WoW was my first MMO. Mine was RuneScape. I love RuneScape, dude. I love RuneScape. Although it's forever changed. Even old school RuneScape's not really old school anymore. I don't know what tibia is. Isn't that like a fucking bone? Done much sailing? No, I haven't even logged in since sailing's been a thing. I don't have membership right now. I was close to maxing. I have like $3.99 still max. Fishing, agility, and runecrafting. Fucking please kill me. And when they brought out sailing, it kind of like killed my desire to get a max cape, to be honest with you. It's kind of like... It's kind of a bummer. I honestly wish they didn't add sailing. Like, I kind of wish they just wouldn't have added another skill. So, yeah. Nice, we're getting the big boy healers. WoW was my first MMO. My mom brought me home a 14-day trial on a disc they stuck on a newspaper. That's crazy. Yeah, my stepdad bought the battle chest, and I had to make a trial account and play with the battle chest, and I played it a little bit. I played to level 20 on a paladin, a blood elf paladin, and then I was like, okay, you know, this is all right. And then I stopped playing for a while, and then I just like kind of I turned like 16, 17, 18 around that time. I just was like, okay, I don't think I really want to play Call of Duty anymore. And I stopped playing that, and I was like, RuneScape, that was around 2012. So RuneScape was doing the evolution of combat, and I was like, fuck this. I'm not playing this shit. So I went and played a shitload of Black Ops 2 or whatever the fuck was current at that time. And then when I got bored of that, I was like, all right, I'm gonna try WoW again. And that's when I got a subscription, and then I bought Cataclysm and played Cata pretty much alone. And then I made some friends, and they were like, hey, I'll buy you Mists of Pandaria if you want to play with us. And I was like, fuck yeah, I want to play Mists of Pandaria. So then they bought me that, and then I played that, and that was like my first full-blown expansion where they were still releasing patches when I started playing it. And I joined in like 5.2 or something, and it was sick. It was sick. My dad got me into gaming as a whole. Yeah, I don't think my dad really did. I think more so my stepdad and other family did. Like, I had cousins who had an N64. My older brother had a Super Nintendo. And then my stepdad had like a PlayStation 1 and stuff like that. So I ended up like really getting into it. Such memories. I've gotten into World of Warcraft when my cousin introduced me to a private server in Wrath expansion. Yeah, a lot of people, I'm assuming, did come from private servers, you know? I can never play private servers because I have sunk cost fallacy, and I like investing into official versions of games. Like, I'd played some RuneScape private servers a little bit, but never like that much. I pretty much just used them to do max level tri-breeding and PKing and stuff, and not have to worry about actually caring about losing my gear or anything like that. So, yeah. I don't know if Miss Mossy wants to come. I see that she's in Delves. I don't know if she'd be interested in tanking it. I really enjoy the League lore videos. I'm glad. I enjoy making them. It's not that hard for me to do either. And I hope that, you know, I know that there were some people that like the live versions just as much. But I hope that me actually sitting down and recording it, you know, on my own and getting to extrapolate on all the things that I think and see in it without distractions or arguments. I hope that that's been enjoyable. So I'm happy to be wrong. It doesn't bother me to be wrong. I just don't want to argue about it when I'm live. I basically skipped Pokemon as a kid because I was playing CS WoW, etc. with my dad. Now I'm visiting Pokemon as an adult. I played so much Pokemon when I was a kid. To the point where, like, now that I'm playing it, it's like become too easy. You know, because back in the day, you just pick what Pokemon you thought were interesting and cool, and now I'm like a tryhard, where, like, I pick the fucking natures and everything that I want. But that's how you're supposed to play for, like, competitive player versus player Pokemon. It's not how you're supposed to play the solo game. So I have, like, mine are kind of overpowered. Like, I'll farm a Pokemon until I get the nature on it that I want, and yeah, it's kind of sweaty. And so the base game becomes pretty easy. It's why I wish that, I mean, they have like Battle Frontier and stuff like that, but I wish that they'd have like a climbing mode where you just fought like through waves of trainers and up until the point where like they're just too fucking powerful. I just typed that in raid chat like a fucking idiot. Aurelian in development was called Aeotian, a thunder/storm dragon. Very connected to Lee Sin's lore if you ever get to him. I'm sure I will get to Lee Sin. He's like one of the only Ionian champions I haven't covered. I don't miss the 4-disc installation, especially with the internet dropping out. That was so bad. Have you ever tried a Nuzlocke? I haven't, but I've heard about it. It's basically just like hard mode based on like a set of restrictions or whatever, right? Did you ever compete in any tournaments in like Pokemon? No. I was a kid. Nutlock is great. Oh, I bet it is, Olwen. That way when you finally get to have it, it's just like, oh, Nuz. No, okay, my bad. Sorry about that. I didn't, you know. Jesus Christ, Pyro. What? He fucking said it. New name for a warlock? Nutlock. Nutlock November. That's fucking funny. I gotta be real careful about joining Discord once I'm streaming, man. I thought it was gonna disconnect my shit there. That was scary. Yeah. Orgasming is good men's health. At least 4 times a week, they say. Makes you 20% less to get prostate cancer. I mean, I'm probably more like 100% less likely at this point then, you know? I mean, shit. Does it multiply? Is it additive? Does it work like that? If I do more, will it give more percentage? Does it accumulate? Men, you want to get cancer less? I'll be busting all right. Chill. Are there diminishing returns? Yeah, is there DR on this? I don't have an addiction. I'm just fighting cancer. Accumulate, use. Great question. I'm not sure. I think it has to do with the harmful chemicals and semen sitting around in your system. There's harmful chemicals in semen? Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Microplastics. Shut the fuck. We're detoxing. I might have to get, might have to pug some folks. I should probably ping Farside. Oh, I actually technically did ping him already. He said that he'd be interested in this, so, you know. Well, that'd be good if you go back to a DK anyway, because I think, I'm not sure if Scarce is going to be around consistently, and we definitely are going to want a Death Knight. Blizzard actually fighting cancer with Zal's toes. Yo, based. Based. We do have various chemicals in semen, toxicants, microplastics legit might be one of them. That makes me sad. We're fucking cooked. Giving us Valera is fighting cancer as well. Yeah. Valera's mommy, dude. Wood. Cute mount. Thanks. It's a fire owl named Anurelos. Research is sparse at the moment, but we're looking. Oh, we're looking all right. Microplastics have been found pretty much everywhere we've looked now. Man, we're all gonna die some way, right? Stop looking so hard. You could not look, but whether you avert your eyes or not, it will still be there. You know, we don't have to have some big old group, by the way. We can just get, like, probably 4 more DPS and be fine. Like, we don't have to have some 2-4-12 dumbass fucking LFG comp. We got, you know. In before something bugs out and Valir has Brand's voice, that would be horrifying. That's nightmare fuel. Terrell pumping out microplastics at the end of the week. Reminds me of the Spider-Man universe where Seaman's radioactive, and because of that, MJ got cancer. No shot. That is actually a thing. That's just cruel for the sake of cruelty. What the fuck is that? That's an actual storyline? Dude, I'm telling you, some comic stuff has some weird degen shit in it, man. That was one of the stories, yes. It's not widely well regarded. I could imagine. It is, can confirm, seen the book. I'm a big advocate of Bran as Nemesis and Midnight for ditching him. That'd be hilarious. Could you imagine if he had abilities based on the most memed fucking lines? Like he'd summon webs, and from them would come the Rubians? That'd be kind of fucking hilarious. Those webs summon the Rubians. I hope you go and stand in them. You should probably go and stand in them. Comics get weird when you look into the obscure shit, of course. A lot of comics are from Coomer brains, bro. Straight Coomers. All right, I'm about to throw us in the fucking, about to throw us in the party finder. Because I'm not getting any more responses. I'm not seeing anyone else logging on or doing nothing. So I'm gonna throw us in PF. I'd come to help, but I don't think I'm up for this yet. If you've never killed Heroic Dimensius, you're not up for it. Yeah, no. It's more agency over something that could use more agency. There's also some good news. Studies into this have shown that the health of a child can be affected by the health of the father based on quality of the semen. Yeah, I mean, that's not that surprising. Especially in guys that work out healthily at least 6 months before attempting to conceive. The child will have an easier time putting on muscle and shit. Oh, interesting. That's weird. Now that I didn't realize what you're saying. I thought you were basically saying the healthier that a person is, the healthier, more likely they are to be able to conceive. But it sounds like even afterwards. Now I have to fucking turn on stupid ass Raider IO so that I can see people's fucking raid prog because no one ever links their goddamn raid prog. 4 of 8 heroic, nothing. So you're saying the bigger I get my biceps, the bigger my sperms biceps are? Research is sparse, though informative. They think that a part of the DNA activates when we start putting on muscle and that the genetic makeup is altered for a time. What the fuck? You want to have a buff baby? Work out. So this guy is 3 of 8 mythic and liberation. Doesn't mean he knows this fucking raid, but we'll invite him, I guess. He's 6 of 8 normal. Who is the most attractive character to you in WoW and FF14? The most attractive character in World of Warcraft. For me. And in Final Fantasy 14. Oh boy. I gotta really think about this. Let me start with WoW, okay? I mean, you got the greats. You know what I mean? You got the greats. To be honest, I think that for me, 6 of 8 mythic. I know how to place circles. That's good. I mean, in WoW, I'm probably gonna go, like, I know, like, man, this is tough, because I know that she's, like, undead and shit, but, like, Sylvanas Windrunner Lamau, but if I had to pick someone who wasn't undead, because, you know, there's not really any, you know, you can't, you know, we've had this discussion in years past, but look, if I get to pick, like, Elf Sylvanas before she was a Banshee, I'm definitely picking Sylvanas, okay? But, you know, probably Alexstrasza, to be honest with you. Probably Alex. Yeah. Yeah. Tyragos is up there too, but, you know. In Final Fantasy 14... Am I remembering, is her name Lena? Lean? The bunny girl? What's her name? Oh, Shara's probably up there too. Shara, well, now she's a squid though. I don't know about that, but... The Bull of Alamigo. Yo, shut the fuck up, Taro. Oh my god. The squid part was the best one. I was already a fan. No need to sell me on Squid Girl. Yeah, I mean, Ashara pre-Squid is good. And imagine what those extra hands, I mean tentacles, can do. I'm not trying to imagine all that, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. Imagine where they can... You don't need to elaborate. You don't need to elaborate on what the imagining that you're doing is. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV. I'm just trying to remember all the characters. I mean, Shiva's pretty banging, but Shiva's not... She's an icon, so it's not really like the same thing. You know what I mean? Lena's the gatekeeper of the Crystarium. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yatsuyu is also pretty hot, but she's also terrifying and psychotic. So, you know, there's that, too. Ionar's a muscle mommy. You know? If you're into that. I second Hythlodaeus. I mean, I guess you never specified female characters. So... Hildebrand. Oh, boy. Nafika's teats, dude. Nafika's gotta be up there, bro. I'm gonna be honest, so Halone, though? Now in League of Legends, now we're talking. Okay, now we're talking, because League definitely has, like, the hottest. Okay, so now we're talking, like, LeBlanc. Now we're talking, like, Ari. Now we're talking, Sivir. You know, now we're talking, Senna. You know? Now we're getting, you know. We're talking, I mean, Misfortune. Yeah. The Laura Bailey. Kaisa. Evelyn. Well, that's a demon, but you know what I mean. Evelyn! Aurelian Soul. Yep. Morgot. Or Urgot, excuse me. You know, Gnar. You know, standard ones. Tom Kench. The River King. Yeah. I like Vayne. Yeah, Vayne's pretty cool. Bard. Gnar. The river did what? Evelyn can take all my life force, and she will, as slowly and painfully as possible. Until nothing remains of you than a blubbering husk. Potentially next year, 7.5's aiming to come out after April Fan Fest. After in April? Holy shit. I'd say Fiddlesticks, but you don't know about him yet? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't learned anything about demons in Runeterra, actually. Vayne's a great example of a character that looks hot but utterly repulsed me ideologically. Sure. Yeah, other FF characters. I was trying to remember. There's so many characters. I'm not gonna lie, she might be a little brooding, but I think Zero's kind of hot too. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, though. I ain't gonna lie. Liar, deceiver, you learned all right. Akali, sure. Yeah. I can't say for spoiler reasons there's a cutie on my list for 14. What, like Sphene or like, Shale or something? Garnet? I don't know if Garnet's actually a thing. I only played a Realm Reborn, so Manphili is the only name I remember. Pray return to the waking sands. You'll hear me out. Elise? Elise. Remind me who that is. Elise. You talking about FF16? Oh, oh, you're talking about. Oh, you're sorry. You got to tell me the game. Sorry, I'm thinking Final Fantasy 14. Yeah. I know Elise. Elise is a baddie. Elise is also corrupted by a fucking terrifying spider spirit that I think is potentially even demonic in nature. So fuck all that. Fuck that. She'll lead you to the den so that that spider can eat you. He'll eat your ass. And your titties. Doesn't matter. You guys are sick. Would anyways. Wah, this group's taking too long to fill. Wah. Fucking idiot. Oh, God, I hate people that... I fucking can't stand when people do that. I can't wait 10 minutes. Wah. We need a tank and fucking several non-shit DPS. I can't wait. Meh. I'd rather go join another pug that's not fucking 70% a guild group. Meh. I'm weirdly vibing as a LeBlanc fangirl. It's because she a bad bitch. Everyone knows it. Want to buy AOTC? Decline that shit. God damn. Got any grapes? You can actually, can I have that? I hate LeBlanc, annoying ass champion. You mean you hate to play against her? These are some weird ass looking grapes. That look like a pointy nipple grape. Was that a Duck Song reference? Of course. LeBlanc can multiply, right? Well, she can make clones of herself, but I think she's kind of maybe giving up a piece of herself when she does that. You guys know that any of this music? Do you guys recognize what this is? Any of you? By any chance? No shame in that, Danmaku. You talking about like, whoa. You talking about like, what's her name? Shigiri or Yugiri? No? Yugiri fangirl? Fanboy? This music is a League of Legends sessions. This is all Vi themed, like lo-fi music. Sessions Vi. I fuck with it. It's chill. And they're DMCA proof. They are. It's on the creator-friendly playlist. Serena's the red-haired one, right? And Sadu is, she have white hair or something like that? What's your favorite Runeterra character so far? Death is like the wind, always by my side. Probably here, Yone. Aurelion Soul's pretty cool too. And I like the aspects, but, you know, like, I think Atreus is really cool as Pantheon. And, I think LeBlanc is, like, really interesting. But, yeah. Probably the wind shitters. A weeb, I respect that. It's funny, I don't think I am a weeb, but I just like the philosophy behind their stories and stuff. Person's name is MILFBOD X. Heroic Mana Forge Omega. They only did that fucking... Okay, whatever. I'm hesitant to grab a 708 lock. They better do fucking big dammy. We are going to be melee heavy. We are very melee heavy. Mythic Guild needs tank. Motherfucker doesn't know what time his Mythic Guild raids. Like, sick, dude. I love how people say things like replace, like we're not going to already as well. I like the whole brother part of, I have brothers, so to me, the aspect of like the brotherly conflict between Yone and Yasuo is really, like, really cool and meaningful. I think you'll like the story of Zed, Shen, and Akali. Bro, I've already covered all of those characters. I did a full-blown narration of the Zed and Shen comic. It's on my YouTube channel. Has sound effects and everything. Do you like Jin? Yeah, Jin's really cool. I also really like Aphelios, and I really like what's the painter's name? I like him a lot. Hui. I like Hui a lot. Yeah, he's sick. Hui was really cool. I like the, it was one of the last ones that I reacted to live on my stream. Which champions didn't you cover yet? I think it'd be quicker to tell you what ones I have. I've covered almost all the Ionian champions. Some abstract ones like, you know, I've covered some Darkin. I've covered quite a lot of Darkin. Demons. Tom Kench, Fiddlesticks, Evelyn. Varys, Aatrox, Kayn. And subsequently Rost. Swain. I know so much about Mordekaiser, but it's not in a video. Not all the ones that I'm listing are in videos, so there's a pretty good chunk of stuff that never got edited because I had Jay stop editing videos for me before they got edited. But I have the VODs on YouTube, so. These must be like some kind of organic grapes or some shit. They're not that sweet. Maybe red grapes. Lee Sin's great. He seems cool. Just watched a snowplow annihilate my mailbox. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, is that a mage? Why am I asking, is that a mage? Yes, that's a mage. Hopefully they're not as bad as I am at mage. I think I'm gonna have one of these guys. This is a Sunset Sarsaparilla. This is a Sunset Sarsaparilla. This came from New Vegas. I don't think it's twist off, but I'm gonna find out. It is. Howdy, partner. Quench your thirst the old-fashioned way with an ice-cold bottle of Sunset Sarsaparilla. The legendary Wild West flavor cherished across the Mojave since 1918. And don't forget to keep an eye out for those elusive Blue Star caps. One day, fortune just might smile your way. Nope, no Blue Star cap. It's got a QR code, though. I didn't think those came standard. A QR code. Refunded immediately. Fantastique. Just need big dick DPS. 730 Demon Hunter? Yep. Did they have QR codes in the olden days too? I don't think so. Big Dick Energy DPS. Oh yeah, Big Dick DPS. We have a local company that makes a huckleberry soda and it's so bomb. This is just like a root beer and I didn't describe the taste, so let me just tell you, it's a root beer. It's good. It's not too sweet. I think mug root beer is a bit too sweet. This tastes more, oh, it's a Jones soda. So, it literally says, save your Blue Star caps. Please recycle. Yeah, Sunset Sarsaparilla is basically just a root beer in real life. Oh, I didn't even see this person. QR code found under the Sphinx. It takes you to a Rick roll. Ha! Water, vinegar, ginger, and molasses. Sounds super gross, but I want to know. Anyone here ever had Switchel? I've only ever heard of it, but want to try it. Water, vinegar, ginger, and molasses. I mean, sounds disgusting. That sounds like something that would give you the shits. What the fuck is a root beer? I'm from Germany. You never heard of a Mug or Barks root beer? You never heard of root beer? You ever heard of a root beer float? That's crazy work, dog. Nope, it is unknown here. That's crazy. You don't just drink fucking sugar? That's crazy. All right. All right. Whoa. Ashkins, thanks for the follow. Dabachi, thanks for the follow. Real. Happy New Year. I love hearing about lore from you. Thank you. The real Noah Hilo? Noah Hilo? Anyway. Thanks. Bruh, the calories. Incomprehensible. We definitely get mug in Europe. It's just not popular. Gotcha. We have legal limits for sugar and drinks, I think. Yeah, so this one thing has 41 grams of sugar. That would be 80% of your daily value based on a 2,000 calorie diet. In one fucking bottle. So. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of sugar. And what's hilarious is that it's not even that sweet. It's not even that sweet. That's what's so fucked up. Diabetes Inc. 100%. 100. Do we have anyone that can CC second Nullbinder? Locke should be able to banish it, but, you know, maybe he has a small brain. Also, if anyone has a feast, I don't know if you have any feasts, Miss Mossy. I know you know. But that would be sick. I'll also give you guys, give you guys main tank and main tank. Can people click on Doom Portal? Absolutely not. I don't ever see people actually do. Okay. Apparently he's actually going to use that. I don't know if that's like a thing people do. Geez, I wonder why Americans are so big. Yeah, I mean, we definitely have an obesity problem. And yeah, I would definitely say that some people, it's because they drink shit like this all the fucking time. You can drink something like this, but not all the fucking time. Yeah, it's not like you're gonna drink this and instantly get fucking diabetes. Everywhere has an obesity problem. Yeah, people just like to make it out to be that it's just America. I see a lot of fat fucking Europeans too, so don't fucking talk shit. Alright? Alright, dude, I see the blood pudding. I see what you're talking about. I see that shit too. Get the
Happy New Year, Pyro.
fuck out of here with
Keen
that.
for more crazy lore to follow in 2026. D.
Shaw's fine. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, bro. It ain't just America. We big everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Did people forget about the art of fat, happy Germany? Look, I think just also as you get older, a lot of, you know, activity goes down. Time spent, you know, doing more leisure activities may go up. It depends. Here we go. Hey, you're right, but some Europeans are thin. Yeah, just like how some Americans are thin. Yeah, crazy. So crazy.
Come to me. Accept
So crazy. Well, that was not optimal.
it will be mine.
That was fucking close. I also didn't use my potion in time like a fucking idiot because I'm out of practice.
Stardust, your defeat was foretold.
In the rains. Just kidding.
Grind you to dust.
Make sure we're picking up orbs. Soaking. Did they not soak it on the other side? Did y'all not soak on the other side? Is that what just happened? That's crazy.
No star, no planet.
Gotta make sure we get our taunts as well, thanks.
Grind you to dust.
Pretty clean pools.
Time has come.
Please kill the ad. Left side. Please kill the ad. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't have any orbs. Thought I did.
Resist my hunger.
How do people die so much in P1? It's crazy. Knockback.
Stardust,
Res Olman.
your
Looks like he already
defeat
has the res. We're
was
like
foretold.
Guys, when we have pugs, we have to like play real tight because people will leave from like 1 or 2 wipes. So, gotta brush the dust off. Brush the rust off or whatever. Knock the rust off, whatever the fuck they say. I don't know actually what that is, Brock.
Corpses of the mountain.
What do you think about Metzen said that Dimensius was the last Void Lord? I think that's interesting. I mean, it looks like Dimensius has consumed other Void Lords. There seems to be a couple inside the fight, and there also seems to be some like skeletal, almost like, not even skeletal, almost some like ghostly apparitions floating around his body at the bottom. So it seems like Dimensius has consumed a lot of the other Void entities or something like that, so. Real good jazz? Oh, yeah, I'm not familiar. The voice acting in WoW is awesome. Yeah. Dimensius has this crazy ass voice. Yo, Farfik, thanks for gifting 5 subs, dog. Appreciate that. Thank you.
To me, except do not resist my hunger.
He's a hungry boy.
No star, no planet will weep for you.
This guy's vision hurts, so it's a good time to use a personal.
The universe.
Make sure we're picking up the orbs. We can bring people down. Get in the fucking soak, dude. God damn. This Drakthir's just like, nah, I don't think I will. I'll just stand and watch as everyone else does the fucking work.
From Stardust, your defeat was foretold. Weight of the universe.
Big heals on Viv. Thank you. Pick up the orb. Left side. Pick up the orbs.
Has come. Do not resist my hunger.
This guy's just whispering me, invite, please.
No star.
I know I'm on left side, so I probably can't see it, but seems like maybe our damage is struggling a little bit here and there. I think that we should already be pushing this boss.
Dust. Your time has come.
Nice.
Not one. Drift in oblivion.
Nancy, you know the grip, right?
We're in
You don't have to type to
Dimensius'
me.
domain
I
now. So
assume
stay
that you know it.
close and listen to me.
You just grip it to the small ad that's in the towards the center of the cross, closest to the front. I'll ping it. We have to do something to CC the second ad, so I hope that someone in this raid has decided to take it upon themselves to solve that problem for us, since no one was gonna fucking, you know, no one had volunteered. Bring it on this side, Mossy. You're too far on the other side. That's fine. It's fine.
We're not mere mortals. Show them our strength.
Null binding in the back is gonna get us killed. We didn't grip either of them. We have double null binding. Left side. Okay, we incapped it. Getting Olwen. Kill the Void Warden that's in the way of the pushback. It's on, more to the left, it's not the center one. This is not ideal movement from the boss. I don't know what we're doing here. Now we're dead. I don't know what the tanks are doing there. The boss, I don't know why we're even where we are.
You've done well so far. Surprising, but we're not done yet. Follow me, and try to stay alive, hmm?
Which phase would you argue is the hardest? For us, none of them. We've killed this boss 10 fucking times. This shouldn't even be happening. And every time we have to pug these dumb fucking idiots, like this happens every single time. Like we're literally a group of 80%, if not everyone in this group having ahead of the curve. I don't know what the tanks are doing, but that needs to be sorted very much, please. The ad movement there was, yeah, tough. It's why, like, if we're gonna put groups like this together, we have to actually get in and out. Because if we're gonna spend time wiping, we're gonna lose fucking people in the raid. Because we're not a guild. So, it's the downside of, like, this is, anytime you pug, this is what happens, so. It's fucking annoying. Everyone thinks that they're the best fucking gamer in the world. And that, you know, can't possibly spend some fucking time in a group. 2 wipes, so I'm out of here. Fucking stupid. Shit pisses me off. Tal, let's go left side, please. I'm gonna put the other Mistweaver over there with Viv. Healers, just check your groups, please. Viv and Boombuya are right side. But yeah, our intermission, I mean, it's, the platform is sloppy as fuck, so. You know, an anti, you know the grip, right? If you don't, I can tell it to you, but I just need to know if you know it. So there's gonna be null binders that spawn. You know about the null binders, right? Like, you killed this boss with us. So you can you need to grip the one of them, preferably the one that's further away. You need to grip it onto the ad that we're killing for the cross, like near where the boss is supposed to be held and where we're killing the ad so that we can break the wall to go to the other side so Dimensius doesn't kill us. You just need to grip it onto that ad. It's always the ad closest to the center towards the front of the platform every single time. And remember, we get to the platform, we start DPSing the big ad, we break the wall, and the null, we kill the null binder, we cross, we probably are crossing, sometimes we won't. Then we have to break the wall for the pushback, and then we do it again, we do it twice each platform, and then we're good. But we can't just like tunnel into the big ad. There is a fucking demon hunter over there. Are we missing someone in this raid? We are missing the demon hunter. Wait, what do you mean dementia? Demencius. Dementious. I'm king of falling off the platform, standing in stupid and other shenanigans. Yeah. The other pug problem, waiting. Nah, we just gotta summon him. we also don't have the monk. We could bring Stoned and just double DK this shit. Fuck it, get him in here. We'll just grip both Nullbinders. So there isn't any other Void Lords? This is just... that... Isn't any Void Lords just this dude that ate everyone else? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what Chris Metzen made it sound like. He had consumed the other Void Lords. Or this is the last one, or whatever. What happened to the other ones, I don't know. I mean, again, I'm assuming he consumed a few of them. How in the fuck are people dying already? Like, how do you die in the first fucking like before first soak even happens? Like, this is why these people would... Nah, never mind. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm glad we have a guild, dude. There's a lot of real fucking bad players in this game. Actually insane. Take the rest. Knockback is far. Not that you have to get close, but... Executions on this. Tanks, you guys need to be in the middle. Like, anytime you're active tank, you need to be in the middle. Just white.
the mountain from which I will rule.
God, I fucking hate pugs, dude. I fucking hate pugs. Right side, where's the warlock on damage? On the meter. Anyone. You and the lock died at the same time? Alright, fair enough. It's fine, that doesn't matter that much. We get a, we only have one lock. And I just can't wait till we get back to actual raid days. I can't stand playing with fucking pugs, man. They're actually so fucking brain dead and bad. It's actually insane. I can't fucking stand it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we just sit and wait for damage now. He can only tank. He doesn't have a two-handed weapon. What does pug mean? It means random groups. When you have to invite people who you don't know, they're not in Discord, so they can't hear you. It's randoms. I read the journal. I read the journal, then I watch a 5-minute video guide on whatever difficulty I'm doing. It's usually enough to not die. Yeah, well, it's one thing to not die, but then actually do considerable fucking damage is another thing. And to place mechanics properly is another thing. And it's just, when you ask people to do all of these things, it becomes very difficult for them. Well, our first official raid back is the 21st, which I'm very excited for. Is damage even a concern on the fight anymore with the buffs and all that? You would think it isn't, but then it feels like we're in phase 1 fucking forever. So, you would think that it isn't, but... We used to phase him before last set of ads. That's what happens when you have a raid with people that are all doing good damage. I mean, I'm on a 699 ult, so it's not like I'm, you know, I'm one to fucking talk here. I'm not exactly doing a lot of damage, but I will do the fucking mechanics. We just need... Yeah, we just need a couple solid DPS. And you get people that, even though I say AOTC only, you get people that apply that don't have AOTC, so that's frustrating. But, you know, it's one of those follies of World of Warcraft. Like, how do you get AOTC if the groups only allow you to join if you have AOTC? And Stone, yeah. Grips will be fine. It's each platform. I mean, you know. I wonder why WoW doesn't have voice chat. I think WoW does have a form of voice chat. I just don't think anyone uses it. This guy's name is Scotty Knows. Nice. I thought there was voice in WoW for groups. I think there's technically something, but no, again, no one fucking uses it. This would be easier for us. We would have to expend less damage on a second Nullbinder if this hunter says that he can trap the back one. That's what should be happening. I mean, that's the easiest way to handle it. You're gonna grip the closest one, which will be in the front right or the front left, and you're gripping it to the line of ads. And Auntie, basically look, if this hunter doesn't fucking trap the Nullbinder, it's just unnecessarily expended DPS, but fine. Thanks, group lead. We'll grip both. Yo, thank you very much, Adrenaline, for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate that so much. Thank you, congrats to the people who snagged the 5. Thanks. Thank you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year's. You good, Talus? Got the fucking orb. res the healer on that side? Quickly, before you fucking rot away?
I await your extinction.
Unless he got knocked off. I don't know.
Resist my hunger.
We're dead. On left side. Oh, goodness. Just ignore. Just hit the boss. Why did we not res the fucking healer? I don't understand. Is he on our side? Just like, am I like?
Not one.
It's so fucking idiotic, dude. If you see a healer die, fucking res them. Like, ugh.
I've got you. We're in Demencius's domain now.
I knew a
stay
fucking
close
meteor or something.
And listen to me.
Unfucking believable.
Come closer. You will suffer in my grasp.
I just don't understand why people just sit there and fucking stare at their screen.
Significant
We're not mere mortals. Show them our strength.
I'm gonna have to adjust here. I don't know what I have to do. I have to move healers around or something. Viv, I'm gonna switch you with Talus. So Viv, you're gonna be left side, Talus, you're gonna be right. Sorry for being frustrated. I'm not like, it's just, variables of people that are not in voice and not in the guild and not. Yeah, I'm not even sure how the fuck the Mistweaver died. I have no fucking idea how he died. It looked like he just went from 100 to 0, so it looked like he got knocked off, but. You think this music would chill me out? It doesn't.
come to me. Accept death. Do not resist my hunger. No star, no planet will weep for you. Weight of the universe.
Whoops. Pick up orbs. Left side's fucking ad is still just alive for eternity.
From Stardust, your defeat
I think, yeah.
was foretold
Just need a little more focus on the back ad.
of the universe.
way Dimensius' hands reach over makes it real hard to see things sometimes.
Your energy, it will be mine. No star, no planet will weep for
Ignore the ads. Hit the boss. Hit the boss.
weight of the universe.
That's much better.
Not one
That is much better.
in oblivion.
I've got you.
And we're not
We're
hoping
in
that this hunter
Dimensius'
traps
domain
anything.
now.
We're just gonna grip these
So
fucking
stay
null binders.
close and listen to me.
Stone, you'll do the one that's close at the front of the platform. You want to grip it near the line, and Auntie, you'll do the back one. You'll have to do it twice. We'll get 2 sets of them probably. Make sure it's on this side of the line, tanks, otherwise melee aren't going to be able to hit it. Point it towards the front of the platform. Yep. Good.
We're not mere mortals.
Okay,
Show
grip the
him
ad
our
right there.
strength.
Yep. Good. Good. Very good. Cross. Range hit the, everyone hit this Void Warden here. Hit the Void Warden, please. Hit the Void Warden. Oh my goodness, thank you.
You've done well so far. Surprising, but we're not done yet. Follow me, and try to stay alive.
Same thing here. We're just gonna land on the front right of the platform this time.
Kill his
That's a bit
minions.
over there.
Keep pressing him.
Stardust Nova's tough. Run across. Gotta be quick. Kill the Void Warden. This one. Kill Pargoth. Good.
We must strike.
Res,
Now!
Res milk bot when we get down here, I guess. Yeah, second potion should be up, and we're lusting here. Lust.
Thank the light you're alive.
It's gotta be you, Talus. Press
The
lust.
Mana Forge is stable. What of Dimensius?
In hand, but not for long. We must keep him from regaining power.
Your continued struggle is
Move left for supernovas, please. Let the tanks move right.
all portents seal your doom. Darkness.
Close to the first one. Second is back right. Third is left. Take the first stack. Take the second one. Delay the third. Supernova, move left. Oh, Devour, get underneath. We'll get Supernova after. Move left. Rip is coming. Rip the boss is coming. The tank. I'm just dying to healing. Okay, Res Talus. Res Talus.
Darkness descend.
Keep going. First one's left, then back, and then right. Red stack is here. Devour's coming. Oh, Cosmic through the boss, through the boss, through the boss, through the boss, through the boss.
Exquisite suffering.
Supernova, move. I guess move right since where it is. Sorry, Devour already happened. So bad.
The sky
It's right behind you, and then left, and then right.
insignificant.
No res. Rip.
Exquisite suffering.
Supernova, just move wherever's safe. You just gotta be off the tank. If the tank gets hit with the boss, you can get knocked into the supernovas. So.
Submit unto the void.
Good job.
Become bloody bound here. I will devour your world. I will be
Raiders stresses me out.
Truly be, at long last, the all-devouring is vanquished. My world, my people, we are finally avenged.
Artashian's
Do
abyssal
not savor
stare.
this victory for too long.
First to fall, Artashian was doomed to forever wander in the storm of his greatest failure. There's some lore right there on one of the Void Lords that we fought. First to fall. That's cool. So presumably the first Void Lord to fall. Artashian. Interesting. Yeah, you guys did well. You guys did well. First P2 was a little sketchy, but you know, figure it out. It's been a while. I was mostly frustrated at like, well, I was just frustrated at wiping. You trying to do Mythic with a guild or is farming Heroic? We've done some Mythic before. We're 3 of 8 Mythic right now, technically, but we don't have a consistent 20-man roster with the desire to kill Mythic bosses, so. It's something that we toyed around with a little bit after we get ahead of the curve. But not something that we take seriously. So wait, is Dimensius RIP now? Yeah, I mean, I think so at this point. Rework Dragonfly leveling was very pog. I actually got to see things in order. That's good. That's something that happened recently, or? It was in the housing patch? Oh, cool. Alright, good game, guys. Great. I mean, obviously it was just Dimensius, but you know what I mean. Thanks for helping, and yeah, I did fucking dog shit damage, so that's what happens when you're dead, though. If these void guys work like black holes and all the information consumed could be inside, yeah, maybe. Yeah, and as Dimensius consumed, he might have also consumed their knowledge or whatever the fuck, I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna jump out of here. Thanks, guys. I guess I just get, I let raiding stress me out too much, man. Yeah. I just really hate raiding with pugs, dude. I really, really fucking hate it. I just don't trust them. They leave after one pull. It fucking stresses me out, man. Fucking hell. First time I played through it, I got locked out of story at level 40, right before where the raid was supposed to happen. And most of the campaign was unmarked. Then I got spoiled by clicking the wrong quest cutscene after hitting 70. Now it just does a short version of the campaign from 1 to 70 with story mode, raid fights, and ending with the Emerald Dream questline. That sounds much better. My first Demencius heroic kill a bit over a week ago took 7 hours of watching pugs fall apart. But before I joined a guild run, I got him in 2 pulls. Yeah. Yo, Chance, thanks for subbing for 20 months, bro. Thank you.
Happy New Year, Pyro and chat. I can't watch your streams much due to my time zone, but I still watch your YouTube vids religiously at work when I'm supposed to be working long.
Thanks. Just don't get yourself in trouble, huh? The worst part of raid pugs is just everyone leaving before salad bar, and groups almost never list as first 6, even if that's how it turns out. Yeah, pretty much after you kill Fractalus, I notice in almost every single time that people leave. It's very frustrating. The raid's basically always over at that point. I can melee to Boomy if someone else is tanking. Are you pretty confident doing damage? Are you like, I've never seen you do damage, you know what I mean? Not that you can't, but... I don't even know if she's watching. She's probably not just respond on stream. For real, all sales gets depressing, but listening to Pyro's YouTube vids keeps me locked in. Really? Damn. Thanks, guys. Glad that you enjoy them. What's up, Rathias? Not much. Just killed the heroic Demencius. I might try to do, I don't know, I might try to do a little Mythic Plus or something. I can always do that off stream though. I'm just like a little bit lower energy today because, well, frankly, because I'm a little bit hungover. Just a little bit. But yeah, I do want to keep working on my pally. I'm low energy because weather. Yeah, it's been kind of not great here either. Kind of windy and cold, and some piece of the monthly reward could go with your set very well. Yeah, it's Scarlet shit though. I don't know if I want to wear some Scarlet Brotherhood shit. Scarlet Crusade shit. I did buy some things off here already. When judgment requires 2 hands, Crusader's Ruby Great Mace. Ruby Great Blade, capable of rending through flesh, steel, and bone in the hands of the most faithful Scarlet Crusader. It's actually kind of crazy that they're giving us Scarlet Crusade stuff. Crusader's Ruby Blade, forged within the Scarlet Enclave, this holy blade has been tempered in the flames and faith of the Scarlet Crusade. Perfect for rendering battlefield judgment. Mace. Some interesting crests and shield. Axe. I did buy the chain Kini, obviously, for obvious reasons. I bought the Thalassian Archer's Quiver because that looks fucking awesome. That looks really good. I bought the Recruit's Bow. And I bought the Crimson Winter Toque, or whatever the fuck that is. Thinking about some of these clockwork things. But, yeah, and then the monthly reward is, the monthly reward is Vengeful Regalia of the Crusader. This reads, reserved for the most illustrious of the devout, these raiments exemplify the callous conviction of the Scarlet Crusade. Doesn't actually have any Scarlet Crusade symbols on it, but it's the color scheme and everything. It's interesting. Or a robe. Looks pretty sick. Yeah, it's a cool set. I like the art on the belt for that one. Yeah, it's nice. I like the knee pads too. It's cool. How where I can find the current song playing? It's called Manifold. From League of Legends. I'll give you a link to the playlist on Spotify. This is a link to the album on Spotify. I got the P-File because I got a mage that would like it. Nice. Chain Kini, baby. I haven't really been raiding much this season. My old guild got disbanded, so it's been tricky finding a new one that works with my schedule. Mostly just been questing and delving. Yeah, I've been kind of just doing stuff. We haven't raided in a while. We had, like, honestly, that's the first time that raiders have got together, probably since... I mean, it's been a while. Several months. Three to 4 months. Yeah, it's been a minute. It was like spring, right? Yeah, my guild had I don't know, maybe like summer. My guild had a mass mutiny during the middle of Salad Bar Prog because my old GM came back and wanted to take it over again. Yikes. I'm incredibly rusty. Same, dude. Yeah, I did not do very well. And again, I was also fucking dead. I think our last raid was October 1st. Yeah, it should show in the logs. Just whatever the last logged raid was. And honestly, that's why we got to come back and do some raids together as a guild. You know, that's why I'm making it like mandatory. Because otherwise it's going to be rough in midnight. We need to have a little bit of, you know, coordinated activity. I don't have a keystone. So, I don't know if you do, but... You have a 13 streets? Oof. Yeah, I would definitely drop that to like a 10. What I need is carved ethereal crest, dude. I have to convert my crest down. Or I need to get loot that surpasses it, which is so fucking cringe. Change out those rusty bolts and crank it. can join you on my hunter for a key. Well, we might be full from guildies. Just crank it. I've been enjoying Mythic Plus much more than Raid since I could just log in and actually play it. I want to try Mythic Raids, but haven't been able to find a guild that actually raids at this time of the season. Yeah, it's pretty late. It's pretty late. Farah can heal? Interesting. Keys this season are pretty fast and easy. I have all 10s done as healer. Nice, dude. Holy shit. Getting my first 3K as healer was pretty huge, but doing the weeklies is kind of exhausting still. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to get this character to have more gear for when our raid does happen on the 21st. That way I'm not just showing up 15 item levels lower than everyone else in the raid. I really want to do that. Otherwise, I'd just go on my mage. But I'm trying to play this character in Midnight, so probably should get some prac in. Why 21st? It's the day after pre-patch. I figured we should probably make sure that any instability on pre-patch day is taken care of, and let people have a chance to set their bars and shit up, you know? Like, get your bars and stuff, like, you know, maybe dick around in your class a little bit. I'm still very behind on turbo boost upgrades. I'm not worried about it. We're not looking for prog. I'm just looking for... I just want people to get used to the changes of their class and decide if they want to play that or something else. That's ultimately my goal. It's not like we're going to do any... I mean, we're not going to do any, like, Mythic Prog or anything else. Do you want to try to get Queen Slayer at all? Yeah, we probably should try. We should absolutely shit on that raid. But the thing is, like, we would need... I mean, we need either a lockout or a skip. Which I don't think anyone in this guild is going to have. Right? Like, we don't have Mythic Skip for Nerubar. So how are we going to get to her? That's the thing. We'd have to do the rest of the raid. Can I just... I guess I can probably just get a key from talking to this chick, right? So I can get a key. It'll be a 3, but... Shouldn't I just get... Won't I get a higher level key if I get one after completing the 10? Or is that not how that works? Or will I don't know how it works. I don't know how keys and all that work. I'll go I'm out of practice, though. I mean... It'll just be easy 10s. Only on reset. We need a DPS. I think Shaka might come. Let me see. I got a 2 streets. Sick. You could probably do 10s on that, no? You could probably do 10s? No? I'm such a destructive disabled, you got me? What? Olwen, what is this? Wheelchair defense?
Master Ken here with another secret street fighting tip. Recently some students messaged me and asked me if I had any wheelchair defense techniques. Wasn't sure why they would ask something like that, but then I started to analyze this situation and realized someone in a wheelchair can absolutely be a criminal. There's no rule that says someone in a wheelchair can't be a terrorist. He could have a gun or a knife or a bomb on him. He could be breaking into my house to assault me or my family, or maybe he's just looking for a can of WD-40. But the point is, he's broken the law, he's posed a threat to me, so I need to analyze him, figure out how do I defend myself against a destructive disabled, okay? First thing that he has an advantage of is he is at striking distance with my groin. All the strikes he throws straight, gonna go right to my groin. Gotta watch out for that. Secondly, he can use his body as a weapon. He can throw his limbs at me, and even if I catch one, if I strike it, he's not gonna feel it, okay? So no advantage there. He is also...
That's not... Oh my god, dude.
Gonna have a very strong upper body. You know how as people lose their sight, but then their other senses increase. They can hear trains or smell mint from long distances, right?
They can hear trains.
A paraplegic tends to be very strong in the upper body because they use it all the time. So if I try to reach and grab the chair, he's going to grab me. I may not be able to get away. And then the biggest disadvantage I have is that he literally has wheels attached to his body. He is what is known as a centaur, which is Latin for half man, half machine. If I'm fighting him downhill on a...
That is not what centaur means. This video.
Decline, and he starts wheeling after me. I'm not going to be able to outrun him. He's going to run me right over, so I got to watch out for that too. So what do I do to defend myself in this situation, being attacked by someone in a wheelchair? First thing I'm going to do, I got to keep his hands busy, so I'm going to fake high, which would technically be low in any other fight, right? If we were stand-up fighting, fake high would be up here. But if you're fighting someone that is sitting, voluntarily or otherwise, fake high is going to be the new fake low. So chair high. So fake high. Then I'm going to reach down, put the brakes on this criminal, literally decrease his mobility so that I can spin out of striking distance and stun him with a dragon punch to the back of the head.
A dragon
now,
punch.
I'm going to use a move designed by the famous dancer, Frank Shapiro. It is called a pirouette. I can spin without losing my balance and getting in perfect position to get rid of this wheelchair wacko, take him right out of circulation with a step-through side kick like so.
Fuck, dude.
Then for your trouble, you might as well get yourself a chair. Just self-defense takes a lot out of you. So that's how to defend yourself against a destructive disabled. I'm Master Ken. Attention! Salute!
What the fuck? What the fuck is this, dude? Wow, thanks for sharing. Destructive disabled. Wow, a centaur. Yeah. So we need one more. Are we bringing someone from the guild, or what are we doing? Does anyone else want to come? I don't really care who comes. It's gonna be, I think, pretty easy anyway. 10s are easy. What's the key? I can DPS, just don't have my good weapon. We'll be fine. Get in here. If you're gonna try DPSing on the 21st as well, you'll want a weapon. Otherwise, it's gonna be a bad fucking time. We have a 10 Tazavesh. Oh my god, my fucking... Oh my god. My fucking bars, man. My bars are fucked on this character. Every time I switch goddamn specs, dude. So annoying. Semi lose back to balance. Maybe we'll get lucky. Yeah. I was so surprised the first time I did Tazavesh Streets and realized I had to play the drums the whole fight. I can come if you reduce your risk of prostate cancer. Give me a second. Alright, done. Done. Nut lock it up. I really do respect the mods, honestly. I do. I don't. You guys are a fucking liability. Absolute fucking liability. Taro's gonna get us canceled. Happy first contact day. The aliens are here. They brought a message of hope and joy that says, push the like button, subscribe, and set notifications so you'll never miss a stream. Yeah, I suppose I'll come in the dungeon. I mean, I'll enter the dungeon. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Thanks. You what? I'm gonna come in the dungeon. I'm gonna dumb in the dungeon. All right. Doing a countdown. Oh, wait, hold on. My shit's fucked. Don't go. Holy shit. Okay, let me relog so that if I disconnect, my fucking bars don't reset. Is your pally Blood Elf too? It is, yeah. Yeah, it'll fit well with the whole midnight thing. It's my first character, Blood Elf Pally, that I ever made when I first played WoW. So going home to Quel'Tha Lost is pretty cool. All right, here we go. Carry me. What the fuck do I have a jack-o'-lantern on my head for? Who's key? Who's key? I pre-potted. Is this on Mythic? No, it isn't. My verse was a Belf Warlock, so basically the same, right? Warlock Pally, same thing.
To repel the invaders and reestablish
Raid lead, by the way.
Do not allow the beauty of Tazavesh
to distract you from our shared purpose.
Yeah, I'm about to fucking delegate that to someone else here in a minute. All right, well. 5 minutes on potion. Love that. It's okay. All right. Here we go. I play this game. Make sure you put your key in, whoever has the key. I play WoW. I've played before.
Hold. Entry is restricted.
I was gonna point out to me how much of a
and
pain in the
follow
ass
me.
it is to not have everything done on a single
Surely
main.
we can
Yeah,
come to an alternate agreement?
yeah, a lot of
There
stuff
will be no agreement. Lethal force authorized.
behind reps and all sorts of shit. We have the power. Oh, we don't have a lust. No, we don't need one. Oh my goodness. I'm getting crushed. What the fuck?
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Fun fact, I could not do the healer challenge for main tank on any healer except Pally. Or Mage Tower. on main tank. You guys see the Mythic plus gear changes for keys in Midnight? I did not. Hope you have an amazing year, Pyro. Thanks, Shinobi. Hope you do too. So, Pally is disgusting. And very easy to play. And I know. Gonna get even easier. Just so good for Mythic Plus.
Mortals.
Yeah, it's gonna, yeah.
Scrabbling after any shred of
Be all right.
control.
So long as Blizzard gives the tools necessary to be able to see what the fuck is happening.
You have been randomly selected for death.
Vault Gear is actually scaling to 4 out of 6 in Midnight Mythic Plus. Nice. So it won't always just be like base level. When is launch? March 2nd? I don't know. Early access is February 27th, so that's when I'm going to be playing and streaming it. For 18s? Yeah, I mean, if you're doing 18s.
Yes. Feed. All.
Surrender. All contraband. Who triggered the alarm?
If anyone has drums, feel free to use them on this fight.
Intruders in my city. Not for long. You should never have come to Tazavesh, stranger.
Nice. That's better than nothing.
All contraband will be confiscated. Return to me. Prepare to be interrogated.
I think maybe we just leave it.
You should never have come to Tazavesh,
In fact,
stranger.
anyone that gets chosen, even if it's me, just fuck him. Let him die. Well, we don't have to back
Drop
that
your weapons, or I will seize them. Rally to me. Let us hear how loud you can scream.
You get a bunch of good gear from TOS and whatnot for Mage Tower. I never know if the trinkets are worth.
You should never have come to Tazavesh, stranger.
Most of that isn't needed, especially with the way it's balanced all wrong. You literally need a Warthen Dark Moon
All contraband
Air
will
Burst
be
Trinket
confiscated.
that gains stacks during plus con. I have to pick up my weapon when I'm
Papers,
running away.
please.
Yo, stop putting shit on my head, bro. What is that?
Necessary
Maybe that's my
tragedy.
trinket, actually. I think it's Astral Antenna doing that.
Unfortunately, we have now drawn the ire of Cartel Zo.
A training dummy toy that... Yeah, I fucking play WoW. Sometimes. I talk about it, I don't play this game.
Mortals. Scrabbling
Yeah,
after
I
any
am a League
shred
streamer
of
now, actually.
control.
I just don't play that either. Someone commented on the video like, what is this shit? Make WoW content. I was like, go watch someone else. Fuck up. Transbox S tier, thanks, Dubs. I don't know if you're complimenting mine or you're just saying in general, but... Yours? Thanks, thanks. God forbid you branch out and try new things. No, I mean, WoW is the only game that ever existed, ever.
Cartel Zai has a profitable venture. Hopefully, this inclines them to aid our own.
What I need is a distraction. The kind with sharp teeth. This beast will do nicely.
Wait, how did that beast escape from its cage?
Mortals.
Cartel Zai is not responsible for any loss of limb that occurs during this demonstration.
Oh my god, the timing of the dialogue right there is unfucking real. How did that beast escape from its cage? And then you hear Zaltas just chime in and say, mortals. And then it cuts off her dialogue and it goes right back to the other one. That's fucking awesome. What is this? What is this? What have you done to this thing? You put it on that thing and it just doesn't charge. Alright, reported. Thanks, Farfig. It's been nice to experience other games too, because imagine liking games.
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
are rampaging beasts ruining your day. We have the solution. Watch as my assistant activates this.
I am awakened.
Destroy. With controls this easy, even a dredger could do it.
Imbecile, turn it off.
It is out of control.
Thank you all. That concludes our demonstration.
Cleanse yourself with annihilation.
Nice. That's what I love to cleanse myself with.
Overheating. Venting anima.
Venting.
Prepare for purification.
Yeah. I wonder where
Now's
it
my
came out of.
chance. That axe is mine. They thought
You done much with housing?
dimension tumblers would
I did
keep
the
me
outside of my
out?
house,
Pathetic.
and then they added the extra limit on the outside, and I haven't really done anything since. Housing for me is like, it's a cool like side feature, but not something that I focus, like that I'm probably gonna like focus much on, to be honest. Well, I should not have stepped into that.
Submit. Come, be devoured. Submit.
I don't have the thing anymore. Gotta get the anima, you know?
Mortals. Scrabbling after
Just run
any
back and forth like a
shred of
psychopath.
control.
My blade will claim you.
You saved our menagerie. Well, what is left of it?
A simple matter. In return, we ask only for
It's funny getting into WoW, seeing all the comment section characters like guy who thinks retail's been dead for 10 years but still comments on it, and PvP player saying PvE players are bad because they hit NPCs that appear on almost every video. Yeah, what I've realized is that there's just some like jaded fucking people and they just want WoW to suck. And so they like watching videos from people that tell them that WoW sucks and like circle jerking each other. Even though the game has still like 7 or 8 million subscribers. Like, even though Classic is a thing and you've had different game modes and remix and all sorts of stuff, like, yeah, I don't know. Probably people that just maybe don't have the time to play anymore, and well, that's unfortunate. I don't know. When people aren't able to love don't have the time to love things anymore, sometimes they just turn to hating them. It's weird. You want to get close when you're tethered like that, it gets rid of the tether. There's a fucking jungle cat dead on the floor. He was in the bathroom, but... Wow, Zally. My buddy got drunk on Discord and told me over and over, louder and louder each time, that Guild Wars has a far larger active player base for like an hour. Isn't that just like not true? Like, isn't that just like not even remotely close to being true? It's not true, like, at all. Yeah, he's probably just trying to be funny, I guess, or just like weird drunk copium. LOS here, please. Bear's cheating. Bear's cheating. He's hacking. Yeah, WoW has no cheaters, that's true. Never seen it in BGs. Never seen people fly hack. That was a long time ago. Yeah. He's wall hack. He's still salty that our friend group all moved back from OSRS back in the day to WoW. didn't. I mean, but he's playing Guild Wars, so like that doesn't make any sense. He wanted to play Guild Wars, and like the rest of the fam was like, nah, maybe not though. It was a discussion back on TeamSpeak. Oh my goodness. TeamSpeak. Shit, I hung out with all my friends in RuneScape on Skype. I guess some people who don't look at numbers could assume it's still more alive. I mean, as long as a game has players, it's alive. You know what I mean? I think it's like such a fucking... It's like such a pedantic, annoying thing that gamers do with MMOs. Like... As long as the servers are still active and people play it, it's alive. A game is only dead to me once its servers literally shut down. And you can't play it anymore. Then the game is literally dead. But all the other shit is like, nah, no. It's not dead. People, like, well, it seems like on the internet, people think that if they don't like a game, the game's dead. They're like, I don't personally play it anymore, dead game. I got the close one. Like, you don't, there's no such, like, you're not dead if you still got some life in you. You know what I mean? Like, you don't say someone's dead until their fucking heart stops beating and that motherfucker's dead, right? So, it's like, why treat games any, I mean, why treat games any different? It's like, there's still people playing it. Hey, it's not dead. I think we probably should run these bombs. People saying PUBG's dead makes me laugh so hard. Immediate friend group, favorite streamer not actively playing game, game's dead. Yeah. Oh man, the amount of gamers that get the perception of games being alive or dead through streamers is fucking really annoying. Surely if Shroud doesn't play it or says it sucks, he's right. You know what I mean? Now that he's played E33 and he's like, yeah, I can see why people wanted to give this game of the year. Yeah, I'm just glad to see it, you know, him give it a try and change his mind. But it's like, man, why are you so like sunken into this idea before you ever even played the game? It's so fucking weird. I stepped away for a few minutes. What even kicked off the dead game topic? I don't know. I actually don't know why we're talking about this. That hurt very much. Oh, I think it was, I don't know, someone mentioning in, like, the comment section that they saw that, or... It's like a standard comment on WoW videos or something. If you play as an undead, does that make it a dead game? No, it makes it an undead game. But I'll say this, undead game does not mean the same thing as a live game. The bar was way too high for WoW. Active subs at peak worldwide was like 12 million at the height of Wrath. Yeah, when this shit was like brand new and we weren't fucking 10 expansions deep either. Like, yeah, of course it's gonna like... It's hard to ever get back to that, you know what I mean? I'll probably never like, you know... Everything has a peak, you know? That's why it's called a peak. Like, But it's like people who think when I'm streaming to like 200 people that I'm like a dead streamer. I'm like, what? Hold on, what? That doesn't make sense. Dead what? Well, this is the same amount I've been had for a long time. When I'm chatting lore and stuff, you know. Celebs were playing, it was all on TV at the time. Sure. I mean, it was also, you know, fucking 17 years ago, so. I'll take the guitar. Rock it on, dude. Huh! 10 milli vanilli. But 9 mil today is pretty damn good considering MMOs are niche now. Crazy? Nah, dead game, bro. I seen it on Reddit. So many people would kill for 200 concurrent. I know. And it's always coming from people who don't have a stream. You know what I mean? It's never like another streamer that says that. I don't think I've ever had another streamer say, God damn! It's always from some fucking random guy who's like never streamed ever. Like, nice, dude. Sick opinion that you have there. Fucking real nice. We gotta break this shit, like, right now. Like, right now. And that's before the full release of housing. I gotta stop reading chat! I'm gonna fucking die. Oh my... That's... What a fucking annoying boss. If you want streaming to 50,000 people typing Omega lol, you're washed. Yeah. Omega lol, W and L. Yeah, I need a little bit, just a little bit more. Streaming's just a weird popularity contest. Oh, yeah. Streaming actually isn't really a popularity contest. Streaming is just doing something entertaining on a live feed. People turn it into some weird popularity contest. Like, people don't comprehend the idea that there are people that use this site and watch streamers that have no idea who Asmongold is. Like, it is a thing. People just, like, they can't comprehend it because to them, like, you know. Just as one example. Perception is reality, right? I love going up here on my horse. It's so stupid looking. He said recently his views dropped significantly when he starts playing video games. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's because I mean he makes extremely polarized political content, and someone said earlier, I think it was Farfig, that he doesn't hate Asmon because he doesn't know Asmon. I'm gonna tell you this right now, his viewers don't know him either. They just think they do. You think you do, but you don't. Asmon just found a way to somehow cope with reality while at the same time replicating what social media platforms like Twitter or X and stuff like that do, where they just feed you controversial content that makes you angry and gets you riled up, except it's in a live viewer format where people pay money. He's just figured that out. Kick. Thank you. And like I've said a million times before, and this is one of the things that, you know, I think I've come to kind of accept about Asmon, is that he just says shit that gets people riled up. Just, you know, second that he says some shit that his chat disagrees with, they just like spam L at him. So, you know. He said that if he had a trans kid, that he'd seek to understand them and then like support them in like whatever way he could, because he, you know, would want to be a good father and stuff. And his chat was spamming L at him. It's like actually crazy how fucking hateful and blind these people are. It's fucking nuts. Like not even your own kid. Like damn. It's full of hatred. It's wild. Whoops. Whoopsie. I heard him say that. I was like, yo, that's kind of based. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What was that? Yeah, oh, wow. I love Mythic Plus so much. I got boots I do not fucking need. The game's what bound us, I suppose. Not his politics, so now I don't really feel like I have any connection with him. Sure. Well, back in the day, you didn't really have any politics. And if you did, you didn't say anything about them. Rare Asmon W. Yeah. It's literally the same thing as the YouTube algorithm, but in real time. You feed a viewer base that gets the most engagement. Negative engagement gets the most clicks. Yep. I just spend too much time on my soapbox to do it. I just can't do it. It feels like a very sellout kind of thing to do. Feels manipulative. We can do more. I don't care. He straight up said that he's a grifter. I mean, people don't care. Yeah. Dude hasn't played WoW in 2 years and just did a WoW podcast to talk about how bad it is for all for clicks. Well, we can drop the Dawnbreaker down if you want. Do a 10. Yeah? Yeah. I tried to get on Allcraft back in the day. They never had me on. Too long for stream and check it out, folks. This dude watches a week of Asmon content. Oh, wait, what? I spent 1 week watching Asmongold, and now my walls are full of alarm clocks. Damn, the comments on this video are insane.
There's been a lot of excitement about bringing back slavery.
Oh my fucking god, dude. I can't. Oh my god. Oh, bro. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, alright. Zoning in. Dude, there's been a lot of excitement about bringing back slavery. Whoa, what? And that's without context, to be fair. There's no context, but Jesus Christ. Oh, I have a turbo boost I have to go turn in. Can you summon me back? I use my portal. Sorry about that. Who's gonna say that could be better within context? Yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I'm supposed to get Screams of a Forgotten Sky. I'm apparently supposed to buy that. I don't know what it's better for me in. Probably like single target or something. But I'm told I'm supposed to buy one of those Screams. I think. I gotta figure out for which situation it is superior. If you continue to the next sentence, it's even worse.
There's been a lot of excitement about bringing back slavery. It seems like we won't have to. If you steal from a store, instant mandatory prison time. I would do mandatory prison labor, and I would punish the people that wouldn't do it. But I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever.
It feels like satire at this point. I mean, did he just reinvent for-profit prisons? And prison labor and slavery? It's so ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, there's no, yeah. I think, like I said, man, I think that he's just fully gone into like, I mean, he's just full-blown grift. Like, and I'm not even saying it as an insult. I'm just saying it as like the objective, it's just what it is. Like, he just says the most controversial things to get people mad at him. I mean, it's just all it is. It's where the money is. I know. It's insane. But when, I don't know, your morals don't lead you to a belief that it's wrong to be doing that, then, you know, make your money, I guess. It worked on me. I mean, he got me all pissed off about shit. And then people that say, you know, people, you know, that watch him, I don't know, it definitely works. Is what it is. And then he'll be like, oh, just farm you for content, dude. Like, yeah, he will. Exactly what he'll do. But I mean, there's no moral conversation or battle to be had there. It's irrelevant. So, yeah. Is what it is, I guess. When you try to create a utopia society by suggesting that any crime at all deserves immediate imprisonment, we call that China, Zach. China #1. If we can pull this other stuff, it's just a 10, but we could lust this if someone has drums or something. We some earlier. I have politics fatigue. It's omnipresent. I mean, yeah, I just choose not to engage with it right now. Like, I'm just not really spending a lot of time listening to political stuff or engaging with it, because it makes me the big sad, or sometimes the big mad, you know? Oh my god, that's so loud for some reason. I used to argue with people on social media over political ideal differences and realized nothing ever comes out of it, so I just ignore it all now. If you want to have political discussions, just have them in person. I don't know. The internet's not very conducive to, like, actually meaningful, like, discussions. So yeah, it's probably just a waste of time. I prefer to replace the real life drama with inane MMO drama. I mean, who ever gets into drama about an MMO? I mean, couldn't be me, dude. Couldn't be me. I have the wrong abilities assigned to the wrong spots. I love that. We love some OnlyFans drama. Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that. It's just kind of sad because there's always been like controversial content and like drama content, like fucking Keemstar, but it feels like basically nowadays everyone's just like Keemstar, except with like also insane political takes on top of like inane drama. It's like it feels like the like reality TV like infected like YouTube and Twitch. You know what I mean? And like to the point where like none of it's real. Like everything is fake. And Keemstar's like chilling out now. What a world we live in. Yeah, yeah. People just figured out that like being shitty to each other and controversial and like, I don't know, like pushing for like negativity and stuff is like the best way to make money on the internet. So that's what they do. Maybe not even the best, but like the easiest. It's so funny though, because some people don't go about it the right way. They don't leave any level of like reasonable doubt or ambiguity about the intent behind their words. They just say like blatantly like racist or like homophobic shit, and they're like, why am I not getting more popular? It's so funny how that works, dude. I've seen other people like try to get into the grift, but they don't get it. Like they don't get that some of these people that are doing this grifting content, they know what is controversial and what to say to upset people, and that's why they're saying it. They're not saying it necessarily because they even believe it, but when you just say your crazy ass phobic beliefs and shit, like it doesn't come. It's not. It's too like obvious. Like, and so. Yeah, people look at that and they're like, okay, this guy might just actually be a fucking racist. Or might just be like, you know, whatever. You also have to be entertaining. Like, I hate to admit this. I mean, I don't really hate to admit it. It's not like a secret. Even if I think he's a fucking idiot at times, like, Aswin is entertaining enough. He can make people, like, laugh. He you know, he knows when to say, like, little fucking one-liners and shit. You know? So, like, like, that kind of has to be a factor as well. And there's some people that try to get in on the grift who are just actually not entertaining. They're, like, not funny ever. They don't know how to, like, even humorize the grift, so they just end up saying, like, hateful, depraved shit without any humor. Oh, we're in trouble here. Oh, we're in big, big trouble. Yeah, that's not where we want to be. That's tough. If you're ranged, you want to be standing away from the boss if you can, by the way. The ones that get me are the videos where they say slurs, but you can really tell their heart isn't in it, you can't feel the hate. It falls flat. Yeah, it's all just performative. There's a lot of that. You need esoteric, stealthy homophobia. So when questioned, you can walk it back. Yeah. There has to be just enough reasonable doubt, or you have to be able to squirm your way out of it. You mean there are places in Mexico that are good places to live? I thought that was just like a shithole country run by cartels, and that it's dangerous and full of rapists and murderers. That's what the news said. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I think Lovecraft's taste in pet names might be a little brazen for today's grift. Yeah. As a German, I hate Germany. Sure. I mean, there's people in America that hate America, too. If you hate America, you should just be deported to El Salvador. It's so insane, dude. Lock them up. They hate us because they ain't us. Respect the flag, buddy. Kid Rock comes out and starts shooting Bud Light in a full flag outfit. Dude, yeah, the whole Kid Rock thing is fucking embarrassing. Anyway. I just want to skip whatever period of politics we're in now and get to the point where the governments make our lives a little better again, or pretend to. Yeah, well, you know. Then you have to contend with the fact that there's lobbying and realize that as long as the government doesn't do anything to make that illegal, that we're going to remain cooked. So, as long as it's possible for representatives to take money from companies and push legislation that lines their pockets, then, you know, here we will remain. And it doesn't even matter which party. Like, it's not even like both of them do it. So pick your fucking poison, red or blue. They're both doing it. So. Sorry, AWS is down. Your AI pacemaker stopped working. Yo, fucking tough. Landing up here. The constant hum of data centers is soothing when you really think about it. Shut the fuck up. Oh my goodness. High-end GPU is about to double in price again this year. Yep. It's because they've realized, man. You as the consumer aren't, you know, you don't fuel their company, bro. Giant fucking ecological fucking disaster, you know, data centers. That's, you know, that's where the money is to be had. This is, you know, it's the downside of hyper optimization. which you see in everything. Gotta hyper optimize the profit. Gotta hyper optimize everything. So once they've, you know, figured out where the money's coming from, you got the data for it, you know how to make the most money, where it should go, what you should price it at to make the most money. You got data on the likeliness of people to pay certain amounts for things. You sell it to a corp. GG. Corpse fueling other corpse. There's no mystery. There's no risk. Well, there's risk, but assuming, you know, as long as you're the one doing the scamming, then you're good. Excuse me, it sounds like you don't want 5 dudes to own $8 gorillion. I mean, I seem to do pretty well, you know. I can live a relatively good life with my partner, and with the income that I have, I don't really see a reason to need to make that much money per year, but hey, you know, it is what it is. These companies fail, Trump will use our tax dollars to bail them out. Yeah, that's what that's what tax dollars are for, bro. And not to bail out, like, the banks and mega wealthy, then, like, who else, right? I mean, fuck, like, veterans, like, you know, fuck, like, the homeless epidemic, fuck the housing problem, like, fuck the mental health crisis that our country is in. Shit. Underfunded schools, man, fuck that. Just go to private school, idiot. You know? You know what I mean? Fuck student loans, man. That's not a problem. Who needs new roads, bro? Who cares about public transit systems? Who even cares? It's just fake news anyway. Sorry, I'm like in my little I'm in a mood now. Sam Altman literally said AI will destroy us, but the companies will make cool stuff. Huh? That's so crazy. And we really should stop allowing the Fed to decide tax rate and how taxes are spent. That's crazy, huh? You mean they get to tell me how much they pay them and exactly what to use it on? That's crazy. I work in the fusion industry, and there's a company developing a pulse fusion generator for Microsoft to help power their AI data center. Needless to say, most of the employees in that company aren't all for it. And the crazy things that we could use this technology to accomplish, but instead, you know, sounds woke. Huh. It's a shame. But instead we need AI slop. US tax system needs a rework, gang? You know, no shit. Another one. Bro, I pressed my interrupt about 17 times right there before it actually went. I tried to save you, Fred. I wasn't fast enough. As it should? As what should? I don't understand the context of your remark. Where's Johnny Silverhand when you need him? Clank wank it is? What? I'm gonna clank wank and spewing my AI slop everywhere. Clank wank, dude. Never heard that before. Where's Light Gorosh when you need him? In some other timeline. Getting close here, please. Don't worry, I'm on your side. That's all you need to know. Is it? I don't know. Feels like it could be more complicated than that, but... like the music tonight. Glad. Yeah, I figured a little chill music could go a long way. I don't know. Otherwise, I'd just be listening to fucking RuneScape music. That's not a bad option either. Do you think Farok's dead? I think that since he absorbed the essence of the Fire Lord, he's going to become the Fire Lord. I really do think so. I think that the post-raid dialogue from Abyssian was kind of hinting at that like the elements carried him off. And I kind of feel like, yeah, that motherfucker's about to become a Fire Lord. I don't think that they would just randomly have us like fight and kill Smolderon in the raid and have Farok go through all of that just to have it not be consequential. You know what I mean? And who knows, like, is he gonna infect the Shadowlands, the Firelands with like Shadow Flame? I don't know. Or will it purify him or something? You know, maybe there's like a cool lesson coming up about how like the elements can purify. Remember like when Neptulon used the water to like purify the what was that actually? The purity of water, he said during the fight or something like that. I think it could be kind of cool. It turned out like the natural elements. Your filthiness stains me. Yeah, whatever he says. Feel the purity of water. Let's kick these goobers. Get them in here. You think Azeroth has any say in who can be the Elemental Lords? Say? I mean, I think that ultimately, like, the elements of this world probably stem from the World Soul and Azeroth herself, but to say that she has say in who it is, I don't know. Maybe. I don't really perceive it that way. This boss, you gotta throw it. You gotta throw it at the boss. Oh my goodness. Throw at the boss with B. Extra action button. You gotta target the boss to throw it. My button? Oh no. Oh no. You don't have a button? That's not good. Don't pick them up then, I guess. Oh my goodness, man. I keep getting caught by that. I feel like I'm lagging, to be honest with you. Does not feel right. I tested my shit before I started, so... Doesn't seem like it made a fucking difference, though. These fucking cunts at NVIDIA are gonna actually fry my GPU just to try to force me to buy another one. At fucking twice the cost. Oh, it could be the controller. Yeah, I'm getting 40 frames a second. That's not right. Something is not right. It felt a little laggy the whole time, but like I said, I started Cyberpunk and it was running fine, so not really sure what's going on. Could be the ray trace shadows, I guess. Oh, that didn't make like any fucking difference. Watching her hold on to that barrel. They're in Shadowforge pretending not to see it. I also imagine the Dark Irons are going to be very happy about a new Fire Lord and also be a dragon. It's a double whammy. I'm going to buy AMD next time purely out of spite. I mean, for me, it's not even going to be purely out of spite. It's going to be purely out of a desire to get something that fucking works. I shouldn't have to be restarting my computer because my GPU is just not functioning the way it's supposed to. What a fucking joke. Discord bug is weird too. Yeah, I don't understand that at all. What PC specs do you have? I have a 12900, an i9 12900K, an RTX 3090 Ti, 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, and a bunch of SSDs, and like a Hero Maximus fucking 15 board or whatever the fuck this generation CPU uses. Good job. Intel needs to pull up with good GPUs for the consumer market. Yeah. Spite saving and spending. Spite saving and spending has low-key become an enjoyable pastime. I get it. Oh, I got a helmet. Very cool. What key did we get? We can do maybe like one more if you guys want. I don't know. Ooh, an Arakara would be nice. Nope. Hell yeah. Can do one more? Cool. Alright. I guess 10 Arakara it is. Cool. I haven't had the Discord bug actually disconnect me in a while, though. Seriously, my 3080 Ti 9.7 is just fine and most likely last me at least 3 more years. No games have stressed my system that much. When I can't play anymore, I'll consider what's out there. Same, I'm just concerned that at that time, the GPUs are going to cost fucking $3,000. I love withholding money from Amazon. I like them to know too. So I enable cookies on my browser, shop on Amazon, go to another site and buy the product instead. You're such an... That's hilarious. Already do? Yeah, some GPUs already do cost that much. It's fucking insane. Food buff is gone now, by the way. At least the Asus are going to pick up the RAM shortage. Yeah, they're going to try, but Asus isn't going to be able to handle it all themselves. Wow. You look fabulous. My next GPU will be the first time I spent more than 600 on one, and I don't look forward to it. Yeah, my current one was a lot. Gay! With WoW and such, I can even run my old 1080 if needed. Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's not that my GPU isn't strong enough. It's that it doesn't function properly. My GPU randomly just, like, does not... Like, it's at 76 degrees right now. It should be way hotter. And it should be consistently providing me the performance that I should be getting. Like, I shouldn't be getting 45 FPS in Dawnbreaker. Like, while my GPU is sitting at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. What that tells me is that my GPU is not thermal throttling. It's not even close to TJ Max. So like, I should be seeing temps in like the 90s before I'm losing frame rate. My GPU just does not behave how it's supposed to. It's very annoying. It's very annoying. Basically, if I look at my frames and I have like 40 FPS and my GPU's not even 90 degrees, I know that like it's not the game causing my GPU to struggle. It's my GPU not functioning like it's supposed to. And I can't really explain why that is. I don't know what causes it. I just cleaned my system a few weeks ago. My system's so much cooler now. Yeah, again, it's not really like a temperature related issue. My system's not like dirty. So considering the increasing tax on GPU availability and affordability and increasing console costs, I hope it pushes developers and publishers to prioritize optimization. Oh, they won't. They'll just put out unoptimized pieces of shit that you have to play at 30 FPS forever. Thermal throttling during a nut lock can be dangerous. The GameCube is going to be so much more expensive than I thought it would be. Yep. Especially now. Or less, looking at MHW, yeah. Yeah. Gotta try to be happy with what you got, if you got hardware that's working for you, you know? That's how I've looked at it the last few years. I used to always be looking at what's the next GPU, what can I get, what's the next CPU, like, but at this point I'm like, unless my shit stops working, I'm not even looking. I don't care. I don't care. If I can still play whatever the fuck I want, I don't care. Are you playing a Warlock? No, I'm playing a Paladin. I do want the new iPhone though. Bro, I don't give a fuck about iPhones anymore. I don't give a fuck about my phone. I don't do shit. I mean, I have an iPhone 13 Pro Max and it does whatever I need it to. The battery lasts long enough. The camera's fine. If I, you know, want to take a picture, like, I don't give a fuck about new phones. I don't give a fuck. I feel like I cared about that again more when I was like younger, but not so much anymore. It's been several years since I even bothered looking. I use mine for business, so my old one's taking a beating. Sure. I use mine for everything, but iPhone 8 Plus over here. Yeah, you've had that a while, and it's dying, so I gotta upgrade it. Yeah. Yeah, I just pretty much at this point just keep my phone. Same thing. I just keep it until like I can't use it anymore. I might have my iPhone 13 for like another, honestly, if it keeps working how it is now, I might have it for like another 5 years. Plus, it's just a way for phone companies to keep you in perpetual fucking debt, unless you're paying off your phone, like buying the phone outright, which then you're spending $1,300 on a fucking phone. So like, I just don't, it just feels like another thing that they do to keep you constantly paying them money. Upgrade to a new iPhone. Like, they're always, like, yeah. They're always doing that. The changes are so little, it's not worth the upgrade. Yeah. I mean, unless you have, like, a really old one. Buy, buy, buy. Consume, consume, consume. Waste, waste, fucking waste. Can we get a feast, please? Do you do the whole BlizzCon stuff, Pyro? Yeah, I'm gonna be going again this year. I'm just, the only thing I haven't got is my plane ticket. I'm just waiting for it to drop in price. But yeah, I've gone to BlizzCon like 3 or 4 times before. It's pretty fun. I enjoy BlizzCon. It's really cool to meet people. It's a great place to meet content creators and people that watch your content if you are a content creator, and to see awesome cosplays and get to wander around and like look at the different, I don't know, there's all sorts of stuff at BlizzCon. You get to play demos of things ahead of time if you want to, and that's fun. I like BlizzCon. Yeah, it's worth, man. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. I got a newest iPhone just because there's so much tax that my father brought in Norway. So many taxes, bro. It's expensive with the tariffs right now in Europe. Yeah. If it wasn't in the US, I'd be going to BlizzCon. Yeah. It's always in the US. Whoever has the key. Probably do a big pull here, so be careful. Definitely cranked up the prices. Do you think Sargeras would pay taxes? Fuck no. No, hell no. No. Careful, Viv. I bopped you. I bubbled myself. You're welcome! Alright, here we go. Big dammy. Okay. Okay, I'm pressing my buttons wrong. Make sure we get the kick on this fucking thing when it screams. Frontal, look out. We should come up here next to the ad and cluster these all together. I can't kick the resonant barrier. Please. He wanted to destroy the planet because of his tax debt. Yo, true. Brother, your taxes are due. No. That's how I remember it going. Pretty sure that's what they say in that cinematic. Trust me, I've seen it a lot of times. How many times I've actually watched it? Maybe, I don't know, if I were to give like a reasonable figure, maybe like a couple hundred times. 100 times. And it's crazy because I still notice things in it that I didn't notice before. Riot's a fucking music company that makes video games, dude. I'm telling you. It's insane. Yeah, they like made a whole MOBA on their Fantasy World Runeterra. Yeah. Get these feckin' ads over here. You know what's nice about playing Pally? It just feels so inconsequential, like when you choose to use your cooldowns, because they'll just almost certainly be up again before you need them. And so like, just press them whenever and it's never actually impactful. When I play my mage, if I press Icy Veins before, like at the wrong time, I'm just fucked for like 3 minutes. Don't get me wrong, if you earn more than 100,000 KR, which is $10,000, you get taxed as hell. I don't... Okay. Time Hector, do you have a Twitch account by any chance? Just curious. I do? What's the name? Oh fuck, I accidentally. Well, I used execution sentence, but it'll be fine. It's like another little pack of ads we can fight before we pull the boss. You see the trading post? Did you get the trading? Like, did I get the weekly one yet? No. Or the monthly one? No. I haven't done enough content to get it yet. I haven't really done anything. But I've seen it. I looked at it earlier. I'm doing no damage right now. That's okay. It's alright. Oh, you pull it with him. You sick fuck. You can stack on me in melee and we're gonna move left if you want. After these, I suppose. Do you know what it is, Time Hector? What's your Twitch name? Okay, stack. Left. Time Hector, I don't know. Didn't mean to ping you. When is pre-patch? Soon. January 20th, I think. You move. He'll put 2 down before you have to move, so it's like 1, 2, move, 1, 2, move. Not that it really matters. It's fine, but there's like a rhythm to it. Let's plan on tiddlywinks for 2 days around the 10 to 20. What the fuck does that mean? Devour looks so good. I mean, it's a demon hunter, so they could just delete it from the game and I'd be fine. I'm glad it looks good, but you know. You know what else looked good? Metamorphosis for warlocks. That looked pretty good too. And they ruined it. Stupid demon hunters, man. You're so wrong for that. It's okay. It's alright that you had to, you know, completely steal your identity for your class from another fucking spec, you know? But, you know, that's what it is. I'm sorry. No, you're not. Don't fucking lie to me. You're not sorry. And I'm not sorry either. As a DH main, I wish Warlock kept their meta since it works differently and plays differently. Yeah, but then, you know. They can't sell it as something completely new. They can't they can't repackage it if they get to keep it. People would be like, well, that's just Warlock. But see, they took it away from us just for long enough that people were like, wow, that's so cool and new. Please target the sentries. I like Demolock as it is now, though. Being a one-man burning legion is badass. Yeah, well, it's unrealistic, and I need, if nothing else, I need realism in my World of Warcraft. So, can we bring these ads to the? Yeah, we're gonna get it. We're gonna just kill the sentry, please. DH also stole Smoke Bomb from Rogues and called it Darkness. Yo, actually true. They had to have a real badass class for Legion. You know what I mean? And it was so overpowered and dumb and broken. It's alright, you know? It's alright. I need you in my pyro translation of WoW. What does that even mean? I need you? What does that mean? You know what it means. No, I mean, what does that mean? Just what you do? No, I mean, in pyro translation of WoW, what does that mean? Can you bring these ads to this other one that's like the priority thing to target? Because my shit does fucking cleave AoE, so I do no damage in groups if we're not putting them on top of each other. Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right. Good. No, you're banned. That's a good point. I'm used to that. What the fuck? Just do what you do. Okay? This guy must take me for a fool. Thinks I don't know, but I know. You type the same fucking way. Another ban? Are we ahead or behind the goal? 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 There's no goal. We could set one though. We could set like a weekly ban goal. Ban 5 people. Yeah. Be sick. Get your daily dose of a ban. The ban quota has not been met. I'm gonna go and hide in my squad car around the corner here and see if I can get the quota. Oh no, we're now ice. Oh no. Ouch. Imagine you get banned on Twitch, you just get deported. You might want to run. Fuck it, dude. Big dick. It's alright. Seem to be alright. Take your swarms to the right side of the fucking thing. Rebuff. Throw charge. Oh my god. Oh my god. Silken restraints, dude. Don't threaten me with a good time. Shit. Heard me. There's one back here. Yep. Gotta kick it right in its bug penis. Damn Pharaoh's cranking? Yeah, dude. He's always cranking it. Cranking the lob, dude. Oh my. Stop following me. Fucking. Piece of shit. Oh my. That's not where you want to be. That was scary. Oh, yeah. Smoke that shit. Wanking and cranking. Don't spank me? Yeah, okay, dude. Nice reverse psychology. I'm dreading healing keys in the future. I'm going to rebind my interrupt key to a macro that yells kick or die. Like a fucking bird in my ears for a second there. What the fuck? The song. I'll tell you this. I would not bind. This is just my opinion, you know? So you take it with a grain of salt, but people that have macros connected to, like, dialogue lines connected to macros drive me fucking insane. Especially when it's like obnoxious macros. I can't fucking stand that. I can't fucking stand that. Like if I saw someone that had a macro that said kick or die, I'm kicking them from the group. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't actually kick it from the group, but I'd be like, really? That's a bit much. But hey, you know, if it's what gets people to kick, then I'm just playing. I'd be like, damn, that's intense. They're really trying. I might even appreciate that. Kick or die in real life. Yeah, it's like not even. Yeah, put that at the end in parentheses. IRL. Then you can ban them as well. One more for the quota. That's right. Yeah, I hate it's one thing if it's like a kick or like a heal or like even a res or something, or someone who puts like a macro for if they're putting lock stones down or something like that. That's totally different. When people have macros for when they use their cooldowns, that pisses me off, dude. Like that actually annoys me. I'm like, dude, we don't need to know that you're using Blade Storm. Shut the fuck up. Like, I hate that. Yeah, it's like you're in a fucking episode of Naruto. Like, I don't need to know that you're casting fucking Rasengan or whatever. Like, I don't need to know. What about the nom 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 for eating food? I don't know. It also depends on what chat. Like, if you're gonna do a /say, that's one thing. If you're gonna do a /raid warning for when you're eating food, maybe not that. You know, I think it depends on the context. That's a good idea. Olwen, you will be out of this raid so fast, dude. I have ideas now. You don't have ideas. You don't have ideas. You don't want to read your raid leader chewing massive on your screen? No. No, I think I'm good. I'm so hyped. I can't wait to see what new info we get about the Light and Midnight Man. I think about it like daily. I mean, it's pretty obvious, man. The Light's just evil, Taro, and it's always been evil. I mean, that's what the YouTube comments say. They've always been evil. You know? This obscure, eldritch, unknown cosmic force outside the Naru known as the Light. It's just evil. I mean, everyone knows that. Everyone... You know, this is how it works, bro. If you do something that I disagree with, you're evil. That's pretty much how it works. You're right, I'll unsub. My bad, dead game. Yep, and the fact that you're unsubbing just proves it. One of these days, Pyro's gonna force us all in the separate chats or something. That's not gonna happen. What do you think I'm gonna order my chat? You know what I really fucking hate? People who dodge bans and then lie to me. I fucking hate that, bro. I hate that shit. That makes me want to just ban them again. Watch out, Miss Moss. I hate that. And they try to pretend like that's not what they're doing. Yeah, I hate that. Well, this is fucking bad. All right. Watch out, Vic. Viv? I called you Vic. Damn, that's fucking cringe. Vic Vector. Ordering chat? Fucking Titans, dude. Oh, he banned me here? I'll just go here and maybe he won't notice. Except my names are basically the same on both platforms because I'm a fucking idiot. Crazy. Let me stand in your goo. Why do people hate Arakara? I don't get it. It's just because of this boss, isn't it? People just suck at this boss. I love Arakara. I've only run this shit like 80 times. People farm the trinket too much. Yeah, they became averted to it. They developed aversion because they did so much of it. It's like me with Cinderbrew Meadery. Oh my god, I ran that dungeon so many times, dude. Just in season 2 alone, I think I ran Cinderbrew Meadery like 60 or 70 times. And Dark Flame Clef like 50. Not a fan of the trash between first and second boss. Yeah. The patrolling big guys are a bit obnoxious, aren't they? All right, here we go. Mythic trinket. Here we go. Boom. Okay, well, that's fake news. I lied. Not that I want it anyway, but... Did we actually get any good loot? No. I don't think anyone's really here for loot, though. Well, GG's, that was fun. You didn't say it right? Don't spank me for very important people. Oh, look it up. Aight, Dean. Good runs, guys. Hopefully even... Yeah, it was. Nice to just run a little bit of Mythic Plus. I haven't really done that in a while. I haven't done Mythic Plus in a while. I'll actually have a vault. Yeah, feels like millennia. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna dip out of here. GG's. You didn't say it right? I didn't say what right. Are they increasing the amount of crests needed in midnight? I heard that somewhere and it upset me, so I'm hoping it's wrong. That's disgusting. I don't want to hear that ever again. Shut your dirty whore mouth. Even if that's true, I'm gonna reject your reality and substitute it with my own. That's what we do. You know what I mean? That's how you actually do the copium. It is harder. That's what she said. Did you already do Firelands for the hero piece? No. No. Ruined. Wow, crazy. But what I was thinking though was like maybe I could update. I could spend some of my ruined crests. I'm such a fucking idiot. I should not be doing this, but I don't really care. I'm gonna go ahead and just like get some of these and like upgrade my rings. Next few months gonna be crazy. Yeah, it's funny. I was actually out with some friends last night, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna get together again, probably like late February, early March." And I was like, "Yeah, I can't do it. New World of Warcraft expansion, can't do it." And they all laughed, and I was like, "Yeah, you think I'm not joking?" I'm not fucking joking. So it's not a joke. I can't do it. So don't hit me up. I'll be busy. What a waste to do all that, but hey, you know what? It is what it is. I'm just trying to escape these crests. I'm just trying to get to the level where I don't fucking need them anymore. What the fuck is this?
I just, what? I'm just a baby. So,
what?
What the fuck is this?
I just, what? I'm just a baby. So,
what? No, okay. Somebody, okay, so.
No.
No. You say you're just a baby?
I'm just a baby.
Okay. Is this somebody's kid? Okay,
Don't.
no, I'm not doing, you're running towards me. Okay, and that's fine. Hey, I'm just gonna, okay, it's fine. So I'm just wondering, who are you?
Spencer.
Spencer! Okay, Spencer, where is your parents?
My dad is mad at me.
Your dad is mad at you?
My dad is spanking me. Don't spank me.
No, I'm not gonna spank you.
Don't spank me.
Spencer, how did you get in here today?
Spank me.
I'm not
Fuck is this?
doing
Don't
it.
spank me.
And
Don't
so you
spank
stay
me.
over there, and
Don't
you're gonna stay
spank
there.
me.
So, Spencer,
spank
how did
me.
you get in here?
Don't
Where
spank
is your
me.
parents? Spencer, is your dad here? I'm not going to. Where are you from?
Hell.
You're from hell?
Dad kicked me out of hell, and he flushed me up the toilet, and now here I am.
Spencer, is your dad the devil?
Yeah.
Right.
He spanks me.
He spanks you?
Every time you spank me, I get a purple patch.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
I did too many bad pranks in hell, and I got flushed up.
What pranks were you doing in
Flushed up.
hell?
Everyone in hell is allergic to peanuts, and I gave them peanuts.
Can you die?
What the fuck?
In hell?
You go to double hell.
Okay, that doesn't actually sound Like the worst thing that could happen
Oh, really?
to somebody, I guess. I don't think
Double
so.
hell.
Double hell doesn't sound bad. Okay, hello. You're gonna send this one to double hell. Ready for the bus.
I don't want to attempt that.
Ready to fly WestJet
I don't
to
wanna-
double hell. Better hope Satan doesn't show up.
Why do you do that? You
Better
didn't
hope.
this.
Better hope.
Show up.
Why do you do that? You
Better
didn't
hope.
this.
Okay. Yes, I'm from hell, but I'm very swell. My body's good. The neighborhood would benefit from me.
Did you say your body's good?
Watch. Just give me a little beat. Faster.
I can't watch any more of this. I can't. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh, that's the weird shit Viv will send you. I feel like that was some kind of improvised humor. That was funny. So that's how our raid is gonna go. Oh. Out of control, out of control. I will fully upgrade my weapon. Big ups, dude. Big ups. Good. Huge upgrades. Hero, hero, hero. Almost have 4-piece hero. I like the sound of that. I like the look of that and the taste of it. That's great. I need more hero gear, though. I need 2 pieces. Legs and gloves. Huge sword. Big sword. What sword? I don't know. What sword? I have 1,000 Valor Stones. That's beautiful. I've never seen that. All right. Yeah, veteran necklace? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I could upgrade the boots. I could upgrade the boots. I could upgrade the shoulders or anything else. Or I could hold on to them and upgrade none of them. I like that idea. 702, by the way, broke the 600 and broke the 700, broke this threshold. So that's good. Horton here's a sword. Horton here's a holy shit, that's a big sword. Hoorah! What are we in the army? What is that? Sunsides. Look at this pretender. Look at this wannabe Lorthamar Theron ass. Light and void ass. Ass. Something smells good from downstairs. Jealous, are we? This is my sword. There are many like it, but this one is mine. What else can I do? Should I do? I don't know if I will do anything else. That might be it. It's me. I smell amazing. You're downstairs? Uh-huh. Oh. Huh. I'm an idiot. Sometimes I'm an idiot. You stoked for the Seahawks game this weekend? I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm glad to hear about them win, but I don't really have, I can't really watch. I don't really pay for services that let me watch games. I'll watch Thursday games, but that's it. I don't pay for NFL. You know, I could stream it, but it's always shitty. So I don't. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, oh no, that's not what I thought they were. Okay. Whoa. I didn't realize I had all of this to pick up. Good thing I clicked on this guy. Enchanted rune to undermine crest. Well, that's not useful. Wow. Go Birds. Who are they playing? Niners? Fuck the 49ers, bro. I will fight them in my sleep, dude. Big game. Mm-hmm. It's to stay in the wild card, right? Should be. Does it clinch the division? I have no idea. I actually have no idea. They were wild card last time I looked. It's probably. Are you doing Cyberpunk or League stuff today? Or this weekend? Yeah, this weekend, yeah. I don't know, I've already been going for 7.5 hours today, so probably not today. Probably not. There won't be anything today. Watching this takes me back. I've missed WoW. Excuse me, I have so many great memories of the early days. Yeah, WoW's pretty fun to play right now, too. Check this out. Fucking what? Fucking what? Check that shit out, huh? Like that shit, dude? Check it out. I got boost and shit. Check this out. I can go fast as fuck, boy. Oh shit, I crashed. You can hit it up with the boost. Hold on. I'm honking the horn. Never mind, I don't have any boost because I haven't upgraded my car on this character. That's whack. That's whack. My car's a piece of shit on this character. What the fuck, dude? I got boost, but no thing to press it. That's crazy. Nitrous oxide. Oh shit. Oh shit. Don't honk too much? Why? Noise pollution? Swerving on the lean, dude. That's how I always drive. Crazy. Insane. Crazy insane. Winner takes NFC West and NFC 1 seed, I think. Okay, well, hopefully they win. Hopefully they win. Sam Darnold's fucking carrying us. What a fucking pickup Sam Darnold's been, by the way, man. What the fuck? They talk so much shit about this guy. It's crazy. Swerving on the lean. Anyway, I'm gonna get the fuck out of Undermine, because I don't need to be here. Why would I just not use my breakneck, my G99? Break your neck. Is this Warcraft or Cyberpunk? Lol, that car. Might I introduce you to the Goblins? Welcome to Night City. Alright, I have a teleporter over here. Man, I haven't been here in a while. Did you get the meta achievement? Yeah. It's such a sick mount. It was worth the time. When you run over critters, it squishes them. Or if you summon it near critters. See, you see this Corling? Now you see it? Well, you still see it. Hold on, maybe you have to summon it near them. It squishes the critters. Rip CR fans, bro. Small question, XIV, did you have any lingering video ideas? No. I'm not. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. Besides, like, playthrough footage and, like, opinion pieces, I don't know that I will ever make XIV videos again. Yeah. Every time I talk about XIV on social media or anything, I get people that come and talk shit to me, so it's kind of like not that inviting. Working on mine now. Yeah, the World Crest rotation is annoying as fuck. Even the cursed flesh. Even cursed of flesh, that poor earth elemental. Yep, I turned an earth elemental into blood and flesh somehow. Not really sure how that worked. Anyway, I think that's probably gonna be it for me, dude. Unless I got some weird shit you want me to watch. I spent 1 week watching Asmongold. I don't think that's a video that we get into. It's actually pretty good, to be fair. I'm an hour in. You're actually watching it? I don't know what the fuck is going on. The XIV community has some hyper toxic people in it. Like in game, it's mostly fine, but on social media, it's insane. Yeah, I don't have any comment. I don't have any comment. Yeah, I've seen kind of what you're talking about, but yeah, I don't think I have anything to say about that. First week of Midnight's gonna go hard, man. It's gonna be fucking sick, dude. I'm looking forward to it so much. I'm hyped. I took all week off work just for it. Sorry. You smart ass. Tomorrow I think I'm probably gonna get some Cyberpunk in. I do want to get back into playing that. And I miss playing it. It's good to have a little break ski though. But I think about playing it when I'm not streaming. Oh fuck. I've just been enjoying streaming WoW. You know, it's been fun to just kind of chit chat, sit and talk, shoot the shit about lore, or I don't know, just play a little bit. I've been playing a little WoW in my off time too, just gearing up my paladin, so it's nice. You heard it here, folks. Pyro's not streaming week 1 to midnight. He's taking PTO. Yeah, PTO. PTO. Yeah, let me tell you something. As a streamer, that ain't a fucking thing. Ain't no motherfucking thing such as PTO. This is a really chill evening. I'm glad. I'm glizzy. Thanks for hanging out. My PTO accrued. I'm not sure if it was supposed to. Well, accrual is just at building. Do you mean like carrying over? Mr. John Twitch is paying out his vacation pay. I think he's taking the TO and forgot the P. It's been a nice Friday evening. Yeah, I'm glad we got a little Demencius in, a little slight partial guild raid. Big chillin'. Talked about lore a little bit, but I got like an extra 2 weeks. The Demiurge video was interesting. I like that one. That was cool. Some interesting parallels to WoW. Gnosticism sure has some curious, you know, world soul shit. Like that's kind of crazy. World soul, soul of the universe. Like what the fuck? Seems like kind of a pretty big connection to make. So thanks to Shinzai for that. But yeah, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. Whether you watched on YouTube or Twitch, thanks for just watching. If you just lurked and watched, whether you followed or chatted, subbed, or gifted a sub, thanks for being here, supporting the stream in the ways that you guys do. There's a new Cyberpunk video coming out tomorrow. It's only 30 minutes long. It's me playing through the Happy Together quest with Andrew and Barry. So if you're familiar with that quest, I hope you enjoy that. And then me doing a little gun range quest after that. The reason I cut it this way is because the next few videos are like huge main story sections. So yeah, that'll be out tomorrow. And then the final 2 episodes of Cyberpunk Edge Runners will be out on Sunday. So, yup. That's pretty much all I got. Thanks again, guys, for a dope stream. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome. And until next time, which will, of course, be tomorrow, I'll see you guys later. Peace.